The Real You by BlueM0usE. Summary. It's been a while since Spinel has heard about or even seen Steven. She began to believe the kid just up and mysteriously disappeared, which she knows isn't true. She knows Steven has just been on his own planet, doing his own thing. Well, she doesn't wait for the diamonds to give her an okay if she can visit him or not. Spinel takes it upon herself to go visit her dearly beloved friend, whom she wishes to grow closer to. The reunion isn't the best, however, for when she comes back and sees Steven in a rough emotional state of his old life crumbling around him, it's up to Spinel to help him get back onto his feet, emotionally and mentally. After all, Steven was her rock when she was in hard times. Now, it's Spinel's turn to be his rock. Chapter 1. I'm new around these parts. Spinel sighed softly as she lightly kicked her legs over the makeshift bed the pebbles made for her. She hated being in this room. It oftentimes reminded her of everything, from the colors of the wall all the way down to her little giggling, mumbling helpers that would craft the room to her liking if asked. No matter how much she tried to change it up a bit, to less resembles Pink's essence and more of her own, she felt uncomfortable. Like it wasn't right to come invade someone else's old personal space and transform it into something better and more of her taste. This room was truly haunted, and she hated being in here. Look at her, talking as if Pink were gone. Pfft. As if, well, sort of. You see, as the stories tell it, yes. Pink Diamond was one of the tyrant 4 leaders that ran the gem colony respectfully. It's what she was made for, though compared to the other diamonds, she was considered extremely immature and dastardly unprepared, graciously flawed. However, even with those flaws, she stood strong in what she believed in. A little too strong, to the point that instead of fixing things, she only made things worse. Instead of materializing her first planet's resources and sucking every bit of sweet nectar from its core that it had to offer to create her own army, she fell in love with the planet. You see that? That's where the disaster started to happen. From there, Pink masks her identity under an imitation of a rebellious rose quartz soldier, faked her own shattering, caused so many unnecessary shatterings and corruptions. Whew! The list could go on and on. A true embarrassment to the diamond name. If only she knew. How many lies she's told, how many hearts she's broken, how many lives she's ruined, how many people's time she's wasted. Spinel would know. She was one of them after all. With all the ruckus Pink's simple curiosity caused, at least there was one good thing that came out of all that mess. And his name was Steven Universe. Spinel smiled softly at the name. Rose Quartz, a.k.a. Pink Diamond's son and successor. She laid back on the bed and folded her hands behind her head, ankles crossed as well, though she had a rough start, and by rough, she meant nearly destroying his home planet, and made his friends forget him in hopes of him dying alone. With him, she still admired him. She still was inspired by him. She still adored him. Everyone, even the diamonds, held him up on a well-deserved pedestal because of the person he is. Loving, caring, considerate, patient, everything that a decent being would want to be. He gave her a second chance when everyone else was willing to give up on her. He was the only one who could see past the walls she had put up around herself after so long. She was more than vengeance. She was more than a tool. She was more than a cruel villain there to wreak havoc and reap the benefits. No, to him, she was Spinel, a lost, misunderstood, lonely gem who needed a better friend, someone to treat her like she was a being with feelings and not some dumb toy. Since then, she was forever grateful of that, and vowed to improve herself for the world's sake, for his sake. Speaking of the little turd, she giggled to herself, going to sit up. A bright idea had sparked out of nowhere while she had stared up at the ceiling for the past couple of minutes thinking about him. Why spend time in this lonesome, hideous room when she could go visit him? Yeah, it had been a while after all. A year if she was counting correctly in Earth terms. At the time, she was afraid of trying to rekindle their broken bonds. paranoid that he wouldn't receive her positively after her recent actions. Sitting down on it and giving her some time to positively reconstruct herself should ease the awkwardness about them, let alone give her the confidence she needed to get up and try again. Plus, it would be nice to pop in and see what he had been up to. She was sure the diamonds wouldn't mind if she were to disappear for a bit. Besides, they had been so preoccupied with trying to fix their mistakes they had made on shattered or corrupted gems that she was sure they'd hardly notice. Without much more thought, she swung her legs over the edge of the bed, sliding off of it and springing onto her legs with a pep in her step. As she headed towards the door, she could hear the little pebbles mumbling amongst themselves, curious as to where she was going. Spinel ignored them, however, more focused on getting to the warp pad that would lead to Earth. She approached the door and placed her hand on the lock pad, thus unlocking and opening the sliding doors. Once they welcomed her into the mostly vacant hallway of Pink's old quarters, she casually slipped out and began making her way out the doors. Unlike Pink's old and ghostly quarters, the throne room was full of life. Gems conversed amongst one another and lounged about, some talking about places they've been to, some discussing politics, some even talking about personal interests. It was new. It was strange. It was a sight to behold. Usually a gem's purpose was to follow a diamond's every command, train to fight and invade other planets. You would never usually find such kind of specimens just hanging around within the throne room. Then again, Stephen had made quite an impact on this place, and it showed. The gem world was beginning to mirror more of his home on Earth day by day. It eased her worries of what it would be like to spend a couple of days on Earth, having practiced it so much here. As she passed, some heads would turn. They'd either chirp out a happy "Hey Spinel," or nod and wave her way. Another odd occurrence that you wouldn't usually see in the Second World Order time period. Boy, she was quite popular. Then again, she did spend quite a bit of time by the diamond side. It would make sense why she received so much respect. While she was grateful of this, Spinel also couldn't help but feel uneasy. Spinel always wondered if their warm welcomes were authentic or not, making her skeptical to openly mingle with them. Oh well, she didn't really bend over backwards over the concept, as she had more pressing matters. The doors slid open without a hand imprint to command it, immediately allowing her access easily. Spinel slipped in without much trouble. There was no gem guards guarding it like there used to be. In fact, there was no one within this area of the halls. Just a nosy, curious Spinel and the warp pad that stood upon the other side. As soon as she stepped in, she was greeted with a cool, dark room that was filled with Gemtech broadcasting equipment, used to message everyone everywhere as desired, as long as it had a communicator installed. This was the last place Stephen had been to record his message to Homeworld with the diamonds. The last time Spinel had seen his beaming, sweet face. Spinel could feel her cheeks heat up at the memory of him, standing tall and proud, while also emitting that soft, gentle approach. At the time, she remembered being so shocked at the news. A complex ball of emotions of finding out Pink Diamond was no longer exactly among them, and was now instead survived by Stephen Quart's universe. At that moment she felt so foolish, so naive, so gullible. She had attempted to respond, running and screaming at his pink-tinted image on the small screen. "What about me? Have you forgotten about me? You lied to me." She shook her head. Now was not the time to be reminded of such awful memories. Spinel didn't want to dampen her mood and cause a pity party to erupt due to her bitterness at such a life-changing scenario. She strides up to the warp pad, going to stand on its crystal-like structure. It wasn't hard to use. All you had to do was think of the place you wanted to go to, and bloop, there in a flash. It was the fastest way to travel, especially for the distance she wished to go. Definitely would take a couple of years if she had traveled at a normal pace on a ship. Spinel sucked in a sharp bit of breath and closed her eyes, shaking off her hands and kicking her feet a little. "Here we go, Spinel. Let's do this." The warp's lights glowed around her. Her body suddenly grew an extensional amount of weight lighter, and within a flash, she was up in the air, floating through the endless arrays of sparkling dots in the dark skies of the galaxy. Within about a minute, her physical form grew heavy, and she was directed down onto another warp pad. Only this time her surroundings were different. Spinel inhaled sharply, taking in the natural sense of Stephen's home. Man, she hasn't been here in a while, let alone inside his house. Not much had changed, though something was off. Hello, she called out within the darkness. A few moments passed and no answer. The house seemed void of any life. Eerily quiet. She was sure the crystal gems would be lurking about at least. After all, this was their home. From what she was seeing, no one was here. Silence engulfed the whole house. Not even a small shuffling, hinting that not even Stephen was present. Nope, nada. Then again, she could look around the house. Maybe they were somewhere else? Stepping from the warp pad and down the small fleet of wooden stairs, Spinel began to search around the house. In Stephen's room that was connected to the living room and kitchen, the utility room, which really wasn't a room, more so just a washer and dryer sitting upon the hand of the large stone sculpture carved within the small cliff that stood tall above their house. His greenhouse, nice array of plant life might she add, outside the house, inside the cabinets, underneath the sofa, inside the strange square contraption that held a variety of contraptions Spinel had yet to learn about. The fridge, to be exact. Geez, where could these beings be hiding? If not here, then there was a chance they weren't home at the moment. She did remember them mentioning a little homeschool for gems. There was a chance he could still be lurking about there, along with the other gems. Well, she didn't want to wait here like some weirdo in the dark. She was sure they wouldn't receive that well. Probably mistake her for an intruder and try to attack her. Spinel shivered at the idea of being dog-piled in a violent engagement by all four of them. It was probably best that she walk around this place. You know, get familiar with the area. Yeah, good idea. Thus, Spinel took her leave, pushing her arm lightly against the screen door to open it. She slipped out of the front door and let the screen door close itself behind her with a slight click. As soon as Spinel stepped outside, she could hear the waves crashing softly against the sand. Crickets sung their nightly duets at a loud volume. The stars glowed ominously in the sky, giving Spinel a bit of light to follow by, towards her way to the more populated part of this area. She couldn't exactly remember what Earthlings called them here. Something she would have to ask Stephen whenever she would run into him again. As Spinel walked through town, she noticed how quiet it was. This was strange. Spinel was expecting a good bit of Earthlings to still be roaming around, going about their daily activities at this time. However, nada. It was like a ghost town here. Where the heck is everybody? There's no way they could have all left. Good day, Spinel thought. No, that would be preposterous. After all, this was Stephen's home. Stephen would never abandon his home, nor would the inhabitants. Perhaps she should keep looking around. Maybe they were all at the little homeschool Stephen had mentioned. Yeah, there was a possibility. Now if only Spinel could find it. By the time she had gotten to little homeschool, after aimlessly searching for it for the past hour, she had came to a dead end. Even this place was void of any life. No humans, no gems, no nothing. Not even Stevn-Universe. Spinel was beginning to lose her patience at this point. She had come all this way to find Stephen, catch up a little bit, and then go back home, only to find this dump empty. I should have stayed home. Who knows where the heck everybody is? Maybe it just ain't my time to see him yet. Spinel's high pigtails suddenly drooped, as her little body deflated and sulked in defeat. At this point, she should just return home. Try again in another year. If ever. For all she knew, he had probably moved on with his life and forgot all about little ol' Spinel. It was obvious he forgot about the diamonds, because he hardly if ever kept in contact with them after he had left. It was probably best to leave him be and let him live his life. Spinel sighed in defeat, getting back onto her feet. She wrapped her stretchable arms around herself a couple of loops as she began slowly walking back to Stephen's house, head hanging low and lower lip quivering. How silly of her to assume that it would be so easy finding him, to even think he would want to see her after everything that's happened. What a foolish Spinel she was. Oh well, at least he was happy, or at least she could assume he was. As she walked along the wooden boardwalk, her form illuminated by the streetlights that lit the pathway back to Stephen's house, she suddenly paused. Her pigtails perked up a bit at the sight of someone. Wait, was that? Spinel rubbed her hot pink-colored eyes with her pink gloves. She then removed her balled-up fists from her shut eyes and blinked a couple of times. She could hardly believe what she was seeing. Finally, a human. From the looks of it, she was playing with some device she was holding in her hand, the bright light that emitted from it, illuminating her face within the dimly lit area. Too preoccupied to even notice Spinel. It was within that moment the corner of Spinel's lips curved upwards in excitement. She had another idea hit her. Maybe this human knew where Stephen was. After all, this place wasn't overly crowded. From what she remembered, Stephen knew and befriended a lot of people. So perhaps they knew him and could give her a clue. Perking up at the idea, Spinel wasted no time. She immediately began making her way over, raising one of her arms and waving towards the mysterious human. Hey, hi there, Spinel greeted enthusiastically. Her sudden outburst caused the stranger to do a double take and nearly dropped their phone. Their heads snapped in Spinel's direction, and when darkened orbs met hot pink ones, they immediately lit up. Wait, you! Apparently the human was a female as well. Due to her turning her head now, Spinel could see her face better from behind her long, curly, dark locks. In addition, from what her phone's light emphasized, her skin tone was a brown color, a color totally opposite of Stephen's. It made sense. Just like gems came in all shapes and sizes and colors, it would make sense humans would be the same. The part that surprised Spinel was the fact that instead of being spooked, or even appalled by Spinel's pop-up unnatural appearance like she had assumed the girl would, she seemed excited and fascinated. Oh, snap, son. I thought they was kidding when DeHay said there was weird alien rock women live in Ova here. She placed her hands upon both sides of her head to further emphasize her enthusiasm. Huh. Spinel tilted her head innocently, raising an eyebrow. It wasn't until she got the gist of what the female human was talking about for her to realize that there must have been Earthlings out there that was still unaware of the gem's existence, or at least was skeptical of it. Oh, that. Yeah, I get it. You knew around here, huh? Spinel smiled. Well, I just moved to Beach City today. I used to watch his blog called Keep Beach City Weird when I was younger. Now that I'm older, I decided to go ahead and make this place my home. Oh, my name's Kiana Evans, by the way. What kind of crystal gem are you? Questioned the human, who Spinel finally could put a name to. Kiana. Okay, so before she could even respond, she had a lot to unpack here. Spinel had properly learned that the place she had tried to destroy a year ago was called Beach City. In addition, it gained a lot of reputation for being an area where a good amount of otherworldly beings had resided, which attracted Earthlings from other locations to want to move here. The only thing that irked Spinel was the fact that the girl had assumed she was part of the crystal gems. Don't get her wrong, she had nothing against the group. If it weren't for them, things wouldn't be like they are now. The diamonds wouldn't have stepped down from their aggressive tendencies to want to invade other planets and grow their armies. Other gems would follow their orders without question, or a want for free will. And Spinel would still be stuck in the garden no less, waiting with bated breath when her beloved pink diamond would return. They've made a huge impact in the history of the gem race, and it was inspiring. However, with all the bad she's done, she figured she didn't deserve to be even considered in the same class as them. It took Spinel a few moments to realize that the human girl probably was hinting at her name, or at least what kind of gem she was. She shook her head, grinning lightly as she let a few giggles slip past her lips. Oh, the name's Spinel. Nice to meet ya. Spinel bowed playfully to Kiana, making the young adult woman chuckle at her antics. A Spinel, huh? Cool, yo. So you live here? Can you show me how to get back into town? I'm kinda lost. Kiana ran her fingers through her hair, giving an embarrassed smile. At that, Spinel sulked again, pouting almost. How useless. She was certain Kiana would be able to help her. Not the other way around. She wanted to find out where Steven was. On top of that, also find a place to stay. Sure, she could warp her way back to Homeworld and back to the diamonds. However, Steven's house was the only place she was aware of that had a warp pad. The last thing she wanted to do was randomly waltz into his house while he's busy. Oh wait, sorry kiddo, but I'm kinda new around here too. In fact, I ain't been here since... Spinel paused. Oh crap! She almost spilled the beans on the horrid events that she had caused to this town, nearly turning it into a wasteland and killing every living organism in sight. That was the last thing she wanted to do, especially given her situation. Kiana would most likely be turned off towards helping her if she had told her that. It was best to try and cover it up. A year ago. It's cool. Kiana grinned, bringing up her phone, unbeknownst to Spinel. Again, her thumb that helped cradle the device tapped against the screen a couple of times, clicking softly with her movements before showing the screen to Spinel. The smaller, shorter gem tilted her head curiously at it, confused at the technology. I was pulling it up on my GPS. GPS? Repeated Spinel, slowly reaching out. Her pointer finger went to lightly brush against the device's screen. Kiana raised an eyebrow. The young woman instantly picked up on Spinel's confusion and assumed she hadn't properly seen such a contraption before. You know, like them navigational systems to show to where you at and where you gotta go to get to your destination. Kiana explained, quite amused with Spinel's intrigue. So, this whole thing is a GPS? Spinel questioned, still not fully sure. Kiana giggled once again, shaking her head. Yeah, you really not from around here? No. So? Spinel crossed her arms and gave Kiana a little bit of sass. Kiana made a smacking noise with her lips and rolled her eyes. Okay, Spinel, you got a lot to learn. Kiana then glanced towards both ends of the boardwalk, before back to Spinel with a grin. Want me to teach, Chia? Yes, please, Spinel suddenly shouted, causing Kiana to jump a bit out of startlement. Spinel's cheeks grew a darker hue out of embarrassment as she curled her fingers and brought her fist up to her tightened lips. She coughed into it nervously. I mean, yeah, sure. Cool. Kiana smiled lightly. Follow me. She beckoned with a wave of the hand for Spinel to follow, while to anyone else, such a situation would be dangerous and wrong. What most could a puny human do to a big, bad gem like Spinel? Spinel was more than capable of taking care of herself. Over the year, she had spent time training with other gems in a friendly game of spar in the old army courtyards, something that those who still had a little fight left in them enjoyed doing as a little activity now, instead of a duty. If this woman tried anything, Spinel would be able to pick up on it and go into defense mode. Besides, maybe she could help Spinel. Spinel knew very little of how this world worked. Everything back on Homeworld seemed advanced, but not to the point Spinel couldn't pick up on it. As opposed to Earth, which was far behind, yet unique in their technology. She was eager to learn things about this world, and why it was so important to Steven. Who knows? Maybe she could even impress him with how she's changed and grown in knowledge. All she wanted to do was make Steven happy, and make Steven happy she shall. Chapter 2. Sleepover. To say she didn't come to Earth to spend majority of her time with this random human she had just met, Spinel was enjoying herself. It didn't take long for them to reach Kiana's house, which was in the more suburban part of town. They talked the whole way there, getting to know the basics of one another. Spinel even explained a little about her background, and was more than thrilled to clear up some misinformation about the crystal gems in general, and how things were then and now back where she had come from. As soon as they reached Kiana's place, which wasn't overly large but was a decent living space, this was where the real fun would begin. Okay, so, Kiana clasped her hands together, then pointed the tips of her fingers towards Spinel. What you about to experience, Spinel, is what us humans call a sleepover. Sleepover? Spinel repeated, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Kiana grinned. Yup, Kiana chirped happily. A sleepover is where you spend a night sleep into someone else's house, whether you need to or you want to, she explained. Oh! Spinel nodded slowly before walking further in the house. The house didn't have that same mesmerizing smell Stevens had, but it still smelt nice. From the entrance, it also looked nice. It seemed to have a lot more privacy with more walls to section off rooms as well. If you want, I can give you a tour, said Kiana from behind the gem, causing her to glance back towards the human female. Spinel took note that the female was fairly skinny, having taken off the large black hoodie she had been wearing outside moments ago. She wore what seemed like a white tank top, only with thinner straps. Upon her long, skinny legs, she was wearing athletic yoga pants with a white stripe going from the top of the pants all the way to the bottom from the sides. As Spinel watched her with curiosity, Kiana was pulling back her locks into a mid-ponytail as she took a right through a large dome-like opening that connected to the living room. Spinel eagerly agreed to Kiana's terms, bouncing after her like an excited child going on a field trip. This amused the human woman to no end. Unlike Stephen's place, Kiana's was just a simple old house built with the essentials: a bedroom, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a living room. As they went through each one, not necessarily in this order, Kiana explained the purpose of each room, just like Stephen would if he were to take this role. While she fancied some rooms and their functions, others Spinel just couldn't get a grasp on. Kiana was more than happy to let her experience each room for what they were, encouraging her to explore. First up was the living room. Here was where people liked to lounge, according to Kiana, a place to hang out and watch TV. Spinel would then ask what a TV was. Kiana was more than happy to demonstrate, turning on the large box device that sat on a large shelf, which we called an entertainment center. As soon as Kiana clicked the power button on the remote, a show was playing. Spinel's eyes were glued to the TV immediately, asking what was going on and why those people were being broadcasted. Were they trying to communicate some message? Kiana laughed and explained what shows were, which made the situation make much more sense. Before she could get comfortable with the living room's TV, they moved on to the kitchen, which was connected to a small open way, majority of it blocked by the wooden kitchen countertop. Here was where humans ate food. Much like the living room in the TV situation, Spinel would ask what food was. Along with the action of eating, Kiana would follow up with a question of her own, if gems ever consumed food. Spinel shook her head. Kiana gasped and immediately went towards the same cold box thingamabob that Spinel had searched in earlier at Stevens. She pulled out a bag of grapes that she had sitting in the fridge and held them before Spinella, like it was the strangest thing she ever saw. Kiana performed the action of eating, snapping one of the juicy pieces off its root and casually popping one into her mouth. Her cheek puffed a bit, and her jaw moved up and down, before a small, slow-moving lump smoothed its way down her throat. She then would convince Spinel to try, who was a bit more rusty at it, but was compelled by the sweet, slightly tangy juices of the grape, exclaiming that she was now in favor of eating. As they snacked on a couple of grapes, they talked a little bit more, getting to the point they felt comfortable to joke around. It got to the point Spinel had said something super ridiculous, which made Kiana nearly spit out her grape and flick one towards the smaller gem, booping her in the nose. Spinel let out a playful, "Hey!" and flicked one right back at Kiana, hitting her in the forehead. A few flying grapes later, and the two had grown dull of playing with their food. So next was the bathroom. Kiana flicked on the lights using some kind of switch that Spinel noted. Within it was everything a human would need to expel any toxins from their bodies, as Kiana explained. There was the toilet, where she said humans would urinate and defecation in. What that was exactly, Spinel had no intentions of finding out, nor did Kiana want to have to explain it to her. Then there was the tub that had a shower head, where humans would bathe themselves to keep from dirt buildup and/or nasty odors. In addition, there was a sink, where they would wash their face, brush their teeth, and other activities. Kiana turned one of the switches on the faucet to the water on within the sink. Spinel's eyes lit up once again, as she realized water could apparently transport itself from its bodies of water and into people's bathrooms. She was surely going to have to use this one later. Kiana would have to show Spinel her garage later, for she didn't consider Spinel needing to know what a vehicle was until later. Instead, she opted to take Spinel to her room, which was across from the bathroom within the main hall. Once again, Kiana flipped the switch, and not only did a light come on, but also the ceiling fan. Before Spinel could try and jump up to try and ride the contraption, Kiana had to remind her that it was dangerous, let alone she could possibly break it and cause it to collapse. The bedroom was where Kiana slept, apparently. Again, a statement that would lead to a question of what was sleep by the gem, followed up by another question from the human of if she ever slept. Spinelli shook her head. In response, Kiana's eyes widened. I'm starting to think that gems don't do a lot of things humans do, huh? Kiana questioned, walking over to her purple silk sheets and taking a seat. Spinel followed, only she performed more of a run and jump kind of motion, landing onto the bed with a plop. Nope, Spinel chirped, glancing around the room as they relaxed. Gems don't need to sleep, or eat, or any of these things you humans do. Wow, so you really is an alien. Kiana fell back onto the bed in front of Spinel, laying on her back and folding her hands behind her head. Spinel opted to lay on her stomach, propping her head up with her hands rested upon her cheeks, elbows cushioned within the soft mattress. She kicked her legs lightly, watching Kiana's heavy eyelids blink aimlessly at the ceiling fan. Yeah, I'm sorry I've probably been annoying you his whole time. Spinel sighed, sulking once again a bit. I know I'm a handful. Nah, you good. Kiana suddenly perked up, going to shift into a half-sitting, half-laying position, holding her upper body up with her arms straight and her palms down on the bed. Actually, this is the most fun I had in a long time, and my friends have yet to visit me when they come. Kiana trailed off. Spinel perked up at the mentioning, her eyes sparkling. Whoa, so we really are in the same boat. What you mean, shawty? Questioned Kiana, earning a confused glare from Spinel. It took Kiana a minute to realize that Spinel wasn't accustomed to nicknames, and she quickly explained. It's a nickname people give to others that they consider friends. I figured since you a girl and you short, I could call you that. We're friends? Spinel's eyes glossed over. Her core was suddenly filled to the brim with the same happiness she had felt when the diamonds wanted to take her in. Oh, just think. Spinel had just made a friend, all on her own, with no help from the crystal gems or Steven, let alone with a human. A race that at one point she didn't really care for or consider an equal. The very same thing she had sought to destroy a while ago. It wasn't until that moment that Spinel realized that she really did change. She really changed for the better. Boy, just wait until she told Steven. He'd surely be happy and excited with her process. Her wallowing in her sudden confidence boost would be short-lived, as Kiana continued. Well, duh! I ain't gonna just invite some random stranger off the streets into my home. She laughed, causing Spinel to blush in slight embarrassment. Kiana's joking nature then transformed into a curious one, those words Spinel had said earlier, still lingering in the forefront of her mind. Though, I gotta ask what you meant by we in the same boat. Did you just move here too? Kinda. No, not really. Spinel went to sit up and mimic Kiana's position, rubbing her arm nervously. You see, oh boy, how do I put this? Her cheeks grew warm at the memory as she began to explain herself. About a year ago, after coming out of the gardens where one of our gem's tyrant rulers, Pink Diamond kept me hidden. I kinda had to his big ultrification with the crystal gems, which I told you about earlier. Yeah, I remember. This Pink Diamond was trying to take over Earth and make gems on it, and the Crystal Gems was a rebellious group that had sought to stop her, only to find out years later that their leader Rose Quartz and Pink Diamond was the same person. Did I get all that right? Questioned Kiana, unsure. Spinel nodded with a small smile. Yup, you were listening. So what about them? What happened? Kiana reached over and grabbed a pillow, going to hug it to her middle, listening closely. If there was one thing Kiana was good at that Spinel picked up on, it was listening. Well, let's just say there was this boy named Stevnel. Spinel was cut off by an unusual high-pitched noise Kiana made as she began biting on her lower lip. Ooh, a boy? Kiana giggled. Do you like him? Is he cute? Is he human? Details. It felt like Spinel's whole face was on fire at Kiana's reaction. Why? Well, Spinel couldn't really answer that herself. It was just something about Kiana's response that made Spinel all flustered. I guess. Ooh, Spinel got a crush, Kiana said in a sing-song voice, only making Spinel quirk an eyebrow. A crush? Questioned Spinel. Oh, okay, so... Kiana shook the bed a bit as she crossed her legs Indian style and laid the pillow flat in her lap, then clasping her hands together. When someone says crush, they literally don't mean like to hurt someone. They mean like you have feelings for them. Like you down to hold hands with him? Maybe exchange a couple of kisses on the mouth? Kiana paused to see that not only was Spinel still lost, but her face had turned redder and redder as she went on. Kiana sighed. I'ma have to show you what I mean later, but bottom line, it's a special type of feeling that's like, say, more intense than a friendship. Ooh, Spinella gasped lightly, nodding slowly. Gotcha. She still didn't understand where Kiana was trying to go with this, but she figured she would ask her later. Don't worry, I'ma end up teaching you properly eventually. Kiana smiled. Kiana's smile then turned into a devious grin, waving for the rock alien to continue. Go on, though. Right. Well, Spinel sucked in a sharp breath. Not too long after what happened between us, I had left with Daotha Existent Diamonds to go live with them for a while. Steven is special. He's parted to crystal gems 'cause his mother, Pink Diamond, aka Rose Quartz, gave up her physical form so that way he could exist. Spinel began, before once again being cut off by Kiana. So wait, this Steven guy's half gem, half human. Kiana then gasped. I think I remember seeing a vlog on him in one of Ronaldo's old videos. And the others you was talking about. Me and him are around the same age, I think. Do you know him? Spinel jumped up, seeing the gleam in Kiana's eyes. Oh, how desperate she was to know where he was, so that she could reunite with him and hang out properly. You know, as friends. Best friends, if you're getting my drift. Sadly, no. Not personally. Kiana frowned, as Spinel deflated once again, the sound of air going out to balloons sounding as she did. Kiana found this amusing, raising an eyebrow. It was like she was a living, breathing, walking, talking oldie cartoon character, which Kiana was oddly fond of. But I'm sure he around here somewhere. You came all the way here to see him, right? Why not go looking for him tomorrow? Sure, but... Spinel paused, frowning. Why tomorrow? 'Cause I'm pretty sure with what time it is. Kiana picked up her device, which she explained to Spinel was a phone, showing her the screen. Upon the top, the white-colored font numbers read, 1:47 a.m. He asleep by now. Oh, Spinel blushed a bit, seeing as though it was time to call it a night, or in this case, morning. Kiana would go on to further help Spinel get ready for bed. First, Kiana had to explain to Spinel how sleeping worked. She demonstrated to Spinel to lay down, close her eyes, and no talking. It took Spinel a while to get comfortable with it, but she managed after a few minutes. Kiana being patient throughout the whole process. She became unresponsive to Kiana, which gave the young woman a chance to grab fresh undergarments and a set of pajamas. She glanced back at Spinel, noticing her attire. Indeed, Spinel had an otherworldly look to her attire, besides her appearance. She was wearing what looked like a romper, but more for battle. It had no sleeves at all, and a white collar that separated from the maroon color that started at her upside-down heart-shaped gem. Around her waist is where a rose-pink diagonal streak started and ended on her left hip, decorated with white stars on each side. Her shorts were poofy and goofy-looking, with white ruffles around her abnormally thin legs that adorned light pink tights, and knee-high maroon-colored boots that were pointed at the toe and curled up. The heel of them were a decent length, not too high to cause discomfort, but not too short to make the boot look plain. She wondered if Spinel had any other form of attire to wear. Did she ever even change her wardrobe? How often? If so, how did it work? Did she just poof it on like some outlandish magic trick, or did she have to put it on normally? She guessed all these questions would have to be answered tomorrow. With a slight yawn, Kiana slipped out of the room and towards the bathroom to properly get ready for bed. They had a big day ahead of them tomorrow, helping Spinel reunite with what Kiana assumed was her ex, and looking presentable while doing it. Chapter 3. Radio Tunes. It felt like it didn't take too long for the next day to get here. Spinelli was rudely awakened by the bright, glistening beams of light of the morning sun peeking beyond the pastel purple curtains. Much to her displeasure. Though she wanted to stay in her comfortable position, she couldn't stay here. She had other matters to tend to. Spinel slowly rose her upper body up, rubbing her eyes. She was immediately greeted with Kiana's sleeping form. She had her hair pulled up into a bun that had been messed up overnight. She was still and unmoving, much unlike the night before. She was facing away from Spinel, but the gem could tell the girl was fast asleep. She debated with herself for about a minute if it would be a bright idea on whether or not to wake her up. She could either easily slip out and continue on her search to find Steven, or have the assistance of Kiana to help guide her around with her GPS device. Something tugged at Spinel that the idea of taking her phone and leaving without her would be a bad idea. Not to mention the girl was nice enough to let her stay. Well, wake her up it is. Hey, Kiana, Spinel whispered harshly, going to lean over and reach out. Her hand gently was placed against Kiana's shoulder, and she shook lightly, hoping the movement would be enough to wake her. Lucky enough for the gem it was, as Kiana let out a deep sigh through her nostrils and turned over to see the gem sitting up now, wide awake. "Oh, hey, good morning," Kiana said hoarsely, her face ridden with grogginess from just waking up. She slowly went to sit up and arch her back slightly to pop the sore, stiff muscles within her back. Shu then reached her arms up towards the ceiling. "Ooh, woo! What time is it?" she questioned, more to herself than Spinel. Spinel watched curiously as Kiana reached over to her nightstand where her phone was located. It was plugged up to a cord, being juiced up to be used for the day. She tapped her screen and read the letters. "Oh shit!" Kiana gasped, suddenly wide awake. "It's early." "It is?" questioned Spinel. Kiana turned her phone to face the gem, and her hot pink eyes read the numbers that had changed over time. 9:05 a.m. "Yeah, at least for me it is." Kiana let her phone drop on side of her and stretched again, before throwing the blankets off of her and swinging her legs to the side of the bed. She then slid off of it and onto her feet. Her back was still facing Spinel, but she glanced over her shoulder towards the other female, smirking. "Ready to go meet up with your ex?" "Ex? Ex what?" Spinel questioned, sliding off of the bed herself and following after the human as they made their way towards the bathroom. "Oh, that's another thing I wanted to ask you," said Kiana, flipping the switch on again and walking towards the bathroom sink. She glared at her reflection in the mirror, flinching a bit before grabbing her toothbrush. Kiana turned the faucet on as Spinel took a seat on the toilet cover. She was now facing the back of Kiana due to the toilet right across from the sink on the other wall. Spinel began kicking her legs lightly. "Were you and Steven together, or—" Kiana trailed off, patiently waiting for the gem to continue. "Together?" the gem asked for what felt like the millionth time, still confused on the terms Kiana was trying to hint at. Kiana chuckled lightly, squeezing a bit of toothpaste on her now rinsed toothbrush. "Remember when we talked about having a crush on someone in an intense friendship kind of way?" "Yeah? Well, were you and Steven that kind of way before you left? Only you two had talked about it and established that kind of mutual relationship? Questioned Kiana, before sticking her toothbrush's bristles against her teeth that were exposed behind her plump lips. Spinel began to think about it. While the situation was still complex to understand, Spinel remembered a few things Kiana had mentioned. She mentioned hand-holding, which they had done a couple of times when she had been reverted back to her past self from her rejuvenator. However, Spinel had often initiated the contact, and Stephen awkwardly received it. Then Kiana also mentioned mouth-on-mouth contact. Spinel had never had an experience with Stephen in such a way, for she hadn't had known up until now that such thing was possible. She was sure Stephen was aware of it. So why didn't he do it? Spinel suddenly began feeling down again. Was she not his best friend? Had he not considered her to be so significant enough to share such things with? No, Spinel muttered out lowly, wrapping her arms around herself and sighing in disappointment. Kiana picked up on her sudden mood change, rinsing the toothpaste out of her mouth with the water had cupped into her hand before spitting. She then turned the water off and glanced to see Spinel now saddened at the question. Kiana frowned. "Oh, I see," she sighed. So they never dated. And he wasn't her ex. Glad she cleared that up before she embarrassed the gem in front of her crush one of these days. Feeling a pang of guilt hit her for making Spinel upset, Kiana came up with an idea that would possibly brighten Spinel's mood. "Hey, Spinel, you ever had breakfast?" questioned Kiana after a few moments of silence. Well, it worked. Spinel instantly perked up at the mentioning of breakfast, her eyes glistening with that same curiosity she had the night before, as she was shown around Kiana's place. Kiana grinned as she finished up freshening up for the day. She answered Spinel's questions on what was she wearing, and what are pajamas, and why change clothes when you could have slept in the ones the night before, as she tidied up her sink back to its previous state before heading into the kitchen, Spinel following right behind her like her little shadow. Within the kitchen, Spinel and Kiana had a blast. Who knew that having breakfast could be so fun? Spinel watched the human woman as she moved around the room of the kitchen with certainty and determination, taking out plastic and glass materials that Kiana had informed her were pans, plates, forks, knives, cups, and other devices used to make a meal. Laughter filled the room that was hazily lit by the late morning sun, the two goofing off as they usually did when together. Kiana even let Spinel taste some of the food that she was whipping up, just to get a small sample of what she was about to enjoy. How Spinel could imagine her and Stephen having such fun in the kitchen, laughing and carrying along just like her and Kiana. Like friends do. There was that pang again, the one that made her feel uncomfortable with the term she used to describe her and Stephen's relationship. They had to be friends. They had ended on decent terms. No anger, no fighting, no grudges. A simple friendly smile exchanged between two similar yet different entities. So why was she feeling so bad? Like she had wanted to do something about it. Change it into something different. Something Spinel couldn't quite explain. She didn't have much time to loathe around in her fantasies, as breakfast was ready, and now it was time to eat. The two sat at the small table, mainly made for two, giggling and laughing, and even playing around with their food a little as they enjoyed it. Who knew eating and drinking could be such a calming experience? Spinel wasn't sure where all of this was going to go later on, but she didn't care at the moment. She was enjoying her time with her new friend, and that was all that mattered. Once they finished up, they left their plates. Kiana remarked that she would tend to them later once she got back home. They made their way back into Kiana's room. Spinel went to sit on the bed as Kiana went to open up the mysterious doors that were on the far side of the room. Spinelli craned her neck to observe what the other female was up to, silently observing her movements as she rummaged around. "Yo, shawty!" Spinelli jolted a bit at the sudden outburst, not expecting Kiana to address her out the blue. "There was another thing I wanted to ask you. Do you wear clothes?" Kiana glanced over her shoulder. "Or is, like, the attire you got on a part of your body?" Yes and no." Spinel began kicking her legs slightly, them dangling over the bed. Well, what I'm wearing now is a parts of my looks. When I reform, I can change 'em." "Reform?" Kiana asked, having grabbed some clothes from her wardrobe and brought them over to her bed, laying them out. Spinel looked at them with intrigue, never having questioned about them the last time she had spent her time here. Spinel hummed, scratching her chin with her pointer finger, before continuing. "Let me explain it to you like 'tis." Spinel tapped the gem that was on her chest. "When a gem's physical form is damaged, but the gem is fine, our physical forms kinda poof. And with a little time, they reform with whatever looks we want." Spinel finished enthusiastically, performing jazz hands for special effect. Kiana snickered, nodding. "So, like, you're really just the gem, and everything else I'm looking at is just an illusion," Kiana explained. "Smart cookie," Spinel giggled, causing Kiana to laugh. "You catch on fast." Well, not trying to brag, but Kiana flipped an invisible strand of hair, her expression smug. "I did just graduate from high school, so I got a diploma showing proof to hat I'm pretty smart. I don't know what the hat is, but cool." Spinel threw her hands up for emphasis. Kiana laughed once again, shaking her head before pointing towards the clothes. "BlueM0usE, try that on, girlie," said Kiana. Curious as to what Kiana had planned, she did as the woman commanded. Though this was a little difficult. Spinel had no way of knowing how to put on clothes, much to Kiana's amusement. Kiana helped Spinel get into her attire, instructing her on how it's done, and helping her get her arms, legs, and head into the proper holes. Once Spinel finished, Kiana stepped back to admire her handiwork. Tilting her head and rubbing her chin, the other crossed along her middle. Okay, so my clothes is way too big for you, B," said Kiana. Spinel stood there awkwardly, dressed in a pair of Kiana's clothing, a pink crop top hued half, and halved with a lighter pink and darker pink color, and a pair of short jean shorts that were rolled up at the ends and high-waisted with 3 golden buttons. The clothing she had on were 3 times her size and dangled off of the outfit she wore underneath. While Spinel fancied the type of look and believed she could fit in better and be more approachable with this attire, "This won't do." "No worries, I can fix 'tis." Spinel held out her hands in a gesture for Kiana to not stress about it. Kiana's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree at the next actions that would take place. Stunned, fascinated, she watched breathlessly as Spinel's body suddenly glowed, engulfing her whole body during the process. By the time Spinel's form had stopped glowing, her appearance made much more sense. Gone were her usual attire underneath, now sporting only Kiana's clothes. In addition, they fitted her small form better. On top of that, Spinel decided to change her shoes, ones that she had taken a sneak peek at within Kiana's closet, a pair of black combat boots with silver buckles. Her hair remained the same, pigtails that were no longer comically spiked up like they used to be, now naturally weighing down by Earth's gravity. Kiana gasped, gawking at Spinel's improvement on her choice in clothing. She then began clapping excitedly, nodding. "Okay, well, you ready to go?" said Kiana, walking back over to her closet and pulling out yet another pair of clothes. She then looked over at Spinel with a grin. "My turn." Out of respect for Spinel, Kiana went change and get ready in the bathroom. By the time Kiana had finished, they both began making their way to the garage. Kiana had made sure to grab her keys and lock up her house on the way out. You never know nowadays. Better to be safe than sorry. Just like last night, Kiana explained to Spinel what a garage was, along with what a car was. To Spinel, it was a slower form of transportation as compared to gem technology, but still efficient. Spinel couldn't wait to climb inside and see all the cool, simple features this baby had to it. Kiana unlocked the car doors, and Spinel skipped over to what Kiana referred to as the passenger seat, a place for others riding with her to ride in. Meanwhile, Kiana climbed into the driver's seat, which, unlike Spinel's side, had a wheel. As soon as Kiana got inside, she was bombarded with questions about what each thing did. Kiana chuckled in response and took her time in explaining and showing the steering wheel. Windshield wipers, the lights, the door itself, the seat belts, and more. By the time she had finished, both she and Spinel were buckled up. "Aight, shoddy!" Kiana revved up the machine, then going to grab a pair of shades that sat on her dashboard and put them on. "Let's go!" she exclaimed excitedly as the garage's door slid open and she slowly eased out of the driveway. Spinel was immediately greeted with so many wondrous sights she hadn't gotten a good look at since last night. She guessed because it was too dark to properly see anything. Houses much like Kiana's, only slightly different in their aspects, passed by as they cruised down the street. "Oh, let me show you some'n." Kiana caught Spinel's attention, who had her face pressed up against the glass. The gem watched as Kiana reached with her free hand to click a particular button. The speakers within the car immediately began singing to Spinel, her eyes lighting up. She listened to what the man was saying intently, trying to decipher what he was singing about. All for the gram. Bitches love the gram. Oh wait, shit. Roxanne? All she want to do is party all night. God damn, Roxanne. Never gonna love me, but it's alright. She think I'm a asshole. She think I'm a player. She keep running back, though. Only 'cause I pay up. Roxanne. Roxanne. All she want to do is party all night. Roxanne. Is deed that who he's singing about? Spinel looked to Kiana questioningly. Kiana giggled a bit, shaking her head. Kinda. Roxanne is more of a metaphor on a type of girl, answered Kiana, as she pressed the brake slowly as they approached a red light. Glad to know you know what music is. Oh, come on, I ain't a hat old, Spinel joked, causing Kiana to burst out laughing. Besides, Pink was all about music. Steven, too. Spinel rubbed her arm shyly, glancing out the window as the light turned green. Kiana pressed her foot up against the gas pedal, the car slowly inching forward before speeding up. Kiana's eyes shifted to stare at Spinel from the corner of them. She smirked at the sudden reddening hue decorating her no longer tear-streaked cheeks. Ooh, he sung to you before. Is he good at it? Questioned Kiana, genuinely wanting to know the details. Yeah, his voice is like an angel. Spinel cooed, swooning over the memory of Steven's singing to her. At the time, she was annoyed with his attempts to try and get her to stop fighting. She knew that was all he wanted from her, to stop her devilish plans and turn over a new leaf. He thought singing was going to put an ease to her mind and her troubles, which unbeknownst it did, to a certain extent. As time went on, the more that Spinel played that memory in her head, the more fond she grew of the song. She even found herself humming it from time to time. However, before Spinel could go any further into her daydreams, Kiana snickered, grinning widely. Oh yeah, boy. You got the hots F8 did his guy. Kiana pursed her lips to slightly mush up her words. Spinel huffed and rolled her eyes. Even if she didn't quite understood what Kiana meant by that, she could tell she was teasing her. Only drives me to want to meet him more. With time. Spinel then hummed thoughtfully, her hand hovering above the other buttons next to it, curious to what they did. Mind if I give it a shot? Spinel batted her eyelashes to the human woman, pouting a bit. Sure. Go ahead. That button is going to change the station we listening to. Kiana shrugged, not minding if the gem decided to play with her radio a bit. Haven been given the okay to do so. Spinel clicked another button that somehow caught her eye. Despite it looking exactly the same as the others, the tone and voice changed, as a female human took the lead this time. You told me I'm beautiful. 'Cause I told you, you don't tell me enough. You're lying next to me. 'Cause I told you, you don't touch me enough. Now you told me you'd stay with me. 'Cause I told you, you've been working too much. You told me you care for me. 'Cause I told you, you don't show me your love. Oh yeah, Spinel liked this one. She lightly began tapping her feet to the beat, arms crossed and back rested against the cloth seating, listening intently to not only her message, but her smooth voice. As they rode through town, the scenery began to change, now changing into one more of a cliff setting, towering above all the other houses and buildings that resided within Beach City. Spinel's eyes scanned the area, before her eyes fell upon one that looked familiar to her. Ooh! Spinel suddenly piped up, bouncing lightly in her seat. Kiana glanced over to see Spinel's finger dotted upon the glass in a particular location, one that was far off and more secluded from town. "That's where Stephen lives. That's where Stephen lives," she squealed, going to lightly tug at Kiana's jean jacket sleeve. Luckily, that arm wasn't on the wheel, or Spinel would have caused them to swerve slightly. "That's where he lives?" she mocked playfully, matching that same hyped-up energy Spinel was giving off in a playful manner. "Well, what the fuck we waitin' for? Let's go!" Spinel squeaked lightly when Kiana pressed her foot even harder on the gas, going a bit faster. This was finally it. After all these months, a whole year, she was finally going to see her bestest friend in the whole universe. She just hoped he was home this time, and not making Kiana come all the way out here for nothing. "Watch out, Steven Universe. Here comes your best friend, Spinel." Chapter 4. Unexpected Visitor. He could hear the seagulls conversating amongst themselves in their own tongue in the near distance. The usual pestering sound of the waves crashing upon shore being amongst the first sounds he heard in the morning. He sighed through his nostrils heavily. Just another day. Another day to plaster on a fake smile and keep up the friendly demeanor he showed to everyone on the daily. Fuck. How long did he have to keep this up? Stephen slowly pulled his upper body up from his laying position. He ran his thick fingers through his naturally curly, dark, thick locks. He let out a sigh as he tried to shake the grogginess from his system. The good thing is, the gems were away doing their own thing and he could sleep in. After all, today was Saturday, so no little homeschool for anyone. He could finally take a break and rest. Then again, what was he going to do? All his friends were gone, and his crush was busying herself with cram school, along with possibly spending time with her new friends, forgetting about him, enjoying the fact that he wasn't there with them, holding them back and being weird. "That's not true, Stephen," he reassured himself within his mind. "Connie loves you. The gems love you. Everyone loves you. Too bad it's not true," came another voice within his mind, darker, deeper, more sinister. Ugh, how he wished this didn't have to happen almost every day, where he would try to be the person everyone loved and looked up to, when deep down, he knew he could never go back to how he used to be, that same bubbly, determined, happy young boy he used to be, the one that everyone depended on and looked up to. He couldn't go back. He wasn't going back. And the sickest thing to all of this was, he didn't want to go back. Stephen had to just accept that this was who he was now, and to keep everyone from worrying when they had their own lives to live now, he had to hide it, for their sake and his. After taking a few moments to try and wake himself up completely, he lazily swung his legs over the side of the bed after throwing off his fluffy white sheets. His feet hit the cold wooden floor, slightly creaking under his weight. He moved towards his dresser and pulled out a fresh pair of boxers, his classic shirt that held the same golden star on it that was now surrounded by pools of angsty black, and a pair of his favorite jeans. Once he had finished gathering up his clothes for today, he headed for his bathroom. There, he would get himself prepared for the day, brush his teeth, wash his face, shave, now that he was growing hairs upon his chin, and then hop into his tub to take a well-needed shower. The hot water eased his aching muscles and calmed his dampened demeanor. Nothing like a good shower in the morning to ease your worries. Well, he assumed it still was morning. After 10 minutes of washing off and spending the next 20, standing in one spot contemplating on what he was going to do today, Stephen finally finished up his shower and stepped out. He dried himself off thoroughly before getting dressed into his usual clothing. He then proceeded to let his hair air dry today, for it seemed like he wasn't going to be going anywhere or doing anything with anyone. He was all alone. Alone. Once he had finished up in the bathroom, Stephen exited to go stare at his phone for a bit. A bad habit he had picked up after he started having glowing issues, spending another 5 minutes debating whether or not he should bother someone. After all, everyone seemed too busy for him now. He didn't want to burden anyone with his clingy nature. He strides across the living room, up the stairs and into his bedroom. His phone was sitting on his nightstand peacefully, beckoning him over to come pick it up and scroll through all the contacts he knew very well. He was anxious to actually send a text or call. Don't you find it unusual that Connie never calls us as much as she used to? She would usually call by now. The voice cooed thoughtfully. Steven shook his head. No, he couldn't. He shouldn't be wasting his time. After all, it was a beautiful day outside. Who said he couldn't enjoy it by himself? He looked down to his feet, which were still bare of his usual reddish-pink flip-flops. Who was he kidding? He didn't want to be alone. What fun could he possibly have alone? Sure, there were more people moving to Beach City due to the gem population and their fascination with other worldly things. He could make new friends, he could move on. But still, Steven had made up his mind that he would just stay home, watch TV, and eat some ice cream. Well, that was the game plan for today, until he heard a mysterious honking outside, and it didn't sound too far off. What the? He mumbled under his breath as he turned his head towards his room's entryway. Who could possibly be outside, let alone honking at him? No. Maybe it had to be coming from somewhere ridiculous, like his shut-off TV he kept in his room, or his phone that wasn't buzzing along to the noise. He waited a few moments, his dark brown eyes shifting from one wall to the next. The second honk confirmed his suspicion, as it was longer, more urgent. Wasting no more time, he rushed across his bedroom to slide his feet into his flip-flops before sprinting back to the entryway and down the steps. Immediately, he was greeted with the front screen door to his house. He grabbed the door's small knob and swung the door open. His eyes peered down at the silver Honda Accord sitting right in front of his beach house, facing to the side to show all of side its structure and detail. Steven quirked an eyebrow. Who the? He trailed off quietly. His questions would soon be answered as the passenger door to the car opened. Out came the person within it in all her glory. The only thing is, Steven wasn't expecting for the person that emerged from the vehicle to be a gem, let alone a little pink gem with that familiar upside-down heart. Steven's heart raced, mostly from panic. What was she doing here? And why was she in a car? Oh, Steven! Spinel waved, a bright smile on her face as her eyes lit up despite his bewildered expression. Spinel? Steven called back, letting her know that yes, he remembered her, which made Spinel very happy. Glad to know you still recognize me, doll face. Spinel smirked, going to close the passenger door behind her and begin walking towards the front deck of the house. However, before she could get up the steps, the car's horn sounded again. Both's attention turned to the car. Steven raised an eyebrow at the girl who had made herself known. A human girl, might he add. She folded her arms against the hood of the car and rested her chin upon it, staring at Steven through her sunglasses. Steven's hand went to lightly clutch his shirt where his pounding heart was located. Why did this girl remind him of Connie? Sure, she was a skin shade or two lighter than her, but she still had that beautiful brown skin he had come to love on his crush. Her hair was just as dark as Connie's and had that same wavy texture, her ponytail softly blowing within the wind. The only difference between Connie and this girl was that she had a wider nose and fuller lips. Just who was she? Keep calm, universe, he thought to himself, as he was willing his body not to start getting out of control, thus causing him to start glowing again, especially in front of them. Ooh, Spinel, the girl cooed, causing a reaction out of Spinel. Spinel stomped her foot and did a zipping motion with her pointer finger and her thumb over her mouth, only for the girl to throw her head back and laugh. Hey, yo, you're Steven, eh? She shouted above the whistling wind, smirking. Steven flinched, caught off guard by the woman's bold nature. She was definitely more out there than Connie was. She seemed like the type to make friends everywhere she went, no matter their background or personality. Something Steven wished he still had. Yeah. Nice, she said, her smirk turning into a shit-eating grin. She then turned her head to face Spinel. "Shoddy, you want to stay another night with me? Or you could stay." Spinel looked to Stephen, silently questioning on whether or not he would even want her to stay. Spinel couldn't quite read his expression, for he seemed just as confused as she was. It's honestly up to Stephen. Well, I need to know, so I know whether or not. I need to pick you back up. Have another sleepover," shouted the woman, this time cupping her mouth with her hands to louden her pitch. "She's fine. She can stay here." Stephen suddenly cut in before either of them could say a word. The female lifted an eyebrow, while the gem gawked at Stephen, awe-stricken. Did he literally just say that? Did he mean it? While Spinel was overjoyed with his response, Stephen began to panic a little. Sure, he didn't mind if she stayed here, but what about the gems? How would they react to a gem that set back their memories and made them forget Stephen suddenly lounging around in their house? He remembered that he and Spinel had ended on okay terms, but they never did. Would they attack her? Would they even make her feel comfortable and welcomed? Then again, there was that time with Aquamarine and Eyeball Ruby, so who knew for sure? "Okay, if you say so, fam." The woman gave Spinel 2 thumbs up, making the gem flustered and wave her off yet again. "Get out of here, Kiana. Love you too. Don't hurt my new friend, okay?" She pointed an accusing finger to Stephen, making him flinch again before waving to Spinel. "Later, Spinel." With that, the woman, who Stephen could finally put a name to, Kiana, had climbed back into her vehicle. She immediately drove off into the distance, sand particles flying around her tires and all. Now, the two were finally alone. So, Stephen turned towards Spinel, giving her a nervous smile. "Hey, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going?" Spinel sucked in a bit of breath, throwing her hands up in the air to show how serious she was. "I'll tell you how's it going, Steven Universe," she hissed, putting emphasis on his last name. Stephen flinched, getting into a slight defensive pose. Was she mad at him? Was she upset? What did he do to make her so upset? After all, he hadn't seen her in what? A year? He was caught off guard, roaming in his mind for an answer to why she was yelling at him. Without hesitance, she literally flung herself on him, wrapping her arms around him a couple of times as she slightly squeezed. It's so good to see us, Stevie," Spinel squeaked, as he squeaked from having the life nearly sucked out of him by the rubber hose cartoon-like kook. You too, Spinelli. Please, let go." By his plea, she immediately let go of him, causing him to collapse onto the wooden flooring of the deck, hand grasping his chest as he huffed desperately. Spinel waited patiently for Stephen to catch his breath, tilting her head innocently as he had finally came to. Once he had calmed down, he glanced up at Spinel, hands propping him up from behind as his one leg that was bent at the knee alongside the other fell onto the surface of the wooden deck, manspreading. What brings you here?" he stuttered. Stephen was well aware of how she could be. Spinel was an unpredictable firecracker that could be one way one minute and a whole another the next. Though they had worked things out the last time he saw her, he was skeptical of how she was feeling on the subject. Though, for now, he'd leave that in the dark until the time was right to bring it up. Dewey?" Spinel knocked against her head as she leaned over, her eyes bouncing with each tap for comical effect, before she shook her head, placing her hands on her hips. "I came here to see you. You never call, you never write." She counted on her fingers as she went along. She then stood back tall. She placed one hand on her hip and the other out towards him. Silently gesturing, she would be more than happy to help him onto his feet. "I was beginning to think you died of something." She watched as Stephen clasped his hand against hers, gripping it. With one yank, she was able to help him onto his feet. Stephen stumbled and nearly knocked them over in the process, causing Spinel to blush slightly at the sudden closeness. "Touch me, Steven Universe?" He played it off, taking a step back. He waved at her remark dismissively before pointing to himself smugly. "The only way I'd die at this point is from old age." They both laughed, Spinel covering her lips with her hand as she did so, and Stephen clutching his stomach while grasping his forehead, tilting his head back. Their laughters were short-lived, as Stephen coughed into his fist awkwardly, and Spinel rubbed the back of her neck, crossing her ankles over one another. "So, you gonna invite me in?" Spinel gestured to the door. Stephen stood there for a moment, his mind still processing her request, before he had finally caught on. Oh, yeah, right. He stepped to the side and went to open the door for her, gesturing for her to come inside with his other hand. "Come on in." He forced a smile. Spinel giggled and courtesies a bit. Why thank you." She then waltzed on inside, Stephen watching her as she stepped into the house. Once her back was to him, he let out a defeated sigh. Oh boy. He rolled his eyes, not ready for what was to surely come out of this. "At least she's the only one making an effort to hang out with you." The voice snickered, causing him to bite his lower lip. "Shut up, please," he responded harshly to the voice, before going to close the screen door behind him and tend to his unexpected guest. Nice. Chapter 5. At Home Movies. Spinel took in that sweet scent that Stephen's house naturally had, also embracing the slight cool air that welcomed her. She walked over to the couch and immediately took a seat. At the same time, Stephen had closed the door, glaring curiously at Spinel as he walked further inside. He was so caught up with the random visit that he hadn't even noticed that Spinel was wearing different clothing. Very Earth-like, might he add. He wondered, "So, who is that?" Stephen stopped to stand just on side of the couch, thumbing behind him towards the door. He was asking her who that strange girl was that had dropped her off. "Oh, her?" Spinel propped her elbows up on the back of the couch. She placed her feet on the coffee table and crossed her ankles, making herself very comfortable in the process. "That's Kiana. I met her last night after I had left your house." "Wait, you were here?" Stephen's eyes widened, stunned that Spinel had even set foot in his house. Well, that would explain how she got all the way here on such a short notice. The warp pad. "Yup, but nobody was home, so I went ahead and tried searching Yeah, never found ya, but I did find Kiana though. She let me spend a night and everything." Spinel chirped happily, going to do jazz hands for special effects. "She even taught me a few things, and called me her friend." Spinel wiggled her eyebrows. "That's great. Spinel." Stephen bit his lower lip again. His fingers that were previously rubbing behind his neck as she talked began to grip the skin on the back of it. He should be happy for Spinel. After all, she had managed to make a new friend, let alone a human one. However, the fact that she didn't need Stephen's help in order to do this eerily bugged him. On top of that, the fact that she had taught Spinel a few things that he wanted to teach her also irked him. Already, someone who he had just reunited with was moving on without him, and he was terrified of that aspect. So, meanwhile, on Spinel's end, she could sense something was up with Stephen, though he wore a wide smile that showed his enthusiasm for her finally showing independence. His glare was glossed over and riddled with an unfathomable sadness, the type of sadness Spinel hadn't seen in a while. He was acting like he was glad to see her after so long, acting as if everything was okay, possibly not to hurt her feelings and make her feel uncomfortable. Spinel frowned, folding her hands into her lap and sighing. She didn't really want to have to bring this up, let alone so early, but it needed to be said. "Look, Stephen." Spinel gripped the hem of her shorts, biting her lower lip lightly. "I know. I screwed up. Big time. I nearly destroyed your home. I made your friends forget ya. You tried to make amends with me, and I cut you off and just left with the diamonds in hopes of starting someone new. But the truth is," she sighed, "I needed time to heal. I was broken. I was a mess, and I figured leaving and starting a new life would help me, and it did." Spinel smiled a little, glancing into his eyes again. Her smile immediately faded. It was his eyes. They were so different since the last time she saw him. Sure, She had caused him a bit of stress during her last antics. Okay, that was a lie. A lot of stress. But he had so much emotion in his eyes, full of hope and determination. Now, they looked tired, hopeless, defeated. She wanted to ask what had happened to him during her time away from Earth, but she could clearly tell it would be something he wouldn't want to talk about, especially now. So, she would give it some time. See if she could kind of lighten up his mood by hanging around him. I guess what I'm really trying to say is... Spinel removed her feet from the coffee table and stood up. She turned to face him slightly, hand lightly rubbing one of her arms. I rushed off thinking I could avoid my problems without a proper apology. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize, Spinel. Stephen smiled a bit, pushing his hands into his pockets. You're already forgiven. And hey, I'm glad you're doing better. No, you're not, the voice countered. I'm glad you're making new friends. No, you're not. And I'm glad you decided to visit me, because she's the only one that has time for you. Tuh, not that I mind, the voice cooed as Stephen's eyes suddenly roamed her body. Stephen shook his head. What was that about? That was new. He certainly wouldn't even think of looking at Spinel in such way, unless he had something to do with it. I see. Sure. He was a teenager, almost young adult, with body changes and experience as time goes on. The more his once innocent mind would fall into the gutter from time to time. So, he began taking a few steps forward, going to stand before her now. This caused Spinel to squeak slightly. Wow, he hadn't grown much, but it seemed as though he grew half a head taller than her. In all honesty, it made Spinel a little intimidated, but in a good way. What do you want to do? Spinel rubbed her chin thoughtfully, her other hand placed on her hip again. Well, I did want to catch up with ya. It's been a while. Cool. Want to watch a couple of movies and just stay at the house? Stephen suggested, thumbing towards the stairs that lead to her room. Sure, but Stephen? Spinelli looked unsurely at Stephen, raising an eyebrow and tilting her head a bit. What's a movie? Oh, don't worry. Stephen grinned. He removed one of his hands from his pockets and held it out towards her. Spinel raised an eyebrow. She glanced at his outstretched hand before back up to his face. Her lips matched his grin as she happily took it, letting him lead her to his bedroom. The hours rolled by. Movie after movie. Genre after genre. It was like a roller coaster of experience. And Spinel loved it. She loved the snacks Stephen had made for them to share. She enjoyed the laughing, the crying, the suspense moments, the tense actions that had both of them on the edge of her seat. Who knew that a movie could be so entertaining? During the first movie, Spinel couldn't grasp the concept of it, to which Stephen had to explain to her what the purpose of a movie was, what was really going on. People acting. What acting was, why people acted. All the endless possibilities of genres, and more. Spinel caught on quickly, thus leading to her enjoyment escalating. To top it all off, she was spending it with Stephen this time, the person she cherished the most. They were so wrapped up in watching movie after movie that they had hardly noticed that the sun was beginning to set, signaling that it was becoming midday. Okay, so... Stephen tried to hold in his laughter, as Spinelli openly guffawed at the joke he had just made, finding it amusing. As she sat Indian-style on the floor, Stephen moved to kneel before his DVD player, removing the previous disc. He placed it back within its casing before grabbing another. This one is like a really cheesy romantic one. So cheesy, it's kind of funny. Connie and I watched it about a month ago. We laughed so much. He chuckled at the fond memory, ignoring the slight stinging in his chest of how much he missed her. Romance? Spinel repeated curiously, finally calming down from her laughing fit. She wasn't sure who Connie was and what her role in this was, so she decided to ignore it for now. Stephen had just popped the DVD into the DVD player when he glanced back at Spinel. Oh. Stephen's cheeks turned slightly pink from embarrassment. Oh, geez. How do I put this? He rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Well, let's watch it. I'm sure I can get an idea from watching the movie. Spinel leaned back a bit in her position before leaning forward. Oh, okay. Stephen nodded slightly, going to crawl back to his spot before sitting down, bringing his knees up to his chest as he wrapped his arms in around his legs. As the movie processed, Spinel let out a thoughtful huff. Oh, yes, I'm glad I came. I'm glad you're teaching me something about Earth. And to think I almost tried to destroy it. Spinel laughed nervously, soonly followed by Stephen's own nervous laughter. Yeah, he muttered lowly. They sat in a slightly awkward silence, not really paying attention to the previews, wanting to find a conversation starter, but sadly coming up with none. As Spinel played with her ungloved fingers, Stephen glanced towards her. To him, she seemed so different, not considering her choice of attire. Her eyes seemed much softer, sparkling with a newfound curiosity to understand the world she had once loathed so much at first. Her pigtails that was always spiked up to mirror her tense and destructive mind was now flowing downward, like a once raging river finally at peace. Her tear stakes no longer present, making her features look more softer. Stephen had to admit, the new look suited her. No kidding. She looks hot, not gonna lie. The voice spoke up. Stephen mentally sighed, his peace of mind being disrupted after a while. Do you ever quit? Stephen thought to himself bitterly, gritting his teeth underneath his lips. Nope, the voice taunted. You forget that I'm a part of you now, whether you like it or not. Stephen sighed audibly. His patience had finally run thin with this part of himself that he tried so desperately to hide. Since the day the glowing problem started was when the voice appeared, egging him on behind the scenes to let his anger out, pulling him into the darkness he tried so hard to stay away from, slowly helping drive a further distance between him and his family and his friends. However, Stephen couldn't help himself, nor did he have anyone else to help him. Everyone was so busy, living their own daily lives and slowly drifting away from him. Stephen felt trapped, and he didn't know what to do, how to get out, how to stop the bad feelings from happening. Calm down, Stephen. Don't get in your head again. He exhaled heavily, closing his eyes for a few moments as he tried to steady his slowly racing heart. Like that's gonna help. He could feel his other half roll his eyes, and this caused Stephen to roll his own. Luckily, Spinel wasn't paying much attention, or else she'd think he was rolling them at her. Finally, the previews had ended, and the movie was about to begin. However, before it could make it past the studio's introduction to their logo, there was a slight creaking sound coming from downstairs before a sharp banging sound, promptly followed by footsteps. Both Stephen and Spinel had heard it, as they both glanced towards his bedroom's doorway entrance. Stiffening, this was the moment they feared the most. Oh, shoot! Stephen quickly shot up onto his feet. Stephen! Spinel stuttered out. Stephen looked down towards her and noticed her concerned glare. Stephen glared back at her with the same worried and nervous twinkle in his dark brown eyes. The gems are back. Stephen glanced around his room. There were two options he had. Either hide Spinel from the gems for now, until he could explain to them what was going on, or get this over with now. Stephen! He could hear Garnet call from downstairs. Or Garnet already knows thanks to her future vision and wants to talk about it now. Good luck, mused his counterpart. If we're lucky, they'll understand. Stephen? This time, Pearl's voice called out. Spinel glanced at Stephen, who sighed. Come on, Spinel. It's okay. Stephen forced a smile, holding his hand out for her to take. Spinel glanced at his hand nervously, before towards the doorway to his room. She seemed extremely hesitant and unsure. Are they still mad at me? Asked Spinel, glancing back at Stephen. We won't know until we go talk to them. Stephen assured, nodding slightly. Besides, I'm sure Garnet already knows, he said, as Spinel grasped his hand and let him pull her onto her feet. Right. Spinel chewed lightly on her fingernail as she nervously followed him down the small fleet of stairs. Geez, this felt like déjà vu. Spinel remembered the last time Stephen attempted to introduce her to the gems, once they had returned from the garden. She had expressed her worries of them seeing her back to her old self at the time, to which Stephen assured her that everything was going to be okay. That was, until, as soon as they saw her, they materialized their weapons and got into battle-ready stance. This time, Spinel expected no different from the last time. She just hoped Stephen could talk his way out of this instance like he normally did. By the time they had gotten downstairs, all 3 gems were waiting for them patiently. The other 2 seemed more expecting and less surprised, hinting that the fusion gem had probably given them the rundown of what was to come. Though they seemed a bit more calm than last time, Spinel could still sense their uneasiness. They watched carefully as they had walked around the end of the stairs and more towards the couch, where the others had decided to make themselves comfortable. For a few moments, everyone seemed to be in a stare down. Stephen and Spinel with the crystal gems and the crystal gems with Stephen and Spinel. Before long, Stephen decided to break the ice. "Hey guys." Stephen chuckled nervously, waving slightly. "Hello, Stephen." "Hello, Spinel," greeted Garnet with a nod. Spinel nodded back, acknowledging her presence. "So, Spinella." Before Stephen could get another word in, Amethyst had started up after the pause. "What did .brings you here, dude?" "You, just here to check up on Stephen." Spinel gestured to Stephen, who glanced at her before glaring back at them. "Right." Pearl's baby blue eyes shifted to the side, still giving off that uncomfortable expression. "Stephen, can we talk for a minute?" Garnet turned her attention to Stephen, who jolted slightly at her suddenly addressing him. "Alone?" "Sure." Stephen rubbed the back of his neck, glancing down at his feet. Having been given the okay, Garnet got up and made her way towards the screen door outside. Once she passed him, Stephen followed, much to Spinel's unease at him leaving Head alone to face the other crystal gems. Chapter 6. Bad Dreams. "So," Stephen muttered as he went to stand beside Garnet. He crossed his arms along the railing, leaning on it slightly as he looked up to the taller gem with hesitance. "Oh, what did you want to talk to me about?" He shouldn't have even asked that. It was obvious what she wanted to talk about. And it had everything to do with the little pink gem that tried to destroy their home about a year ago, because of her past transgressions, and not tending to them properly. Especially where the gems were concerned. He was anxious about whether or not Garnet would allow Spinel to stay or not. Sure, her visit was unexpected, not to mention slightly awkward, but Stephen knew within his heart that Spinel had good intentions. It's like she said. She just rushed off with the diamonds and never tried fixing their relationship, which he couldn't blame her for doing. In all honesty, he wasn't ready to start a proper friendship with Spinel. At the time, she was just another one of Pink Diamond's messes that she left for him to deal with. Another thing that reminded him of her. However, now, he felt comfortable to want to try things again. Seeing as though they've both healed from the past. Well, her for the most part. "Stephen, I'm going to be honest with you," Garnet continued after a few moments, her tone never changing, and continuing to sound calm. He couldn't even read her eyes, due to the shades she wore to conceal them. "While I appreciate you rekindling your relationship with Spinel, I'm worried about her trying to destroy the town again." Stephen's eyes narrowed. Even though he was willing to listen and reason with whatever Garnet had to say, there was a feeling deep, dark corner within him that wanted her to choose her words carefully. In response, Garnet shook her head. "Well, I do see a possibility that Spinel can cause havoc again." "Huh? That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried that the path Spinel might take might cause you to lose yourself." Garnet adjusted her shades. "Wait, what?" Stephen frowned. What do you mean?" "I can't tell you much. All I can tell you is to be very careful of the people Spinel starts to hang around. While their intentions are good, there's a downfall that could lead you both on the path to destruction," said Garnet simply. Stephen was confused, if that was even the word he wished to describe his current feelings. Well, as a child, he always found her mysterious nature thrilling and incredible. Lately, it's been bothersome to him. What's the point of telling me all this if you aren't going to tell me just what the fuck you're trying to get at? The voice snarled. For once, Stephen agreed with him. I understand. Stephen nodded slowly. This earned a slight smile from Garnet. She ruffled his hair, which earned a slight chuckle from him, as he playfully swatted her hand away. In all reality, though, he didn't. He didn't understand. After all, he didn't have future vision like she did, so he couldn't possibly comprehend just what to look out for. Yes, Spinel had showed up with some random human stranger this morning, but Garnet said people. Was the girl one of them, or was it another bunch? Heck, were they even human? What kind of signs would he have to pick up on in order to stop it from happening? The agonizing part is, Stephen would have to figure this out for himself. Let time unfold to pick up on the signs and act before it's too late. The thought alone would be enough to give anyone a headache. Now, Garnet turned around, heading back to the front door. Stephen turned his head to follow her movements before turning his whole body around. Let's go check on the others to see how they're doing. So, the Diamonds didn't send you to try and pester Stephen to come live with them? Amethyst raised an eyebrow. Spinel shook her head. Nope. And they didn't send you to send a message to him about anything, stated Pearl. Nada. Spinel shrugged. I just came on my own. I felt kinda lonely and figured I'd come check up on Stephen, said Spinel simply, tracing light circles upon their wooden flooring nervously. In all honesty, she felt like she was being interrogated, which she wasn't quite fond of. But don't the Diamonds, give you something to do or something? Amethyst rolled her eyes, leaning back on the couch and propping her elbows on the back of it. This still wasn't adding up to her. She felt there was a bigger purpose to this than Spinel just deciding to pop up on planet Earth just to see one person after all this time. Oh, they do. Spinel began to rock on the balls of her feet and heels a bit. She folded her hands behind her back innocently, her arms curling around each other a couple of times, to further demonstrate her rubber hose-like flexibility. It's just dat they have been busy with trying to fix their messes. Dat they haven't had much time, F.A. me. Spinel sulked a bit, causing both gems to frown and exchange glances. The door would then open before Pearl could utter a response, and all attention were on the beings that had just entered back in. Is everything okay? Stephen asked, frowning. Everything's fine, Stephen, Pearl assured. Yeah, we cool, bro. Amethyst gave a lazy thumbs up. We've decided to let Spinel stay here for the time being, said Garnet. All heads whipped around to her, eyes widened. What? Pearl shrieked. Whoa! What made you come up with that idea? I mean, not that we mind, shouted Amethyst, more stunned at the fact Garnet would be so blunt about it. Then again, this is Garnet we're talking about. Really? Spinel squealed, slapping both hands onto her cheeks as her pink eyes sparkled. Yes, Garnet nodded simply. But the fusion gem held up a finger, causing Spinel to hold her breath as the others calmed down momentarily. You must have an escort from this household whenever you leave the house. We do trust you, but it would be safer if you have someone to show you around. That way, you don't get lost. Garnet glanced at Stephen. Stephen nodded slightly in response, instantly picking up on her little fib to make sure Spinel stays in check, for his and Spinel's sake. Sold? Spinel literally launched herself into Garnet's arms, Garnet expecting the reaction and catching her effortlessly. Spinel wrapped her noodle-like arms around the other gem, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Is anyone gonna tell her? Amethyst walked up to Pearl and Stephen, whom were watching the scene from the middle of the room. She hid her moving plump lips behind her hand, quirking an eyebrow. She was hinting at the fact that Garnet practically meant Spinel could not leave the house at all unless given permission, which to the purple gem was kind of messed up, but she figured Garnet had her reasons. After all, she was the leader of the group. Stephen just shook his head and chuckled lightly. Let's just let her have her moment, Stephen mused, watching the happy, giggling pink gem nuzzle the stoic, unexpressive maroon gem. After the arrangements were settled, the day went on like normal. The crystal gems would disappear into their personalized rooms to do their own business, as Stephen and Spinel went back into his beach house room to do theirs. By the time they had gotten back to Stephen's room, the movie was already almost over. While Spinel wanted to watch it, Stephen changed his mind and switched it to another movie. Somewhat relieved he didn't have to sit there and explain what was going on, like in the other movies, and why two people wanted to so badly suck each other's faces. With his current situation, that was the last thing he felt like doing. So he decided to pop in another 2 movies to watch instead. Cute. By the time the second movie finished, the sun had gone down completely and was replaced by the glowing moon. While Stephen was getting ready for bed, in the bathroom to respect Spinel, Spinel had her face and hands stuck against the windows that also acted as sliding doors. Her eyes sparkled at all the stars and the moon in wonder. Wow! Who knew that the skies here could change color here within a certain amount of time? It's too bad Spinel didn't get to bask in such a beautiful change of scenery sooner, just to watch the sun slowly go down, down, down into the abyss, letting the moon take its rightful position for a while, before retreating back to its hiding spot and letting the sun come up again. She should have done this at Kiana's. It was far more interesting than sleeping. Speaking of Kiana, she wondered what the female was up to right now. Oh, if only she had a way to find out. Hey! Spinel was broken away from her current trance and glanced over her shoulder. She raised a brow. Hey! She smiled sweetly, noticing Stephen had changed into his pajamas. A yellow t-shirt with light blue and navy blue vertical stripes. Nice pajamas. Spinel moved away from the window, walking towards him with her arms crossed and a slight playful grin. Stephen raised a brow. Did whatever her name was teach you about that? Yep. She shifted her weight onto her other leg. And her name is Kiana. You're welcome. She then moved over to his bed and landed on it with a plop. Oh, right. He shook his head slightly with a small smile before following her to the bed to sit next to her. I guess she covered the whole how to sleep process too, huh? Yep. Though I still don't understand why humans have to sleep. She just asked me if Gem's Eva got to sleep. Spinel watched as Stephen laid down, hands folded behind his head and shirt slightly rising up to show off his gem. She decided to make herself comfortable as well by pulling her legs up onto the bed into that half-sitting, half-laying position, propping herself up with her arm as the other folded across her legs. And, oh, that's easy, said Stephen, enthusiasm suddenly twinkling within his eyes. Finally, something he could teach her. When we're awake doing various activities during the day, come around nighttime, all the energy we used up is gone. Sleep is like our way of charging up our energy for the next day. So you need to sleep too? Asked Spinel, tilting her head slightly. He nodded in response. Yeah, I am only half gem, so my human half needs rest. Stephen yawned slightly into his hand. Oh. Spinel nodded slightly. Stephen? Yeah, Spinel. Stephen turned his head to face her. Can I sleep with ya? Spinel didn't quite understand why she was suddenly so uncomfortable about asking Stephen such a question. Noticeably, it made Stephen feel uncomfortable as well. I mean, look at his face now. He was practically red now. Sure, he wasn't sure why he even was nervous like this. After all, it's not like Spinel was a human girl. She didn't even have the parts necessary to be considered a human girl. Maybe it was the fact that either way you look at it, Spinel's form had feminine features. On top of that, she seemed feminine in a lot of aspects. Or maybe it was the way she worded the question. To her, it was an innocent suggestion. But for him, that question alone had 2 meanings. Stephen, why are ya... Okay, bedtime. Stephen quickly crawled back to be more towards the head of the bed. He immediately flung the folded sheets over him and turned onto his side, back facing Spinel. Spinel quirked an eyebrow. Wow, was it something I said? The gem thought to herself, confused as to why Stephen was in a rush to go to bed. She figured maybe he was just extremely tired, and settled for laying on top of the sheets instead, curling up slightly with her own back facing Stephen, closing her eyes like Kiana had instructed, and getting comfortable. Hello? Stephen called out, but no answer. This place seemed so familiar to him, yet he couldn't pinpoint where he had seen all of this before. He seemed to be within a garden, one that had space qualities as well as organic. The bushes were filled with beautiful bloomed pink roses, cushioned within their soft, healthy leaves. A few columns here and there, with a fountain further off in the distance. A couple of trees, but not too many. The stone pavement was made out of polished white marble, tiled to look like an all-white checkerboard. This lovely garden had to belong to someone. But who? There was a nagging feeling that he should well know. All the hints were right in his face, yet he didn't want to believe it, or acknowledge it, nor was anyone around to reassure him of his growing uneasiness. Seeing as though no one was here, he decided to walk around a bit, soaking up the odd yet peaceful scenery. It seemed like the further he walked, the further the atmosphere was pushing back. To make more sense of it, he was walking forwards, yet it felt like he was moving backwards. What the? He mumbled more to himself as he found himself walking past an oddly placed communicator. Not just any communicator either, a gem communicator. Something he had came across a few times in his lifetime, only this one seemed more recent. It was destroyed, the once diamond-shaped structure broken into pieces on the marble-tiled ground. Wait a minute! He soon began to panic, the pieces finally fitting together. That looked a lot like, "Stephen!" A voice called out to him. It was chilling and familiar, a feminine voice, one that sounded too similar to the one he had just heard a few minutes ago. Who's there?" he stuttered, as goosebumps began to rise to the surface of his skin. He wanted to turn around and look, but his legs wouldn't stop moving. He couldn't turn around either, forever stuck to keep walking forwards, yet moving backwards. By the time he had finally stopped walking, he was surrounded by tall bushes that were different from the ones he saw earlier. Not only were they littered with roses, but there were thick vines scattering through the rough-looking leaves, withered leaves. Sharp thorns were attached to the base of them, looking threatening enough to pierce the skin. "Stephen!" the voice repeated again, only louder. His spine tingled as he struggled to swallow the lump that had formed within his throat. It sounded like it was right behind him this time. He was afraid to look behind him, however. He was still no longer in control of his body. Her slowly turned his head, his body following Sweet. What was there for his eyes to observe left him horrified. There was Spinel, standing in that same spot she had been cursed to stand in for all those years. She looked different, like she used to before she changed. Her shoes were covered in moss and molding, vines wrapping around her feet, gluing her to the ground. The vines wrapped up her thin legs, digging into the flesh on its way there, leaving pink liquid behind that reminded him of blood. She was standing more face to the side, so he could see that her hands were tied behind her back by the vines, wrists struggling, only to be cut even deeper by the thorns. They traveled up all the way to her neck, where they wrapped around it mercilessly, as if daring her to not move unless she wanted her head cut clean off. They then moved upwards, connecting to each side of the taller segments of the bushes. Her eyes were leaking tears as she looked at him pathetically, yet menacingly. "Stephen," she continued, blinking once before her eyes widened. Her glistening pink orbs mixed with rage and terror. What she would say next stung him right in his heart. The last thing he ever wanted to hear from her, especially being caught up in this position. "You did this to me." "Aha!" Stephen sprung up from his laying state, eyes widened in panic, and heart squeezed with guilt. Cold sweat ran down his temples, making some strands of his messy dark hair cling to his clammy skin. He brought his hand up to clutch the fabric of his shirt, huffing heavily. It felt like he couldn't breathe, like his brain wasn't registering properly how to breathe. His heart felt like it was going to explode in his chest, and guilt weighed heavy on his conscience. His head immediately turned to his side, expecting a little pink gem to be curled up next to him, still sleeping, The only problem was, she was no longer there. The spot was now empty. His heart dropped at the sight and his blood ran cold. Spinel was now gone. Spinel? Spinel! Stephen flung the blankets off of him in a flash and dashed out of his room and down the stairs. Spinel! I'm right, yeah, Stephen. Jeez! As soon as he had hit the bottom of the stairs, he smelled the scent of smoke heavily within the room. His eyes darted to the stove, where Spinel was cooking over pans of burnt edibles. Black to the crisp and smoking up the room. Spinel raised an eyebrow in confusion at Stephen's distressed expression. Stevie, you okay? You look like you seen a ghost. Chapter 7. Connie. Spinel! Stephen shouted out, causing Spinel to jump a bit in surprise at the raise in volume of his voice, though that would be the least of her concerns. Spinel thought it was her eyes playing tricks on her. But it wasn't. Stephen's usually dark brown locks suddenly changed to a pink shade, as did his eyebrows. His peach-colored skin wasn't as intense as his vibrant pink hair, but it was still just as bold. Was he angry with her? Was he upset with her? The look in his eyes didn't really say so. If anything, he looked panicked. Also, where did he learn to do that? And when? Before his feelings could get any worse, Stephen took a deep inhale through his nostrils. The glowing suddenly stopped, and his appearance would turn back to normal. Though he was still frantic, he rushed over to Spinel's side, taking the smoking pans off the stove and throwing them into the empty sink with haste. He turned one of the faucets and ran cold water over the destroyed breakfast before turning off the stove. Hey, de hat was. Spinel, are you trying to burn the house down? Stephen frowned when he noticed her flinch at his tone. He took a deep breath again, pinching the bridge of his nose, placing his other hand on his hip. He then brought his raised arm to his other hip, glaring at her in a scolding manner. No! Spinel frowned as well, becoming a bit defensive. I just thought I'd make you breakfast. Stephen gawked at Spinel, blinking a few times. The corner of his lips twitched a bit before a snort escaped past them. He found it funny how all of a sudden a gem, someone who probably didn't know how to properly cook a breakfast due to not needing to eat, was trying to. He had assumed her new friend showed her how it was done, only to fail miserably. Poor thing. Spinel blushed in embarrassment. And what's so funny, Mystic Hands for Brains? Spinel went to reach and poke his temple as he started laughing. Hey! Stephen whined playfully, going to poke her back in her side. The pink gem squealed and moved away from him in reflex. Both of them paused, glaring wide-eyed at each other. Stephen, don't! So you're ticklish, huh? Don't! You dare! Spinel warned. Within the next few seconds, Spinel made a mad dash for it around the living room, Stephen chasing her. They both were laughing and giggling contagiously, acting as if they had been friends for years when they had only been within each other's presence for a day. At the back of Spinel's mind, she was happy. She expected far worse than this, for Stephen to be awkward around her, not really want her around because she reminded him too much of his mother's past mistakes. It seemed that they had both healed properly from the past trauma. Or so it seemed. Spinel hopped onto the couch and in one swoop, Stephen wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her off, swinging her around as she laughed. However, before they could continue, Stephen's hearing had picked up on a loud, repeated, familiar call tone coming from his room. It was faint as opposed to if it were right next to him. He suddenly paused in his goofy antics. He looked in the direction of the stairs. Once his brain properly processed what was going on, he gasped. It's Connie, he exclaimed, releasing Spinel, his cheeks turning pink lightly. Connie? Spinel questioned, turning fully to Stephen and raising a brow. She wasn't sure why the name alone made her feel a bit uneasy. After all, she had never met or heard of a Connie before. She also somehow didn't like how Stephen was turning pink in the face just by the mentioning of her name. Connie's my best friend. Stephen looked back to Spinel, smiling nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Oh, maybe that's why. At the mentioning of another being, possibly human, Being considered someone so close to him made Spinel's eye twitch as she was suddenly filled with a burning sensation. Give me 1 sec. I'll be back, he instructed before making his way towards the stairs, while Spinel felt it was best to do as she was told and stay put. Her curiosity got the best of her. She ended up following him quietly, making sure not to make too much noise. Once she had gotten to the doorway of the stairs, she pressed her back against it lightly, palms pressed against the slightly rough surface, and a leg propped up on the first step as her other foot rested on the second. She leaned in a little closer, almost to peek around it as she watched Stephen pick up his phone, holding it to his face. Connie, hey! He greeted a little more nervously than he had hoped. Looking pretty fine today, too, his inner voice cooed. Stephen had to resist rolling his eyes. Hey, Stephen, came a cheerful female voice. It alarmed the silently snooping Spinel. She bit her lower lip. So, what ya up to? Stephen asked, running his fingers through his messy bedhead with his free hand, and took a seat on the edge of the right side of the bed, his back facing towards the stairs. Nothing much. Just wanted to check up on you and see how you were doing. I didn't hear from you yesterday at all. Is everything all right? Have you been glowing lately? Connie questioned. So she knows about the glowing, eh? Spinel thought to herself with a frown. She still wanted to know what his glowing meant. She had never seen that before with her last encounter with him. Just how often did he do that? No. Stephen lied nervously, scratching his cheek slightly. I've just been busy is all. Hey, are you free today? He questioned, already expecting his answer. No, Stephen. I'm too busy hanging out with my cool new normal human friends. The voice in his head mocked in a high-pitched tone. Stephen bit his lower lip, however. Her response would shock him. So, yep, we can hang out if you want, said Connie happily over the other end of the FaceTime, smiling. His heart skipped a beat at seeing her pearly whites, and her eyes sparkle with anticipation. What? Okay, now Spinel was mad. What about me? What about us? I thought it was just going to be me and him hanging out. Spinel bit her lip once again. Why was she thinking like that? Any friend of Stephen is a friend of hers. Even if he did consider this other being, once again, possibly human, his best friend. After all, Stephen was such a nice guy. It would make sense he had a lot of friends. So why was she so upset about it? Sure, it's just that... Stephen paused, seeing Connie raise an eyebrow before continuing. I have a unexpected guest with me. Really? Who? Connie questioned, genuinely curious with whom he was talking about. Spinel. Stephen shut his eyes tightly before peeking one open. He was slightly intimidated by her reaction. Curious if she would freak out like the gems did, or be accepting to it. Connie only gasped, her eyes sparkling. Really? She's on Earth? Yeah. She came all the way here to make things right with us. I hope you don't mind. Stephen smiled sheepishly, shrugging his shoulders a bit. Do I mind? Of course not. I'm actually really glad she's here. It's been a while. Connie smiled. I mean, sure, the last time we met she was trying to destroy Beach City. Both Spinel and Stephen winced at her not-so-pleasant memory of the pink gem. But everyone can change. And I believe she did too. That's great. What time you think you'll be here? Stephen questioned with a smile, glad that she was okay with Spinel hanging out with them. Around 10-ish, replied Connie, her dark brown eyes averting up to the ceiling of her room for a few moments in thought before returning to Stephen's. Great. I'll let Spinel know. See you then. Later. Bye. She had hung up the video call a few seconds after. He sighed happily. Fucking finally. We get to spend time with Connie, said the voice after a few moments. If the voice had a face, Stephen could picture him licking his lips. Stephen groaned audibly. Yeah, but you forgot about Spinel, he replied in his mind, standing onto his feet. No problem with that. I'm down for a threesome. The voice snickered, causing Stephen's cheeks to turn red in response. The imagine suddenly plagued his mind, and he almost choked on his own saliva, covering his mouth. What is wrong with you?" He scolded internally. He didn't want to see the girls in such a way. His father had raised him to be a gentleman, not some hormonal, arrogant bastard. "Hey, you liked that idea, and you know it," the voice taunted. Stephen rolled his eyes and decided to ignore his alter ego for now, turning around. He was just about to head to the bathroom to go prepare for the day when Spinel caught his attention. Leaning against the doorway with her ankles and arms crossed, Stephen jolted in surprise and gripped his chest, biting his lower lip before he let out a small gasp. Spinel? What did she say?" "'Tis to Spinel." Though her expression seemed dumbfounded, she was already aware of what the two had conversed about. She just wanted to hear him say it. Oh, Connie?" His cheeks turned pink again as he chuckled nervously. Again with the turning colors at the mentioning of her. Just what effect did this Connie have on him? And why was she so bitter about it? "I invited her to come spend the day with us. I hope you don't mind." "No, I don't." Spinel lied, even if she felt a little guilty of automatically assuming about a being she had yet to properly meet. She couldn't help how she felt. "In fact, I've been wanting to meet her since you brought her up." Then it's settled. Stephen grinned widely, completely oblivious to the possessive aura that was wafting off of Spinel. Shortly after, Stephen gathered his clothes and ran off to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Spinel settled on waiting in the living room for Stephen, arms crossed and pouting a bit. While she really wanted to spend time connecting with Stephen, she figured it wouldn't hurt to have this Connie tag along. After all, she was curious about her. She couldn't remember exactly what she looked like, but from the sounds of it, she was a human. In addition, for some odd reason, Stephen often changed color in his cheeks whenever he spoke to her or about her, which was strange. Stephen never really turned colors with her, unless she said something really embarrassing. On top of that, she was also willing to spend time getting to know Spinel despite what happened, which was also weird. Before she could go any further into her thought process about Connie, there was a knocking at the screen door. "Hey, Stephen!" came the familiar voice she had heard only minutes ago. Spinel's head turned in the direction of the door. Even though the human was still distorted through it, she could still see bits and pieces to her. "Coming!" came Stephen's voice from the bathroom. However, before he could even make it out, Spinel sprung up and stretched her leg all the way to the door, the other one following, making her little trip a lot faster. Spinelli grabbed the little knob to the door and swung it open, raising a brow. She observed the being before her carefully. Her voice matched perfectly with the one that she had heard on the phone minutes ago. Her skin color resembled Kiana's, only this one's was a little darker. Her curly, bouncy, medium-length dark locks that matched her eyes was half tied back to hold some of the hair out of her face, while the rest flowed just a bit past her shoulders. Her attire consisted of a white thin-strap crop top with high-waisted light blue shorts that were made out of the same material as Spinel's. She wore brown sandals on her feet, and her wrist adorned silver accessories that went well with her diamond material earrings. She immediately smiled towards Spinel, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Hey, Spinel," she greeted with enthusiasm. Spinel bit her lip, immediately regretting opening the door. No wonder why Stephen always changed colors when he was around her. She was beautiful. For a human. Chapter 8. The Eyes of a Diamond. "Oof, it smells burnt in here," commented Connie, wafting at the air after she had given it a good sniff. "What happened?" Before Spinel could answer, a voice sounded from behind them. "Someone got a little carried away with attempting to cook." Both girls glanced back to see Stephen dressed in his usual attire, hands in his pockets and a big grin on his face. Connie's eyes immediately lit up, and she moved past Spinel. "Stephen!" Connie wrapped her arms around his neck once they were before one another, and he responded by wrapping his arms around her waist. Spinel frowned at the sight. Why? She wasn't sure. They both pulled away after a few moments to glance at one another. For what seemed like the millionth time that day, Stephen's cheeks turned pink. You look nice today," he commented. Connie went to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, smiling as her face also changed color. Thanks. You too," she replied. What about me?" Spinel interrupted, going to repeat the same action she had done earlier to stand on side between the two. They both glanced at her, eyebrows raised. "I can change clothes too." Spinel threw one hand up into the air and the other down, crossing one ankle behind the other as her body glowed. Both Connie and Stephen had to shield their eyes from the bright light. Once Spinel's body stopped glowing indeed, her attire changed. Though it stayed on the same concept as the previous. She was now wearing a crop top shirt that was fully yellow, instead of the pink hues. Her shorts had stayed the same, only now they were the same color as Connie's. Her boots also changed color, going from black to brown. Her pigtails were now gone, her hair almost mimicking Connie's. It was down, and flowed long down her back down to her butt, being held back by the same type of hair clip, only with 2 loose strands on each side of her face. "Nice, Spinel." Connie smiled. "You look good. Where did you get that style?" "Oh, you know." Spinel reached her arms up to the ceiling, popping the muscles in her back as she smirked. "My new friend gave me a style, and now I can just change the colors." "Who?" Connie had looked to Stephen questioningly. He smirked. "Oh, Spinel made a human friend on her first day here by herself." Stephen stated simply, ignoring the small pang of anxiety of the idea of Spinel moving on in her life without him, the idea of her leaving him behind, just like everyone else in his life scared him. He even considered himself lucky to be within Connie's presence right now. After all this time, however, he pushed it aside for now, watching as Connie gasped, "Oh, Spinel, that's good." Connie glanced back over to Spinel, who had a smug expression on her face. Stephen chuckled, finding Connie's excitement adorable. "So, where do you two want to hang out?" "Kinda tired of the house." Stephen shoved his hands back into his pink Letterman jacket, looking between the two. "I don't know." Spinel shrugged slightly. "I still don't know where to go." "Ooh, we could give Spinel a proper tour of Beach City," piped up Connie. Stephen smiled. "Hey, good idea." Stephen glanced towards Spinel, silently questioning her if she was up for it. Spinel glanced between the two before she sighed. "I guess it couldn't hurt." Spinel shrugged lightly. "Yay!" Both of the humans exclaimed with excitement, both going to wrap their arms around her from either side, causing Spinel to squeak in surprise and blush in embarrassment. With that, the three were off. They had decided to go on Lion instead of Stephen's Dondi, much to the usually lazy, large, pink feline's dismay, though he was more willing to listen to Connie more than Stephen. It's probably why the pink beast decided to stay with her after their little disagreement long ago. They climbed onto his back, Connie in front, Stephen behind her, and Spinel behind him. As soon as all three were safe and secure, Leon started at a lazy gallop, before bursting into a quick sprint. Stephen wrapped his arms around Connie's waist, as poor Spinel didn't get the memo that Lion didn't come with any seatbelts installed yet. Unfortunate for her, she let out a distressed yelp as she was flung backwards, almost falling off completely if she hadn't grabbed onto Lion's tail. "Spinel!" both shouted in union, before Lion opened his jaws and let out a loud booming roar. His roar opened up a portal, and he leaped through, the gem still holding on to dear life by his tail. The portal closed after them, and within a flash, he landed on the boardwalk of Beach City. When the Pink King of the jungle came to a halt, he lifted up his rear end, sending Spinel flying forward in the most comical fashion possible. "Wah! Oof!" Spinel went face first into a nearby streetlight pole, before landing onto her stomach with a groan. "Oh, Spinel!" Stephen was the first to hop off of Lion, followed by Connie, both ignoring the odd looks and slight giggles of passerbys. "Oh, my face!" Spinel had finally sat up slowly, rubbing her now throbbing red nose. Spinel, are you all right? Stephen fell onto his knees beside the pink gem. Is your gem all right? He asked frantically, glancing down at her upside-down heart-shaped gem to check for any damages. Luckily, it was already revealed through her clothing. Hey, my gem's fine. Spinel blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed for Stephen paying so much attention to her gem. Although maybe you should kiss it better to make sure? Oh, Spinel. Stephen sighed in relief with a smile, a slight blush on his cheeks from her comment, as Connie laughed at her humorous comment. Spinel shook her head to rid of her slight hazy state before glaring to Lion, who had took a seat and was observing the scene casually, licking his paw. Spinel narrowed her eyes at the pink beast and pointed an accusing finger at it. You, she huffed. I'll make you regret dat. Lian only let out an unamused yawn in response to her void threat. It seemed Spinel and Lion's antics only amused the two humans, as they both were laughing now. Ugh. Anyways, said Spinel, as Stephen had stood back up and held out both his hands as a gesture to help Spinel up. She took them gladly, and Stephen pulled her onto her feet. Where are we? Well, this is the main part of Beach City, replied Connie, gesturing to all the shops and forms of life that roamed around them, going about their usual days. Spinel's eyes followed the human girl's movements. It seemed as though the humans and gems were completely used to being around each other at this point, so seeing a random pink lion carrying two humans and a gem pop out of nowhere was the new norm for them. This is where a lot of shopping areas and restaurants are located. Eh? Spinel tilted her head in confusion. Shops? Restaurants? What are those? I'm glad you asked, Stephen exclaimed out of nowhere, placing both his hands on his waist in a proud manner. For the next couple of hours, Connie and Stephen would not only take the time to show Spinel the outside of the boardwalk, but also take her inside each's shop. First was Fish Stew's Pizza, a place even Stephen hadn't been to in a while. As soon they walked inside, they were greeted by one of the owner's daughters, Kiki, who was glad to see Stephen after all this time. Taking note of how big he'd gotten since the last time she saw him, she also took note of the new gem with them, whom she hadn't seen before. Connie introduced Spinel to Kiki, who was immediately entertained as Kofi, the owner, had went to set a stack of pizza boxes down for Kiki to hand out, only for Spinel to start playfully juggling them, much to Kofi's displeasure. Sadly, Stephen had to apologize over Spinel's behalf after accidentally dropping the boxes due to Kofi surprising her by yelling at her to stop. Next was Beach City Walks Fries, owned by Mr. Fryman, another place Stephen hadn't been to in a while. As soon as Mr. Fryman saw Stephen, he automatically assumed he wanted fry bits jokingly, already having them prepared for Stephen. However, Stephen declined politely, much to Mr. Fryman's surprise, only for Spinel to interrupt and ask what fry bits were. Seeing as though she was curious, he offered them to her. Spinel took the box filled with the bits in glee and popped one into her mouth. She was immediately taken in with the taste and continued to eat them, much to Mr. Fryman's delight, as Stephen introduced Spinel to him. In response, he called his sons to come meet Spinel, one of them being named Petey, being the polite, sophisticated one in the situation, greeted Spinel casually, while Ronaldo gasped and tried to bombard Spinel with a bunch of questions, even attempting to take a picture of her. Luckily for Spinel, she covered her face in time, and all three had ran off, coming up with an excuse that they had to leave, mostly to avoid having Ronaldo freak out with another one of his Space Gem rock theories. Then there was Lars' shop, Spactries. Connie had to explain to Spinel who Lars was, and that sadly, he was temporarily unavailable and was having his shop run by other gems. Not that Spinel really cared. After all, she didn't know a Lars. They still went inside to greet the other gems, who was more than happy to let Spinel try a donut. As soon as the sugary pastry entered Spinel's mouth, she was captivated by the sweet treat, immediately asking for the rest of what was in the shop. Stephen had to be the one to deny the request, due to him not having enough money. Spinel sulked a bit before asking what money was. which Connie took the time to explain what it was. Maybe another time she could come and get some more donuts, if Stephen was willing. After their brief visit, next was Funland, owned by Mr. Smiley. On their way there, they had ran into Nanafua and her 2 ruby bodyguards. The sweet elderly mayor was more than happy to introduce herself to Spinel, who took interest in her immediately. That was before the 2 aggressive rubies went to stop the pink gem from even considering touching her by getting in the way. Nanefua assured them that it was fine, and to be at ease, as she introduced herself and gave Spinel a brief overview of Beach City. She then suggested Stephen take Spinel to little homeschool at some point, which both human nearly young adults had almost forgotten about. So before they could go to Funland, they took her to little homeschool. Little homeschool was booming with life unlike the last time she had saw it. Majority of the population that consumed the place were fellow gems like Spinel, with the exceptions of a few humans here and there. Since Stephen was more familiar with the place, he did a lot of the explaining. He even offered for Spinel to attend little homeschool to get a better understanding of Earth. Spinel considered it, believing if she could follow Stephen to little homeschool, whenever he would come work here, this would give her ample time to not only spend time with Stephen, but also get to know more about his planet more quickly. While there, they even ran into a couple of the gems there, while they taught their individual classes, much too distracted with their work to properly greet the 3. Not that the 3 wanted to interrupt anyways. Now they could go to Funland. Funland was a sight to behold for Spinel. It was filled with all these cool, crazy contraptions that Connie explained to be amusement park rides. From here, everyone who attended seemed to be enjoying the place. Screaming, laughing, running, eating, riding the gut-curdling fast rides. Spinel wanted to go inside to get a taste of what it was like and was pulling them towards the open gates before Mr. Smiley showed up. Don't get him wrong. He loved Stephen. He believed Stephen was a good kid. But every time he or another gem was around, mishap always seemed to follow. He was slightly wary of Stephen coming in, let alone with a gem. Stephen tried to explain that he was only showing Spinel the place and that she wanted to go in and truly experience Funland. Mr. Smiley declined, reminding him that he was still banned from Funland. Spinel didn't know what it was to be banned, so Stephen begrudgingly had to explain what being banned meant and why he was banned. The last time he and Amethyst was here when he tried to swap the jobs of the gems in hopes of helping them find their own way. It didn't seem too pretty, so they decided to head back to the boardwalk, taking the time to pass up a couple of more shops they had passed by earlier. As they walked, Spinel kind of dragged behind, feeling a bit awkward now. Why? Well, on their way here, Stephen and Connie began to converse amongst themselves, laughing and smiling, even taking the time to connect hands as they walked. Spinel so eagerly wanted to take a hold of Stephen's other free hand. However, something stopped her, and she settled on walking behind them. Man, I wish I knew what his feeling was, and how to stop it. Spinel thought to herself, her eyes averted downward to her feet, as she wrapped her arms around herself, sighing softly. Should I tell Stephen? No. Something don't seem right about telling him. I don't want to make him mad when he's so happy. She glanced up towards the back of the 2 humans' heads. Stephen had teased her about something, thus causing her to hit him playfully on his arm, before resting her cheek against his shoulder. Spinel frowned at this, biting her lower lip. Especially if it ain't with just me. By the time they had gotten back to Lion, who didn't move at all from the spot he was sitting in, Connie expressed how it was getting late and how she should go ahead and head home. Much to Spinel's glee that she was finally leaving, the human girl went to hug Spinel first, expressing how she would like to do this again whenever she's free next time, before hugging Stephen goodbye, and that she'd text him later. Connie then went to climb onto Lion. The pink feline roared a portal to life before them, and leaped on through, finally leaving both Stephen and Spinel alone once again. Stephen audibly sighed. It didn't sound relieved either. It sounded seemingly a bit upset with the fact that Connie had left. Spinel looked up and raised an eyebrow. Stevie? Spinel walked up to his side, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, startling him a bit. "Are you okay?" I'm fine," he lied, shoving his hands into his jacket's pockets and shrugging Spinel's hand off of his shoulder lightly. Much to Spinel's distaste for the sudden cold action, his head hung low slightly, and he began walking forward. Come on, let's go home." Spinel frowned as she followed after him, watching him closely. "Steven," Spinel said softly, not wanting to drop the subject. She could tell something was wrong with him, like something was on his mind. "I ain't stupid. Something's clearly wrong. Drop it." There was that glowing again. Spinel raised a brow. She moved ahead of him and stopped him in his tracks, frowning. Steven, seriously, what's wrong?" "I said drop it!" Steven screamed in her face. Oh, Spinel flinched. His eyes were wide in that crazed state as he glared at her dangerously. Luckily, he wasn't anywhere near any glass. If he was, Steven would have either cracked or shattered some with his outrageous power growth. He couldn't save the wood of the deck, though, as even that began to form small cracks underneath his flip-flops. Spinel took a few steps back, gulping the lump that had formed in her throat. Never had she seen Steven so angry, so frustrated. He seemed to have calmed down quickly, however, as his glowing suddenly faded, and he let out a shaky sigh, running his fingers through his hair again. "I said I'm fine. It's not like she needs to know," commented the voice. "Don't want to burden her while she's making progress. Besides, she's gonna end up leaving me anyways." "Stop," he pleaded internally, clutching his head with both hands as he gritted his teeth. Spinel's frown never left her lips, becoming even more concerned with his actions. "It's true," the voice continued. "She's already made a new friend that's willing to teach her about Earth. It's only a matter of time. She doesn't need you. Nobody needs you anymore." "I said stop it!" Steven screamed at supposedly nothing, falling onto his knees with a grunt as he covered his face. "Steven, I didn't even say anything." Spinel fell onto her knees before him. She was hesitant, however. She reached over and grabbed his wrist. "Steven, look at She forced his hands from his face. He looked into her eyes, and for a second, she could have sworn his eyes turned into those familiar pink ones she hadn't seen in a long time. Spinel gasped lightly as she fell backwards onto her butt, scrambling away slightly. "You?" Spinel forced out, her expression now terrified. Her eyes glossed over. Steven's eyes flashed back to normal as he frowned, his eyes now reading a panicked expression. Spinel, I'm so sorry." He tried to move towards her. However, she scooted back. Get away from me!" She quickly sprung onto her feet and dashed past Steven, running as fast as she could. Steven called out after her, but it was too late. She was already far off in the distance. Chapter 9. The Answers I Need. Spinel wasn't sure where she was going, but she just had to get away. No. Tis can't be happening again. Spinel fought to see through her tears that fogged up her vision. Her feet pushed harder and faster, beating against the wooden pavement of Beach City's boardwalk. Soon, the wooden pavement would turn, as the scenery around the pink gem turned into organic vegetation. She wasn't sure where she was going at this point, nor did she care, as long as she got away from her. I thought I was over to his. I thought I moved on. And she did, at least to her, finally escaping that horrible room, and spending time with her son without having a mental breakdown was satisfying enough. Now she was running from him again, having a said mental breakdown. Great! Some people would say it was too early to tell, but fuck that. Something is wrong with Steven. That's what she had convinced herself. The sudden distant and cold glares, the pink glowing, the aggressive attitude outbursts, and those eyes. Spinel had never seen his eyes change. Ever. She wondered if any of the crystal gems were aware of his recent personality changes. What caused them? If they had even done anything to help him. Well, from the looks of it, obviously they didn't. Or if they were attempting, they sucked at it. The pink gem even wondered how long this had been going on for. A week? A month? A year? Spinel needed to know what happened to him and why. Why he was no longer that hyperactive, always positive, confident, happy-go, optimistic against all odds guy she had met since the last time. But right now, she was terrified of him, afraid of what he would do to her. With those eyes of his, she wasn't willing to find out. The surface began to grow steep, and before Spinel knew it, she had tripped on a stone and came tumbling down, rolling and rolling, tumbling like a tumbleweed, until she had finally hit the leveled surface of the ground, where she face-planted into the ground quite comically. Her legs, which were slightly bent at the knees and stuck up in the air, finally fell onto the ground after a few moments. Spinella grunted slightly, going to slowly lift her upper body up by her arms. Her pink orbs glared around hazily, before she shook her head and gasped lightly. "What the?" Spinel muttered, as she slowly soaked up her new environment. This area was surrounded by trees, however. It felt like this place wasn't always an open area, like some sort of life form forced away the vegetation that rested peacefully upon the lush lands. On top of that was a small hut created naturally out of boulders just sitting there within the center. A small entrance covered with a large makeshift curtain made out of leaves, a single stick being the only thing holding it open. It was positioned a bit higher on the land on a slab surface that was more flat. Someone must live here, she thought to herself, blinking a couple of times. She scrambled onto her feet and dusted off the dirt that had managed to cling to her clothes. She also groaned when she found a few tears upon the fabric of her shirt and shorts from colliding with a couple of objects on her way down. "Aw, man, to his was my favorite attire," she sighed. Oh well, that was the least of her concerns at the moment. "Hello? Anybody home?" Spinel cupped her hands around her mouth, hoping to escalate the volume in her voice as she began to approach the hut. She figured whatever resided in there was no match for her. She felt confident that she could handle herself if anything bad were to happen. "Hello?" Spinel called once again. Again, no verbal response. But there was a noise. Spinel gasped a bit and paused in her steady approach, ready for whatever was about to happen. She got into a fighting stance, ready to slug whatever monster was hidden behind the shadows as it slowly made itself known. Finally, a voice rang out to answer her, before taking a few more slow, scuffling steps. With a little more movement beyond the darkness, the beast came out within its full glory, stepping out into the already setting sun. "Well, well, well, look who waltzed into the lion's den." The voice was rough and a bit hoarse, a female's voice. Spinel's eyes widened in realization. It was a gem. A gem just like her. A jasper, to be exact. Due to her color and her uniform, she had to have served under Pink Diamond. Her orange skin was streaked with darker orange streaks here and there, especially across her wild golden eyes. There was also the exception of a bit of teal marks here and there, with teal horns poking out of her head. Her hair was big and poofy, a sandy blonde shade. She was very tall and built. Unlike Amethyst, no offense. Her gem sat proudly upon her nose, almost appearing orange with how the orange sun's beams gleamed against it. It sat right above her cocky grin, as if silently beckoning the gem to make the wrong move. Spinel eased her stance a bit, but kept her guard up. Even if she was a fellow gem she had never met up until now, there was this aura about this jasper that smelled of danger, and to be cautious. After all, Spinel of all gems would know this. "Hi." Spinel didn't mean to stutter, but she did, offering a light smile of her own. Didn't know you lived here." "Yes, I do." The jasper continued to approach, up until the point where the much larger gem was standing just before her, her eyes gleaming with that predatory look. It made Spinel shudder a bit. "I can tell you right now, you wandered into dangerous territory, Runt." Without warning, the jasper grabbed Spinel by the collar of her shirt. "Hey!" Spinel struggled as she was hoisted up into the air with little to no effort. Spinel kicked and clawed at the orange gem in irritation as she gritted her teeth, Let me go. Did he tell you to come here and pester me, Pipsqueak? The Jasper demanded, narrowing her eyes at Spinel, not even flinching from having the pink gem's nails dig into her skin. For a moment, Spinel stopped struggling. She glared at the Jasper cautiously. Who? Spinel raised an eyebrow. Jasper sneered, seemingly irritated with Spinel's bewildered state. You know who I'm talking about, Jasper barked, causing the pink gem to flinch yet again. The one that calls himself Stevnel. Spinel gulped. At the moment, the name didn't sound so sweet, especially coming from the lips of this overly aggressive hunk of rock. Did she have something against Steven? Did he do something bad to her? Why would she assume that she knew him? Then again, Spinels were a rare species of gem. You had to be pretty damn special if you were a Spinel that just so happened to have been wandering Earth. Would she try and hurt her if she mentioned that she was affiliated with him? It depends. Spinel chose her words carefully, afraid of being poofed again. She did not feel like having to spend 4 days inside her gem again. And yeah, that's a story for another day. What's your relationship with him? She questioned, watching as the Jasper's expression turned from one of confusion to amusement. She then abruptly dropped Spinel, causing the gem to land onto her backside with a dissatisfied grunt. Spinel glared daggers up at the now laughing Jasper. Ha! I should be asking you the same thing, Pipsqueak. She cackled for a few more moments, before she suddenly paused, her stare like an iron grip on Spinel. Spinel knew she should have taken the opportunity to run, but something about the way this gem knew Steven made her a little curious. Maybe she knew more about him than she did. Maybe even more than the crystal gems did. What? Are you one of his bratty friends? Jasper crossed her arms, not letting up on her glare. Spinel stood up onto her feet slowly to be back at her much shorter, but more bolder stature. The pink gem clenched her fists and narrowed her eyes at Jasper, too eager and determined to know. Do you know about the glowing thing? Excuse me? Jasper narrowed her eyes right back at her, as if silently threatening her to watch the territory of conversation she was trying to negotiate. Steven? Spinel looked down at the strangely interesting ground, her hands still balled into fists. He glows pink whenever he's angry. I figured since you knew him, maybe you could. I ain't telling you shit. Jasper took a step, uncrossing her arms. Spinel squeaked and took a step back. Unless. Jasper then smirked as she got into a fighting stance of her own. Her gems suddenly began to glow, and within moments, her signature weapon, a helmet, had formed onto her head, shaped like a diamond, only with spikes on the side to mimic her small horns. Spinel tilted her head in confusion as the larger gem spoke. You fight me. Fight her? Spinel thought with a frown. Why would this Jasper gem want to fight her? What was the purpose? What was the point? It's not like Spinel had said anything triggering to this gem to make her want to fight her, nor did she even attack her. Then again, from her rough demeanor, maybe she just wanted to fight to test Spinel's strength, see if she was worthy to retrieve such information about Steven. This could be a test for all she knew. Jaspers were known to be aggressive, twice as much as amethysts, so it would make sense that this one wanted to test her worthiness with a battle. Nodding slightly, Spinel had made up her mind. She sucked in a bit of air through her nostrils and reached into her gems simultaneously as her body glowed. Couldn't risk ruining these clothes any further. After all, they still held significant value. She pulled out her handy-dandy rejuvenator as her attire went back to their normal state before the change. Once Spinel's body stopped glowing, her closed eyes opened. Hot pink orbs met golden yellow ones, locked in a ferocious stare-down. Fine. A smirk grazed Spinel's lips as she twirled the rejuvenator around on each side of her body before slamming the end onto the ground next to her, placing her free hand on her hip. If I gotta beat the information out of ya, then so be it. Pleased with her answer, Jasper wasted no time. She charged at the pink gem. Spinel stood perfectly still just long enough for Jasper's helmet to reach her, attempting to headbutt her into a nearby tree. Even though Jasper had the broads, Spinel was lighter and faster. Spinel jumped out of the way, practically leapfrogging over Jasper, before catching her balance back on the ground. As soon as Spinel's feet hit the ground, she brought one of them up, and with blunt force, kicked Jasper right in her back, causing the gem to tumble forward a bit. After all, Jasper was bigger and had more muscle, so it made sense that the kick hardly affected her. Jasper recovered quickly and went to backhand Spinel. The pink gem ducked just in time before performing a backflip, kicking Jasper in her jaw, which she was hardly fazed by. "Oh, come on!" Jasper shouted, her grin widening. "Is that all you've got, Tiny?" "Nope." Spinel coiled her legs up like a spring, bouncing to get a good rhythm going before launching herself up into the air. As she came down, she swung her blade over her shoulder like a baseball before going to bring it down upon Jasper the closer she got. "I'm just getting started!" Jasper moved out of the way, in time just to avoid her blade. However, she managed to grab Spinel's wrist, making the gem squeak lightly and surprised. With a twisted smirk, Jasper flung her across the air, her face sliding across the ground before she rolled a couple of times. She had lost her grip on her rejuvenator, which was flung over onto the other side, propped upright by the blade dug into the ground. Spinel coughed at the excessive dirt that managed to slip into her lungs as Jasper approached her slowly, cackling. "Pathetic! You're barking as big as your bite, Tiny," Jasper taunted. Spinel growled lowly, becoming angry. She hated being beaten, especially if it was by such a blockhead like Jasper. "Shut up!" Spinel coiled her arm again, aiming it for Jasper. Within moments, she launched her fist towards Jasper. Her hand grew 10 times as big, bigger than Jasper's body. Jasper caught the punch, her feet sliding slightly against the ground a few feet before she was able to stop from sliding. "Nice try, Gah!" Jasper tried to taunt, but was flung up into the air without warning. Spinel's hand shrunk, and she was on her feet again, watching as Jasper flew high up into the air. Spinel placed her hands on her hips and watched, whistling softly as she fell. As soon as Jasper hit the ground, she threw her hands up and made a kaboom sound, just to make a little fun of the situation. Smoke and dirt particles surrounded the ironically shaped Jasper hole. Spinel would wait there for a few moments, seeing if she would get back up. In the meantime, she glanced over to her rejuvenator that was sitting patiently in the distance for her to grab it. She stretched her arm and grabbed onto the handle before bringing it back to her. She clutched it within her gloved hands, getting back into that defensive pose. Just as promised, Jasper sat up, shaking the few clumps of rocks from her hair. Her head then turned to Spinel before grinning. Not bad, but still not good enough. It took little to no effort for Jasper to get back onto her feet, staring Spinel down. Spinel grinned wickedly. You're a tough one to crack, huh?" Spinel smirked back at her, ready to have a go at Jasper again. She knew this was going to be a while. Just hopefully she doesn't get her physical form damaged in the process. "Spinel?" He had heard a loud crash from the distance, followed by a flock of startled birds whipping past over his head. Just about an hour ago, Stephen had spent his time searching town, asking a few of the residents that still lurked around this time of day if they had seen a pink gem with an upside-down heart gem run anywhere past them. Sadly, no luck. They either answered with a shake of the head or a simple no. Some said they saw a distressed gem pass by. However, they had no idea where she had gone after that. Stephen felt like he was running in circles, and it was beginning to slowly spike up his anxiety levels, to the point he had to remind himself to keep calm, unless he starts glowing again. The sun was slowly starting to fade away in the distance, and he still had not returned home with Spinel. It was only a matter of time before Pearl would call him and wonder just where the heck he has been all this time. And that was the last thing he wanted. Journey. He had begun to think maybe she had found another warp that would lead her back to Homeworld. Then he automatically began assuming the worst. If she in fact did warp back to Homeworld, would she tell the Diamonds what happened? How would they react? Would they even care? Would they even try to help him? Would Spinel ever come back to Earth? To him? Stephen found himself blushing at the idea at the time. Whoa, where did that come from? Sure, he valued Spinel as a friend, but why was he so worked up if she had ever came to see him again? It wouldn't be the first time she ran off, said his alter ego within his mind, much to Stephen's distaste. Yet the idea terrified him. He thought at the time maybe it was because she was the only one interested in still spending time with him, still wanting to be by his side. Ugh, it didn't matter at the time. He had to focus. Quite after a few minutes in thought, he then got the idea to check the woods. There was a chance she could have wandered off there. After all, Spinel seemed pretty spooked. She would most likely end up going somewhere he would never think to introduce her to. I mean, there was always a chance she could have ran into some random club, but it was still in town. And there was a chance she would have thought to get out of town. So here he was, taking a chance on wandering throughout the forest aimlessly, shouting out her name in hopes of her coming out from her hiding spot so they could go home. So far, no luck, until he had heard that loud crash. His heart sank, automatically assuming the worst, as he quickly followed the direction of where the crash had came from, the trail he took seemingly familiar to him. No, Stephen repeated in his mind. He was hoping to the stars that she hadn't ran into her. His last encounter with her wasn't exactly pleasant. Not only was she not willing to give in to the thought of joining Little Homeschool and learning about the Earth's culture and how to adapt, she had also helped bring out a side of him he never knew he had, the one that still terrified him and annoyed him to this day. By the time he had arrived to the cleared-out area, his eyes widened. His feet had finally slowed down as the wind kicked in, lightly blowing his pink Letterman jacket and dark curly brown locks in the wind. He gasped, his heart pounding rapidly in utter horror. He was having to witness the very same sight he was afraid of running into. There was Spinel, as promised. Only from the looks of it, she was fighting with the very last being he wanted her to run into, Jasper. Jasper had just lifted herself from the ground she had been forced into, leaving behind a hole in the Earth's surface. She stared over at Spinel, who had gotten into a fighting stance, swinging her rejuvenator a few times for show before holding it ready to swing, almost as if taunting Jasper to come at her. He could only assume they were matched in strength, yet he still didn't want them fighting. He had to do something. "Heh! You had your turn. Now it's mine." Jasper had started to charge at her again, rolling up into a ball in the process to make herself appear as some sort of spiky ball. In addition, she glowed, thus signifying that she was charged up to hit Spinel with everything she had. "Uh-oh," Spinel voiced as her eyes widened. She was fast, and she felt that there was no way she could dodge this attack. She was going to lose. "Shit," Spinel cursed, as she went to try and shield her face by crossing her arms, ready for the impact. She shut her eyes tightly as she waited for the pain, followed by a possible need to retreat back into her gem. It never came. There was also a soft grunting noise that she knew didn't fall out of her lips, and when she peeked again, her eyes widened. Stephen! Sorry, I'm late." Stephen finally managed to deflect Jasper with his shield, pushing her back. Jasper slid across the ground on all fours, dirt and dust particles following her movement. She growled at them, more so Stephen. While she was surprised at his attempts to protect Spinel, she wasn't surprised he showed up so soon. "You again?" Jasper hissed, becoming impatient with Stephen's presence. "I should have known. How many times do I have to beat you before you quit pestering me? I'm not here to bug you, Jasper." Stephen stood his ground, his shield disappearing from his arm as he lowered it. He then stood in front of Spinel protectively, holding her behind his arm as he glared at Jasper. "I just don't want you fighting, Spinel." And why not?" Jasper eased out of her defensive stance. Her helmet disappeared and she crossed her arms, not backing down from her own heated glare. She didn't appreciate him interrupting their battle. To say Spinel looked fragile and weak, she was decent at holding her own, which interested Jasper. Unlike Stephen from the last time they had sparred, unbeknownst to Spinel, I'm sure whatever she didn't mean to. Stephen continued to defend, not letting up. Jasper suddenly began laughing, shaking her head with her arms still crossed. What she did? She entered my territory, which you know damn well is off limits to your bratty friends. If you cross this territory, you have to deal with me. Jasper shot Spinel a coy glare before glaring back at Stephen. So what's it gonna be, Tiny? We finish this or what? I'll even take you both on. Jasper grinned, grasping her shoulder with one hand as she rolled the other. Even though she was offering to fight both of them, at the moment, Jasper's interests lied more with Spinel than Stephen. After all, she already knew what he could do. He needed more work. Spinel, on the other hand, Saint Stephen. Spinel caught his attention before he could voice his response. He glanced over his shoulder as he felt her hand gently grip his shoulder. He frowned. Though she seemed to have calmed down from her terrified state from earlier, she still seemed confused as to why he stepped in. She was determined to get answers from Jasper, something she felt the gem had that needed to be shared with Spinel. Stephen shook his head before glaring back at Jasper. We're leaving, Stephen said simply. He reached behind him and grabbed Spinel's hand. He turned them around, leading away from Jasper's grounds. Oh, so soon? Jasper cackled tauntingly in the growing distance. Stephen simply ignored her, not wanting to put up with what he considered her childish antics. Spinel, on the other hand, glanced over her shoulder at Jasper, who winked and mouthed, "We'll meet again." Spinel quirked an eyebrow. While she wanted to stay and force the answers out of Jasper, she figured Stephen wouldn't let her. Not to mention, she didn't want to get another unwanted reaction out of him. So for now, she'd just drop it. Chapter 10. Advice from Kiana. Spinel sighed softly as she sat alone in the now empty house. A little over a week had passed, and Spinel was still getting used to the weird rituals she had partaken in. When Stephen and her had left Jasper back at her little hideout, the whole walk home was awkward and silent. She had assumed Stephen was upset with her running away and almost getting beaten to a pulp, so she kept quiet. Meanwhile, through Stephen's mind, he was trying to sort out his bubbling emotions, fearful of Jasper trying to corrupt Spinel into being a mindless, battle-hungry brute, relieved that he had found her in one piece, confused as to why she seemed so timid around him now, angry that she had almost gotten herself hurt or worse, curious as to how strong Spinel had gotten since the last time they battled, and when she had reformed to change attire, and flattered that she even considered putting stars in her outfit after her reform. Random that last one, but he was glad to see she had been thinking of him when she finally recovered from her gem. Only those who associated with him would brandish the star, even if they weren't directly affiliated with the crystal gems. When they got home, they received a stern scolding from mostly Pearl. Amethyst and Garnet looked on and let Pearl do most of the talking. The whole time Stephen had to keep his calm. He could feel the anger slowly start to build from Pearl's sharp tongue, thus triggering his growing need to shut himself out. He had to remind himself that she was only doing this because she cared, or so she put on, commented his alter ego, much to Stephen's dismay again. After Pearl had finished, Stephen suggested he go sleep all of this off, for he had a busy day the next day. So did Spinel, who kept quiet during the whole session and just silently followed Stephen to his room without another word. For the past few days, Stephen would wake up earlier than usual. His alarm startled Spinel at first, however. He assured her that it was all right, and it was just an alarm meant to wake him up so he could get started with his busy day. He said he was going to take her to Little Home School and get her acquainted with the idea of learning all the things she needed to know about living on this planet. Spinel wasn't opposed to the idea, so she agreed to it. And with that, Stephen went freshen up in the bathroom while Spinel waited patiently for him. This routine would go on every morning. Wake up with Stephen way too early, wait for him to get ready, go run a few errands with him and the other gems, arrive at Little Home School, and just learn. Sit through classes that the crystal gems were expertise in, and pick up a couple of the basics on what it was like to live on Earth. She had to give it credit. Not only had she made a couple of new gem friends that seemed genuine in their liking to Spinel, but she also learned a lot of things. One of the things that she thought was important was using a cellular device that humans use to communicate, like Stephen had done with Connie. Speaking of Connie, she hadn't seen the girl that whole entire week, which was a relief. However, Stephen was acting odd about it. Spinel would note how often he would pick up his phone and stare at it for a bit. He would then mumble to himself about why hasn't she called him lately. Spinel put two and two together, as he did communicate on his phone with her that one time, and she was the only other female he knew. So, getting off that topic and going back to the one with the cell phone, Spinel eventually would end up asking Stephen if there was any possible chance she could have one. Well, that came later in the week, after the awkwardness between them died down a smidge. Though he was still on edge with what happened the last time, he gladly agreed to purchase her one, so that way if anything ever happened, they could keep in touch. It was a sweet gesture that eased up the tenseness, but Spinel was still bothered by the events, and he obviously wasn't over it either. After her little stunt, Stephen made it clear that he wanted her in his sight at all times, even if he wasn't as talkative or comfortable with her presence, like something was lingering on his mind. Either way, she didn't mind staying at his side. I mean, where else could she go without him? Though she was becoming more familiar with Beach City, she still wasn't sure about it. And she only trusted him. Him and Kiana, that is. I wonder how she's doing, Spinel thought with a sigh, falling back onto the couch with a plop. She was bored. While spending alone time in the house could ease one's mind, it could also drive one insane. There was no one to talk to and nothing to do. Sure, she could watch a couple of Stephen's movies, but it wouldn't be the same. She could try her hand in her cooking skills again. Then again, the last time Stephen had freaked out over it, and she had nearly destroyed their house. How she longed to be able to go outside and explore some more, maybe run into some friends, or possibly even make new ones. But she made a promise to stay put, unless either Stephen or one of the crystal gems were within her company. At the moment, no one was there. "Ah, I'm so bored," Spinel said to nobody other than herself, slinging her arm over her eyes. She was brought out of her lonely sulking when suddenly her phone buzzed. An unfamiliar call tone coming from it, or at least, that's what Pearl told her it was. Spinel glanced over at the earthly technology for a few moments. It took her a while to register that someone was calling her. "Now who could that be?" she mumbled, going to reach over and grab the phone. It couldn't have been Stephen or any of the gems. They were usually busy around this time. She glared at the screen in question, immediately getting an answer as to why her phone kept ringing. The calls seemed to have not been coming from her actual contacts, which was a short list, but from an app Stephen had installed for her, where she could post pictures and share them with others. What was the point of that? She wasn't sure. But when she tried it and saw all the likes and nice comments she got from a lot of the locals, she began to enjoy it. Spinel raised an eyebrow and pressed the little green on-screen button with her thumb, answering the call. She then brought it up to where her ear should be. Now how did this go again? "Oh yeah. Hello, this is Spinel speaking." She tried her best to mimic Pearl in one of the classes she took, remembering that she had stated it was important to properly greet someone on the phone before talking. "Hey shawty." Not only did Spinel recognize the voice, but the nickname that came along with it. Remembering there was only one person she knew that called her by such name. Kiana. Spinel shifted her position to be laying on her stomach. She propped her legs up in the air and began kicking them back and forth slowly. A huge, happy grin on the pink gem's features. "How are you?" "I'm doing good, Bee. How about you? I see Stephen finally introduced you to social media. You and Stephen hitting it off, or what?" Spinelli could pick up the playful tone to Kiana's voice. Spinel wasn't sure what Kiana meant by hitting it off, but she could only assume it meant if they were doing fine or not. Spinel frowned, her hot pink eyes averted down to the strangely interesting fabric of the couch. Well, we were doing fine, until— "Uh-oh," said Kiana. Even if Spinel couldn't see Kiana's face, her tone didn't sound too pleased. do I gotta come and beat a bitch? I know where that hoe lives now. I just ain't pull up yet, 'cause I hardly know him, and that'd be weird. Kiana, what's a bitch? Spinel tilted her head a bit. She hadn't heard such a word being spoken, so she was confused on what the human girl meant. This caused Kiana to gasp. Girl, you never cursed before? I wish. Kiana sighed on the other end. Curse? What's de hat? Well, curse words are words that adult humans ain't want little kids saying 'cause they considered inappropriate and vulgar. I can't believe I'm explaining this to you, but a bitch originally is a term for a female dog, an animal humans keep as companions, but it can also be a term used to describe someone who's like a mean person, or a mean female human, or someone like Dahat. It's hard to explain. Okay. Spinel was still confused on the concept, but she decided she'd figure it out with time. What are some of the curse words? Shoddy, they got a lot, but the main ones a lot of people use is damn, ass, shit, bitch, and fuck. Ima explain 'em to you later, said Kiana, obviously amused at having to explain to Spinel what curse words were. Oh, so Steven is a bitch. Spinel cocked an eyebrow. Kiana busted into hysterical laughter on the other side of the phone, causing Spinel to wince and bring the phone away for the moment until the other female calmed down. She then brought it back to where her ear should be. I don't know. I don't know what happened while y'all was together, and I was just assuming. Definitely don't call him that to his face, or even mention that I taught you what curse words are. Don't even bring it up at all. Kiana chuckled lightly. Oh, okay. Spinel went to sit up into a half-laying, half-sitting position. Tell you what, I still got 40 more minutes till my break is over. Why don't you come on down to Barry's Smoothies and we can talk about what's been going on, suggested Kiana, Spinel perking up at the thought. After all, she did miss spending time with the female, even if they hadn't known each other for that long, or gotten to spend much time with each other. Something about the human's aura gave comfort to Spinel. She instantly deflated as soon as she perked up, however. After all, she had made a promise to not leave the house unless someone was with her. That way, she wouldn't get lost. Or hurt. She had already broken that promise in a sense. I can't. Oh, why not? Kiana whined. Spinel gulped. I promised Steven and DeGems I wouldn't go wandering off by myself. I don't want to get lost. I never even been to his Barry's Smoothies place. What? Shoddy, you ain't gonna get lost. Remember? You got your GPS. And hey, we can stay on the phone and I can help you navigate. It won't take long, Kiana urged, almost desperately. Unbeknownst to Spinel, she missed the pink gem right back. Plus, she was ready to listen to all the juicy gossip Spinel had to spill. Oh, Spinel's eyes rolled up to the ceiling in thought. While she didn't want to defy the gem's rules for staying put and not wandering off, she could care less. Really, it was Steven she was worried about. He had been acting a little distant for the past couple of days. Assuming he was still mad at her, her rational side tried to reason that she didn't want to make him even more angrier than he already was. Then there was the mischievous, curious side, slowly convincing her that she wouldn't get lost. After all, she had the GPS and Kiana's help. In addition, she had plenty of time before everyone would return back home. They didn't have to know. All right. Spinel unfolded her legs and stood up onto her feet. Her body glowed, her attire changing once again to fit her desired look. Luckily for her, Amethyst had introduced her to some new ideas in some little paper booklets called magazines that the purple gem kept a collection of. This helped Spinel broaden her choice of outfits and hairstyles. Instead of the pigtails, Spinel's hair was now tied up in a high ponytail with a red ribbon. She wore a matching red spaghetti-strap tank top with a short ivory-colored skirt that had slight slits in the sides and black open-toe sandals. She didn't even have to examine herself to know she looked good. She placed her free hand on her hip and grinned, ready to jump into action. And by action, she meant go visit Kiana. Show me how Deet is works, Kiana. 10 minutes passed, and Spinel had finally made it to her destination. The place seemed like all the other food consumption places she had been to. Small, yet cozy, with outside tables. Immediately as Spinel approached, she could see Kiana in the distance, waving and smiling, saying she could see Spinel in the distance. Hanging up the phone, as there was no use for it anymore, Spinel approached the young adult woman gleefully. They immediately partook in a tight hug, Spinel even showing off her stretchy cartoon abilities by wrapping them around Kiana a couple of times before letting go. The young adult woman beamed at Spinel's ability, finding it neat. They then took a seat at the table Kiana had been sitting at while waiting for Spinel. They immediately dived into conversation, first starting off with Kiana complimenting Spinel's outfit and asked her where she got it from. Spinel would shrug and say she got it off a magazine. Kiana laughed, expecting such an answer. Deciding to be courteous, Spinel complimented Kiana's outfit. Kiana waved it off and said it was just the uniform she had to wear at her job. A red polo with khaki pants and black shoes. Spinel would soon learn that Kiana's job was at a clothes store named Khakis, which Spinel commented she would have to come visit. Before they could get into much more small talk, however, Kiana insisted that they talked about how Spinel's week had been with Steven, which was honestly a roller coaster ride from the sounds of it. And since Dehen, he's been acting really weird around me, finished Spinel, before going to take a sip off of Kiana's smoothie. Not that the other female minded. "Whoa," Kiana stated, inhaling sharply as she ran her fingers through her tight curls. "Well, that's a lot to unpack." "I know." Spinel threw her hands into the air to further emphasize her feelings before deflating. She slammed her head on the table, startling Kiana a bit as she watched the poor gem sulk. "I don't know what to do. It's so awkward between us now. Like I can't start a normal conversation without feeling like I should have kept my mouth shut. No wonder he hates me now. I'm a burden. I think you should apologize, Spinel." Kiana crossed her arms over the table, eyeing Spinel seriously. It didn't even take Spinel a whole second to jump up, staring at Kiana wildly. "What?" Spinel wasn't so fond of the idea that Kiana had just suggested. After all, Steven was the one with the weird tendencies to be uncharacteristically aggressive. I mean, did you see those eyes? It were as if she weren't staring into Steven's eyes anymore, but hers. A detail the pink gem had decided to leave out, because to someone who wasn't familiar nor grew a personal relationship with her, it would sound silly. "Ooh, a pair of pink spooky eyes," she could imagine Kiana saying, something she didn't really want to hear, to be mocked for her trauma. She should have known Kiana would never go as so far to hurt her like that, but with how the girl often tended to joke around, it was inevitable. "I ain't a Pollockson. He was da one. Now I know 'tis gonna sound silly." Kiana cut her off, raising up a hand to silence the frantic pink gem. She then leaned back in her chair, taking another sip of her smoothie, as her eyes rolled up to the sky. "If you ask me, both you and Steven was wrong. Steven was wrong for being a dick, which is another vulgar, means slander ma teach you later, and taking whatever his problem is out on you. And you was wrong for running away. Girl, if anything, you should have slapped him." Kiana rolled her eyes. "Slap him? But I don't want to slap him. He's my best friend." Spinel whined, going to reach over and grab Kiana's smoothie right out of her hand and down it all. Literally. As soon as Spinel finished it, she slammed the glass down on the table and let one rip. A belch for those who don't know. Before she jolted from the sudden pain that got caught up in her temples. "Youch! That's smarts! Brain freeze. That's what you get F.A. drinking my shit." Kiana poked Spinel in one of her temples as she narrowed her eyes. Spinelli squeaked and swatted Kiana's hand away, trying to massage and rub the awful feeling from her skull. Either way, I guess you got a point." Spinel sighed, going to fold one of her forearms across the table as the other one cupped her chin in the palm of her hand. But what if it don't work? What if his hate F.A. me is so deeply rooted he turns it down? It's obvious he still cares about you. If he's mad at you for running away, it's most likely he was afraid of you either getting hurt or killed, which people who ain't really care for you never do. I think what shoulda went down in the situation was you try to calm Stephen down before trying to talk it out. But hey, emotions always get the best of us, and we don't always end up making rational decisions in the heat of the moment. That's why coming back and apologizing for what you did seems fair, even if it didn't seem as much of a big deal. And he should apologize too for yelling, but don't pressure him into doing it. If he's a good guy like you said he is, he'll do it automatically after you did. Wow, Kiana. I guess I could try it. Spinel rubbed the back of her neck, furrowing her eyebrows. Gee, she never thought of it like that, surprisingly. I mean, she should know Stephen better than that. Sure, he was probably going through some things at the moment that was causing him to lash out, but that was the problem, getting him to open up about them. Just within a week's observation, Spinel could tell Stephen tended to shut a lot of people out lately. Come to think of it, Spinel never really witnessed Stephen come out about any of his personal feelings and thoughts. He seemed so hell-bent on helping others that she wondered if anyone ever thought about what Stephen wanted, what he needed, how he felt. The little pink gem began to theorize that maybe this was why he was having so many outbursts lately, which triggered his glowing. It all began to make sense now. See? And she didn't even have to beat the information out of that big ol' orange rockhead. Now, the only obstacle left was how to go about helping Stephen. Chapter 11. We need to talk. What a day, said Amethyst with a long stretch. I know. Stephen grinned as he could see their house within the distance as he slowly rounded the tall mountain of carved rock. Teaching sports can be exhausting sometimes, but very exciting, Pearl said enthusiastically, reminiscing on the time she had coached a volleyball game for the Gems to enjoy. Sure, it got rough, and Stephen had to patch some of them up with his healing abilities, but watching other Gems enjoy an earthly activity made Pearl happy and content that they were moving on from the horrors of the past, that they were learning something new and beneficial to them, considering their new lives, something that they were free to do, without the fears of being shattered for thinking outside the box for a change. All I know is, when we get home, I'm totally going to take a nap, said Amethyst, slouching in her seat and crossing her arms, closing her eyes with a loud yawn. I just wonder if Spinel's been doing okay at home alone. It's the first time she's ever decided to stay home, mentioned Pearl, rubbing her chin slightly. She's fine, said Garnet simply, as the car slowly came to a stop in front of their house. She doesn't necessarily have to go every day. Yeah, she's lucky it's not school. Stephen chuckled slightly as he turned off the car and unbuckled his seatbelt. Connie told me there's some serious penalties for missing so many days at a regular school. Stephen frowned, as suddenly his mood was dampened. He was happy for her to be attending college. He really was. However, something in him just wouldn't face the fact that, with college comes responsibility, which comes with a lot of work to do, especially with her striving to be top quality. In addition, there was a part of him that wished he had gone to regular school. He had missed out on a lot during his childhood. Since he was a young boy, he always wondered what it would be like to attend school, which didn't really progress much, for he and Pearl weren't certain on how school worked. How embarrassing. Hey, dude, are you okay? Amethyst questioned, glaring at Stephen with a concerned look. Pearl had gasped, and Garnet stared at him oddly through her shades. He had trouble understanding why the Gems looked so worried when they had all exited the Dondi after he had parked it. It wasn't until he brought his hands up to his face is when he saw the pink glowing coming from his skin, and most likely everywhere else. Stephen squeaked as he frantically waved off his hands, taking deep, slow breaths. Quickly, his skin turned back to normal. It's a good thing he stopped before he did any swelling, or damage for that matter. Nothing. I'm fine. He chuckled nervously as he rushed over to the front deck of the house, eager to get inside and away from them. It's not like you whores even fucking care. Mind your fucking business. His alter ego hissed bitterly. Stephen was horrified with his other half's attitude and his use of language. Stephen would never say such things, nor call the gem such a degrading name like that. What was wrong with him? Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up! He ignored the gem's pleas for him to come back down there and talk to them like he had been doing for a while. He fumbled with his keys on his keyring and pushed the lock into the doorknob's specifically structured shape. He twisted it and pulled his keys out, instantly pushing the door open. "Spinel, He didn't even have time to finish his sentence. A hand grabbed him by the collar of his usual shirt abruptly. He squeaked as he was dragged inside. "Stephen!" The three gems shouted in union, stunned. Since Spinel had to be the only one left in the house, it had to be none other than her. They knew it! They knew they couldn't trust her. After all, Garnet had mentioned that it was best that the three keep an eye on Spinel, just for safe measures. While there was a chance she had truly changed for the better, there was still a possibility that she could revert back to the worst, if triggered slightly. All three's gems glowed, materializing their weapons. They then rushed toward the front door. Garnet swung open the door, and they all squeezed through frantically. However, they weren't met with a scene of Spinel randomly attacking Stephen. Instead, he had been sat down on the couch. A calm-looking Spinel sitting next to him, leg crossed over the other, and hands folded in her lap. Both of them turned their heads to see the gems with their weapons ready to strike. While Stephen was horrified at the sight, Spinel didn't seem bothered. Honestly, she expected this. It was sad, but it was also true. Do you guys mind giving Stephen and I some privacy?" Spinel gestured to Stephen. "Me and him need to talk. Alone." "About what?" Amethyst demanded, still having her whip ready, as did Pearl and her spear. Garnet, on the other hand, glared at Spinel carefully for a few moments. Her gauntlets then disappeared, and she got out of her fighting stance. The others didn't back down, keeping their eyes on Spinel and their stances wide. It's all right, guys." Stephen gestured for the other two gems that were on edge to calm down with his hands. Both Pearl and Amethyst were very hesitant, exchanging glances with one another silently. After a few moments of eye contact with each other, they then turned to glare at Stephen. Seeing as though he was calm about this, Amethyst and Pearl reluctantly poofed their own weapons as well. Frowning, "It's between Spinel and I." "But Stephen," Pearl tried to argue. However, before she could continue trying to reason with him, she gasped as she felt the back of her jacket be grabbed and her legs suddenly dangle off of the floor, same as Amethyst's. Garnet had grabbed them by the fabrics of their tops and was now holding them in midair, due to her being much taller than the both of them. "Come on, guys," said Garnet, walking across the living room and towards the warp pad. "Let's give these two a little privacy." Garnet walked over the warp pad and towards the door that lead to all four of their rooms. As soon as Garnet approached the door, the gems on the palms of her hands glowed along with her particular gem on the door. The doors then slid open, and Garnet walked right in, with the two bewildered gems in her grasp. The doors slid close behind them, now leaving the gem and the human hybrid alone. Once they were gone, Spinel turned back to Stephen. "Weird bunch, huh?" Spinel tried to lighten the mood with a little joke. "It worked, sort of." Stephen chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. He finished it off with clearing his throat into a balled-up fist, avoiding eye contact with her. So what was it you wanted to talk about?" Stephen questioned, curious as to what the pink gem would want to talk about in private. He didn't want to waste another moment. Too hell-bent on figuring out what was so important that they needed to convince the gems to give them privacy. Part of him was hoping it had nothing to do with the occurrence that had happened last week. It was shameful and disgusting on his part. Yet, he felt that he needed to clear some things up, help her understand that she did nothing wrong. It was all him and his frustrating changes, so there was a part of him that was hoping she would mention something about it. "It's about the incident a week ago." Spinel sighed. Well, there it was. Finally. She couldn't blame him for being nervous. She was a bit anxious as well. But she knew if she didn't do this now, nothing would change. They would go on to still be a bit awkward with one another, and it would take who knows how long for things to go back to normal. "Look, I'm sorry. For what I did," said Spinel softly, causing Stephen's eyebrows to shoot up in shock. "I didn't mean to run off like the hat. I just—" "Spinel." Stephen had cut Spinel off before she could even finish her sentence. Spinel's lowered head shot up. Surprised at his sudden outburst, Stephen looked Spinel straight in the eyes. His own brown ones glossed over with guilt and regret, two feelings Spinel was all too familiar with. "If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. I yelled at you and scared you off. I didn't mean to. I would never hurt you." Stephen was hesitant at first, but he eventually pushed himself to reach over and grasp her smaller hands in his. Wow, they were softer than he thought. "Not now, Stephen. Focus. It's just, I've been going through a lot since you've left, and I'm not ready to open up about them. I don't want to burden you." "Stephen." Spinel frowned. Hearing those words come out of his mouth really stung. How could he say such a thing? How could he even think it in the first place? "You're not a burden, and you never will be." "Not to me." Spinel gave him a soft smile. "If anything, you're my savior. You're my hero. How could you say that?" Suddenly his tone switched from being calm and gentle to a strong defense. His softened expression had twisted into disbelief. However, Spinel continued anyways. "Because—" Spinel jumped onto her feet, thus pulling her hands from his grasp. Much to her displeasure, little did he know that he also had soft hands that gave her a sense of comfort. "You believed in me when everybody else gave up on me. I was a lost cause." Spinel wrapped her arms around herself, looking away and at the strangely interesting wooded floor. "But you gave me a second chance. You made me want to be a better person, something she ain't gave me." Her core burned with bitterness. Extremely saddened and disturbed about thinking about the past, Stephen bit his lower lip. Just the mentioning of her began to boil his blood. He didn't like that. He didn't like that at all. And from the feels of it, neither did the voice. Stephen could hear him growling within his mind, suddenly filling his heart with an unfamiliar darkness and hatred, something he wasn't 100% accustomed to, nor cared for. While he didn't want to hate his mother, and wanted to forgive her for her screw-ups, he couldn't help himself. She had hurt everyone she came into contact with. She had hurt the earth. She had hurt the diamonds. She had hurt the gems. She had hurt his father, and countless other human beings she had been with. She had hurt him, and most importantly, she had hurt Spinel, someone who only wanted to fulfill her duties and be the best companion she could be when his mother was still here. Another being who had looked up high to her and put her on this pedestal that she was a saint. She was no saint. She was a monster. "Spinel." Stephen stood up alongside her. Once again, he grasped her hand gently as the other went to cup her chin and slowly turn her head to face him. Spinel's eyes met Stephen's, and she gasped slightly, getting a glimpse of those same familiar eyes she had only witnessed last week. "I am not my mother. I'm better than her, and I promise you—" His eyes flashed back to their normal color, causing Spinel's eyebrows to furrow as she blinked. "I will never, ever leave you." "Saint Stephen." Spinel went to tap the crease on side her eye as she bit her lower lip. She wondered if this was something Stephen was unaware of, or if he was doing this on purpose. Your eyes." "Huh." Stephen furrowed his own eyebrows in confusion, tilting his head innocently. "What about them? Is there something wrong with them?" He began to panic slightly, seeing as though she was getting that same frightful look in her eyes. Well, that answered her question. He had no idea. Never mind. It's nothing." "Come on, Spinel. Tell me." "Nope." Spinel once again removed her hand from his and stepped over to the side, putting some space between them. It was sad. She kind of liked having him so close like that. She wasn't sure why, though. She crossed her arms and pouted, looking upward. "You won't tell me what's wrong with ya. I ain't telling you what's wrong with me. You little tease. You're lucky I'm not in control." His voice growled lowly. Wait, what? In control? What did the voice mean by that? Sure. Stephen was aware that there was another side to him, the pink diamond portion. When he was just a boy and had had his gem involuntarily removed by White Diamond, he had gotten a chance to meet him face to face. Was he the one talking to him this whole time? Why did he decide to only start communicating with him now? And why was he so opposite of him? This began to worry Stephen, as he wasn't sure just what the voice meant. Either way, he didn't have much time to dwell upon it, as he was much more interested in what Spinel was talking about. Seeing as though she wasn't willing to spill the beans, he figured maybe he could convince her. "Spinel," Stephen cooed, going to place his hands on her shoulders, causing her to jolt slightly and turn to face him. Her cheeks turned a darker shade of pink. His face was practically a couple of inches away. Not close enough to be nose to nose, but not far enough to not feel his breathing. "I think I have something that'll change your mind." "Oh, really?" Spinel raised an eyebrow. She was eager to find out. If only she had a heart, it'd be racing. "Oh, tickle team!" Spinel squealed when Stephen moved his hands to her sides and began tickling her. "Ah-ha-ha-ha! No, stop! Ha-ha-ha-ha-hee!" Spinel desperately tried to dive for the couch, but he was right behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist as they both laughed. They both collapsed onto the couch together, Spinel laying on her back as Stephen was above her, straddling both her hips with his knees dug into the soft cushions. She tried to fight his prying hands, but he was too strong, the tips of his fingers making contact with her sensitive skin, and she howled out into hysterical laughter, squirming and trying to swat his pestering hands away. As the two played together, little did they know that the door to the gem's rooms had opened. Out walked Pearl. "Stephen, Spinel, is everything?" Pearl gasped, covering her mouth as she witnessed the sight before her. At this point, Stephen had both of Spinel's wrists pinned above her head, both gasping for air after having moved around so much. Immediately their heads shot in Pearl's direction, and both their eyes widened. Both's faces became as red as tomatoes. "Stephen, were you trying to—" No, it was an accident." He had hardly noticed the position they were in, and shot up onto his feet. Spinel followed, also seemingly bashful. For what on her end? She had no idea. After all, they were just playing. "Were you?" Pearl began, as Stephen cut her off mid-sentence. "No!" Stephen held his hands up in defense. "Trying to fuse with Spinel? Wait, what?" Now it was Spinel's turn to be defensive. "Huh?" Stephen seemed to have calmed down after Pearl had blurted out fusion, instead of something completely opposite of what he had assumed. Then again, he wasn't surprised. Even if Pearl was much more accustomed to Earth than she had been during his childhood, it didn't mean she understood literally everything about it. That included his morning cold showers and fun times he had done in his room whenever the gems were gone. She was still unfamiliar with how the human male's physical needs functioned. Stephen couldn't help but grin, shaking his head as he chuckled. "But Pearl, we weren't trying to fuse. It was just harmless fun," Spinel interrupted, shooting a smile toward Stephen. Stephen found her smile contagious as he grinned back. Not that I have a problem with you two fusing. Due to Pearl's hue, her cheeks turned more of a bluish shade than a pink one. It's just... Pearl, we weren't fusing." Stephen sighed. "Look, Spinel and I are going to head up to my room and play some games." Stephen thumbed behind him. "Is that okay?" Sure, of course." Pearl twiddled with the tips of her two pointer fingers, her pale blue eyes looking off to the side nervously. Even though she wanted to press into these matters a bit more, she knew this was a losing battle on her end. Maybe later on she could get together with him in private to have a little talk. Go right ahead." "Thanks. Come on, Spinel." Stephen went to gently grasp Spinel's hand and tug her towards the stairway to his room. Now, Stephen had yet another matter plaguing his mind. Why was Pearl so nervous about him and Spinel fusing? What was the big deal? After all, He had fused with all three of them on multiple occasions. It had gotten to the point that no longer did they fuse for extremely dangerous situations. Now they fused for the littlest things, like babysitting Onion on occasion, or having Sunstone teach a class about safety because Garnet was terrible at communication with people she hardly knew, or when a catastrophe happened, and due to him hanging out with Amethyst a lot, they fused to diffuse the situation. Get it? Fuse to diffuse? Ha! In all seriousness, if he and Spinel were to fuse, then what was the big deal? After all, now that they had gotten a few misunderstandings cleared up, they were fine, right? Chapter 12. A Wrench in the Works. Spinel hummed softly, going to stir a bit from her slumber. It was the next day, and Spinelli had hardly noticed that she and Stephen had fell asleep after playing video games together last night. It was a rough learning experience for Spinel. First, Stephen had to explain to her what a gaming console even was. Then, he had to teach her that there were all sorts of different games that worked in so many different ways. Luckily for Spinel, he stuck to just his favorite two-player ones. In addition, she had to be taught how to use the controls. She was holding the controller upside down at first. Poor thing. It took a while for her to get used to the buttons and the mechanisms of the game. Once she got the hang of it, though, it got harder and harder to beat Spinel. They had fun that night, but eventually Stephen would have to call it a night. Spinel waited for him like usual to shower and get dressed for bed. She would also change into some pajama wear inspired off of his own clothes. A pink t-shirt with dusty pink pajama pants decorated with rose pink hearts all over. She would also wear similar socks to Stephen's. Even though the gems were a bit uncomfortable with the concept, Spinel would often spend the night in Stephen's room and in Stephen's bed. I mean, what else could they do besides sleep next to one another? We've been over this before. Spinel is a gem. Stephen is a gem hybrid. Spinel has no lady parts whatsoever. If they were to do anything that would cause the gems to go flying up the walls, it would be fusion. And that was all. It's not like they were going to do that either. There was no dire situation for them to do such an activity. Even if Stephen considered himself growing closer to Spinel, he couldn't really see himself ever needing to fuse with Spinel. At least, not now. For the 7th time this week, Stephen's alarm had awakened them just at the crack of dawn. Spinel groaned and tried to cover her head with the blankets. Just when Spinel had gotten comfortable and was about to doze off back into a nice slumber, a hand had reached over and ripped the fabric from her head. Spinel growled and opened her eyes, staring at the mischievous brown ones that had been twinkling at her with a hint of playfulness. Spinel's own eyes narrowed at them. "Good morning, sunshine." Stephen grinned lazily. "I ain't going," Spinel responded bluntly, going to turn over and bury half of her face within the soft pillow she had been resting her head on. Moments later, and she felt the weight behind her shift from the mattress onto her side. A hand went to grasp her shoulder and shake her lightly. She could feel his shit-eating grin from her response, teasing her slightly. "Come on, Spinel. You already missed yesterday," whined Stephen, pouting a little. "Yeah, and I'm missing today too," she responded bitterly, turning her head to peek over her shoulder slightly. She had gotten a funny feeling in the pit of her stomach when she had realized their faces were close. Even Stephen's cheeks had a slight tint of pink upon them from the closeness, as he backed away a little. "Huts. Oh, come on, Spinel. Everyone was asking about you yesterday. I don't want to leave 'em hanging. And I says I want to sleep. So step off, Mr. Universe." Spinel poked Stephen in his nose, making him flinch and whine even more so. "I see someone's not a morning person," he grumbled, going to roll out of bed and onto his feet. The cool wood beneath him creaking a bit under his weight. He walked around his bed and over to his dresser. He grabbed his usual attire before heading towards the stairs. He figured he'd give Spinel some time to get ready. Even if she had said she wasn't feeling up to it this morning, there was always a chance she could change her mind. By the time he had made it into the bathroom is where he really began to process his thoughts. One of them being how long Spinel would stay. He was certain by now she would be interested in going back home and taking a break from being here on Earth, being around him. Did she even want to stay here with him? Guess he never really thought about that before. But she had to. Other than that, she would have gone home by now. Another thought was the fact that he seemed to be a bit happier lately. Maybe it was because Spinel was around more often, so he didn't feel as lonely or trapped in his thoughts. Her company was quite comforting. Maybe Spinel coming visit for a while, even if it was unexpected, was a good idea. He then began to question himself on why he was thinking of Spinel so often. Beforehand, the only thing that plagued his mind was, what was everyone else up to? And how were they faring off without him? Now, all he thought about was Spinel. He began to wonder if this was normal or healthy. Of course it is. What's not to love about that fiery pink-haired hottie? He even began to question if his inner voice was continuing to tease him with lewd thoughts, or if he was being genuine. Of course I'm being genuine. All this time, we've been focused on what it do with Connie. What it do? Stephen raised a brow as he had removed his last article of clothing, which were his boxers, and stepped into the shower. Yeah, like what that mouth do, though? Or what's it like to fuck her into oblivion? Okay, that's enough. And make her see that I'm all she needs. Stoop! Both Spinel and Connie are people. Well, speaking in human terms, not so much for Spinel. But she has feelings, he argued with his inner self, sighing and deciding to start washing up. After all, the clock was ticking. Yeah, feelings for us, the voice said, causing Stephen's cheeks to become warm at the idea. It's quite obvious. Any idiot would be able to pick up on it. No, that's not true. Stephen frowned. He wasn't sure why his heart suddenly grew heavy at the thought. Why did it matter if Spinel had feelings for him or not? After all, they were just friends, right? Oh, but it is. I can see it in the way she looks at us. So admiring, so passionate. Why else would she travel all the way from homeworld just to see me? Only those with special feelings would go through leaps and bounds to travel all the way here and tolerate unusual customs. Just think, it's been a week since she's stayed. Wouldn't you think she would have gone home to the Diamonds a day or two in? What is her purpose for staying here so long, except for the fact to get close to us? To have me all to herself? Face it, universe. You like the idea, and you know it. The voice taunted, making Stephen frown and shake his head. Though his voice had a point, he just refused to believe it. There was no way Spinel had special feelings for him. Sure, when she had lost all her memories, she had become rather clingy. But that was only because she saw him as her pink diamond, not as Steven Universe, the son of Pink Diamond. There was just no way. On top of that, what about Connie? Sure, they had never made it official yet, but he loved her. There was a burning passion to want to be by her since day one. That grew since they had become older. Stephen knew that he couldn't have been the only one that felt this way either. After all, when they did have time to spend together, he could tell by her body language. He had just never got the courage to ask her, due to her deep involvement with her studies. He figured waiting for her would be the best option, but for how long? Eventually, Stephen would wrap up his daily cleansing and move on to his other morning routines. Brushing his teeth, blow-drying his hair, fixing it up a bit, washing his face, cleaning his ears, and getting dressed. By the time he had finished, he figured he still had good time before they made it to Little Home School. The gems had already gone off ahead, so it would just be him and Spinel this morning. By the time he had returned to his room, he had glanced to see Spinel, now sitting on the bed, arms crossed, legs crossed, and pouting. Her pigtails remained, only they were much neater than when she had been laying in bed earlier. She was wearing a pink spaghetti strap tank top, light blue skinny jeans, and dusty pink flip-flops. Stephen raised a brow with a playful smirk. See? I told you you'd change your mind. Stephen teased. Oh, shush. Spinel stood onto her feet. She uncrossed her arms and began walking towards him. Stephen watched carefully, keeping his eyes on her hot pink ones as she brushed past him. There was a sudden electrifying jolt that sparked through his veins as his cheeks grew hot once again at the slight contact of her brushing shoulders with him. He had to shake his head to snap out of it, as he turned and followed after her. When did her eyes become so pretty? He thought to himself. See? He had to resist the urge to roll his eyes, as the voice spoke up smugly, knowing that he was right. Told you. Soon the morning sun would fully rise to shine brightly over all the happy and content smiling faces of the gems that had roamed around Little Homeschool. Eventually, Spinel would come to a point of the day where she would head to Stephen's greenhouse that he had built within the grounds for his lesson in earthly vegetation. She had never known that he had such a knack for working with plants. It was interesting to say the least, and he was very good at it. So much so that she was aware he had a greenhouse at his own home. She was excited to get to his class so she could learn about all the types of plants and how to properly take care of them. Okay, she was lying. She really just wanted to see Stephen. One class in, and she was already finding her mind plagued with the young man's face. His sparkling eyes, his kind-hearted smile, his smell, and what's wrong with me? Spinel thought, still confused on why she was so fascinated and fixated on him. I never used to think about Stephen like I look up to him, sure, but why am I fascinated with his smell? Spinel thought to herself with a sigh as she decided to just play around on her phone until it was time to switch. After all, Amethyst was lenient about that during her classes. She encouraged everyone to do whatever they wanted for an hour, for that was the whole point of their class. Do whatever you want 101. While she could have gone hang out with some other gems, she decided to just spend some time alone, kind of catch up with herself. Meanwhile, Stephen and his class were getting along just fine, though, in the back of his mind, he was still wrestling with the fact of these strange new feelings towards Spinel. Everything just seemed so sudden. A year of absence and only hanging out for a little over a week, and already his feelings for Spinel felt as though they were changing, like they had known each other for so much longer, like their relationship was already familiar to him, even when they had met, especially when she had reverted back to her old days, before the tragedy. So how come he still felt a little awkward about it? Oh, Mr. Universe! Mr. Universe! Stephen shook his head lightly and turned to a gem that had approached him, holding up a potted orange-reddish hibiscus to him. He had allowed the gems to explore and examine some of the plants for the remainder of their time, just as long as they didn't break or try to pick a leaf. Due to her horns and unusual skin patterns, he could tell she was a former corrupted gem, one that he had possibly recently unbubbled. Even if she was much larger than him and had a built stature, he had to admit it was adorable seeing her bounce around excitedly with a huge grin on her features. What's this one called? It's very pretty. Oh, that one's a hibiscus. It's considered a tropical plant. You know, ones that often grow in island-like areas for better terms. They need a lot of water and nutrients when in the growing phase, which this one is still in. I'm trying to consider how much sunlight this little guy needs. Stephen went to delicately touch its soft petals, smiling fondly at the young, growing, partially blooming life. I've done some research where they do require quite a bit of light, but too much can be harmful. This is the beauty of plant life on Earth. Each plant is like a different person. We all have different needs and wants, different personalities and dreams that all contribute to taking care of one another and benefiting our society. Each one unique and beautiful in their own way. Wow, Mr. Universe! The gem blinked a couple of times, her eyes glistening from the short speech. That's beautiful. Thank you. He chuckled a bit, rubbing the back of his neck. He personally thought it was cheesy, but to someone who had lived in such a demanding, unjust law, speaking in such a way was motivating, which made Stephen feel a little bit better about himself. A few more minutes and eventually, the bell would chime for everyone to rotate. Stephen bid a temporary farewell to his late morning, early afternoon class, patiently waiting for the next class to come in. At least he would get a little breather for a few more minutes before repeating the routine again. However, his cell phone rang in his pocket, thus cutting off the peaceful silence that filled the room. It was the same familiar tone he had come to miss hearing almost every day. Stephen quickly removed his phone from his pocket to glance at the screen. Without even having to read the contact's name, he answered the call and brought the phone up to his ear. "Hey, sup, Connie? How you doing?" Stephen mentally cursed himself for stuttering so much. "Hey, Stephen, was just calling in to check on you." Even without seeing her face, he could tell she was smiling. "I know you're busy with teaching your classes, but I figured I'd still try to call you while you have some downtime." "Oh, thanks, Connie. That's so sweet of you." Stephen smiled fondly, feeling his cheeks grow warm a bit at the gentle gesture. "Are you doing anything this Saturday?" questioned Connie, making Stephen's heart skip a beat. Was she going to? No. Why? He bit his lower lip. He had to try and calm his racing heart before he started glowing again. "I was wondering, since I'll have more time this weekend, if you wanted to hang," said Connie on the other end of the line. Nope. You're only wanting to hang out with me because you don't have any plans with your other friends and need something to do. Besides, I have Spinel now." "Oh, okay, sure," Stephen answered hastily, grinning like an idiot. "Dude, what the fuck? Don't just give in like that. What about Spinel? I thought we agreed on Spinel. Would you maybe, want to go to the movies this said Saturday?" Connie questioned, a hint of playfulness in her tone as she spoke. "Oh, absolutely, yes." "No." "Great, then it's settled. I know your next class is starting soon, so I'll go ahead and let you go. I'll talk to you later, Stephen." Right, later, Connie." Stephen bid his farewell and hung up his end of the phone. "You're a fucking idiot, Universe, and you only think with your going to DTA. Movies, eh?" Stephen heard a voice behind him and he squeaked, turning around to see Spinel now standing there, arms crossed and eyes narrowed at him. Hey, Spinel." "Don't hey Spinel me," Spinel mocked, waving her hands in the air for added emphasis, before going back to glare at Stephen. Just a few minutes earlier, before she had arrived, she had been conversating on the phone with Kiana. Sorta. She had been texting her all day long, which, luckily for her, Pearl had already taught her how to text back. Kiana wanted to check up on Spinelli and see how her and Stephen's relationship was doing since the apology. She had replied that everything was fine and had gone back to normal, until Pearl freaked out when she walked in on their little tickling session and thought they were going to fuse. This would then prompt Kiana to ask what fusion was, to which Spinel answered in the best way she could. It still left Kiana a bit confused, but maybe Spinel would have to show her one day, if the situation ever came down to it. They then continued to text back and forth, until Spinel had made it to the greenhouse, being the first one there. Spinel wanted to try and sneak up on him and surprise him. However, when she heard that voice, she instantly froze up. She wasn't sure why, but she didn't like where the conversation was going, let alone between the two of them. It just made her core burn with that same unfamiliar feeling that Connie had brought with her every time she was around. Even if she wasn't physically there, once he had finally got off the phone, Spinel had made it a point to wait right behind him patiently, hands on her hips and eyes fixed into a point of unamusement, yet they had a hint of intimidation. "So you and Dee Connie's going to watch movies, eh?" Spinel huffed, primping her nails as she did so. Yeah." Stephen raised an eyebrow. So, Spinel mocked, placing her hands on her hips in a sassy manner. "Aren't you gonna invite me?" She narrowed her eyes. Stephen frowned. Of course, he wanted to invite Spinel. Like stated earlier, Spinel was a sort of comfort in a sense. She distracted him from all his worries and deepest, darkest thoughts that he had been getting for the past couple of months. As messed up as that sounds, he made it sound like he was using her. Was he? Either way, it didn't matter. The bottom line was, he wanted to spend time with Connie. Just Connie, you know. Alone. Plus, he didn't want Spinel to feel like a third wheel. After all, he was sure that's how she felt during their last outing with Connie. However, currently, She was making it hard to say no with how she was staring at him, if daring him to reject her offer, and she'll set Beach City on fire just to let some steam out. Stephen's eyes averted up to the crystal glass ceiling as he cringed slightly. Spinel frowned, hurt at his hesitance, hurt at his tensed expression. She had assumed that he wanted to go by himself with this girl. The last thing she wanted to do was make him feel uncomfortable and awkward. I get it. You don't want me to come. Spinelli crossed her arms, looking away. It was hardly noticeable, but her pigtails drooped a little bit. She then shook her head and looked at him, shrugging a bit. If you didn't want me to come, you could have just told me. Really? He tried not to make himself sound too excited, but he was sure she picked up on it, as evident of her shocked expression. Yeah, it's cool. Little did he know that it wasn't. Why was going to the movies with Connie alone thrilling to him? Was she smothering him too much? Was she annoying to him? Was he becoming bored with her presence? Spinelli tried her best to not let it affect her, let alone show how it affected her. But it was hard. Just the thought of him spending time with someone else, someone whom he considered as close to him as the gems, but in a slightly different way, a way she still wasn't too familiar with. She just hoped that she could get over this feeling soon, because she didn't like it. Not at all. Chapter 13. Jealousy Can Come in Pink too. Quickly the week had passed by, much to Spinel's dismay. Don't get her wrong. She tried to push the whole Connie situation in the back of her mind and enjoy her time with Stephen, during little homeschool and after. However, the closer Saturday would creep up, the more anxious she got about it. All she could think about was them, laughing, giggling, her clinging to his arm, resting her head on her shoulder, kind of like what they did at their last outing, while Spinel lagged behind in the background. Was that what humans called romance? It surely was different from what friends did. All she and Stephen ever did was crack jokes, play games, watch movies together, and tease each other playfully with tickles, nudges, pinches to the sides, etc. None of the things he and Connie did together. Was Connie truly something special to him? More than Spinel? I'll be back later, guys, came a new voice from the stairs, catching everyone's attention. Currently, Spinel had been sitting in the kitchen living room of their house with the other gems, playing cards, just to give Stephen a little privacy while he got ready to go to the movies with Connie. Seeing as though Spinel was still a little bit uncomfortable with them, the gems had decided to invite her to play cards, something they could teach her and enjoy with her, kind of like a bonding process. Stephen had finally came down from the stairs after about 30 minutes, dressed a little differently tonight. Then, instead of wearing his usual black shirt brandished with his symbolic golden star, he wore a plain, simple pink polo shirt over a red t-shirt. His jeans were a lighter shade of blue than his usual darker ones. He wore black and white Converse shoes on his feet, and had 2 wristbands around one wrist that were pink and black, and a black and red G-Shock watch on his other. Looking good, dude. Amethyst gave Stephen a thumbs up, smirking. Going to the movies with Connie? Pearl grinned, knowing of Stephen's feelings towards his best friend. It was good to see them finally spending time together again, even if it would be a while before they hung out again. Yeah. He moved towards the door and grabbed the knob, glancing back at them with a slight smile, his cheeks a tad bit red from bashfulness. Just be home by 11, Garnet said in her usual stoic tone, though she had a wide grin on her face. It'll probably be earlier than that. I don't want to keep Connie up all night for her mother's sake. He chuckled lightly, pushing the door open after grabbing his keys off the key rack. Bye, guys. Love you. Love you too, replied Garnet, the door then closing shut behind him. The mysterious red gem then turned back to Spinel, who was sulking slightly. Unlike Amethyst and Pearl, Garnet was already aware of what was going on with Spinel. While there was a future that Stephen ended up with Connie, there was also a future where Stephen ended up with Spinel, which gave away her growing feelings for him. While Garnet was all about Stephen truly being happy with whomever he wished to be with, the only problem was if he were to end up with Spinel. The cons outweighed the pros. Thus far, she foresaw a lot of things that could hurt Stephen if he were to choose Spinel. One of them being that something he did would cause her to go on a rampage throughout Beach City. What it would be was still quite blurry. Either way, she was hoping he would be cautious if he chose to go down Spinel's path, because she didn't really have the heart to stop him. "Cheer up, Spinel." Garnet nudged Spinel slightly, giving her a slight playful grin. "Yeah, what's got you down, dog?" Amethyst said, putting down her own card onto the piling stack. Nothing." Spinel looked down at her own set of cards. "Spinel, if something is upsetting you, you can tell us." Though Pearl was genuine in her worry for Spinel, she was also weary of whether or not whatever was causing her to feel so gloom would set her off. "I'm fine. Really, guys." Spinel forced a smile. She wasn't stupid. She knew the gems were worried with her emotions getting out of hand. She was a little disappointed that they hadn't had any confidence in her recovery. But what would she expect? She wiped their memories and nearly destroyed their home. They had every right to be on edge. Before she could comment that they should get back to the game, because it was Pearl's turn, her phone began buzzing and ringing in her pocket. The gems raised an eyebrow as they observed Spinel standing up and slipping her phone from her pocket. "I'll be right back. Just skip my turn," said Spinel, heading to the front door to go outside. When she was alone under the starry night sky, she answered the call and put it up to her ear. "Hello, this is Spinel speaking." "Sup, shawty? What you doin'?" Kiana was laughing about something. Spinelli could have even swore she had heard giggling and snickering in the background. Where was that sound coming from? "Nothin'. Just playing cards with de gems." Spinel went to lean against the railing, looking out into the beautiful starry night sky. "Boring." Spinel flinched at the unfamiliar voice that had shouted in the background. "Shut up! Shut up!" Kiana hissed at whomever she was with, before directing her attention back to Spinel. "You think you'd be able to sneak out and come hang with us? Just for a lil bit? Aye, yo! We don't think you a gem, but we gon' see if you come." Came another unfamiliar voice, male as well, but more deeper than the other. Huh? Spinel glanced over her shoulder at the 4 gems that was still busying themselves playing cards. I mean, they did seem invested in their game, but then they would get to her turn again, notice she was gone, and probably come outside looking for her, and she was aware that the time to get to town would take more than just a couple of minutes. "Oh, sissy, please," Kiana begged on the other end, breaking the pink gem out of her thoughts. "It'll be real quick, promise. You can even bring Steven if you want." Well, Steven is..." Spinel gulped down the lump that had formed in her throat, rather hesitant to mention it because she couldn't bear the feeling that came with it. "He's a little busy with someone else." Hold the fucking phone." Kiana's tone suddenly grew angry. "Uh-oh. Now give it to me. Did you just say he busy with somebody else?" "Yeah. Shawty, if you don't bring your pink butt over here, I'ma come get at you myself," Kiana said, her voice loudening with each word. "Yucky! Kick his ass!" shouted another female voice this time. Spinel was still hesitant, seeing how passionate Kiana was, that she come over to wherever she was. Once again, Spinel glanced over her shoulder to see the gems still occupied with their game. Even though the stakes were high, there was also a chance they wouldn't notice her disappearance. Though she highly doubted it. Still, something was pulling for her to go ahead and sneak out. Maybe just this once, and she could deal with whatever kind of consequences later. Spinel nodded, exhaling deeply. "Where are ya?" As granted, it took Spinel 10 minutes to get to the boardwalk. Luckily, Kiana and whoever else she was with wasn't too far away. It took her about the same time to get there as it did the last time on foot. Spinel had arrived to Barry's Smoothies, which was closed, but still offered tables to sit at. That's where the group was sitting. Kiana and about 4 other people. Mostly guys with the exception of one girl. All human. Spinel approached them slowly, a bit intimidated by there being so many people there. One of the boys, one that was the smallest out of the bunch with blonde, medium-length hair, vibrant green eyes, and skin that was similar to Steven's color, maybe a bit darker, had jumped up and proclaimed to the other girl of the group that she owed him $10. She was the complete opposite of Kiana. She had long, silky dark hair that stopped to her backside, dark eyes that were thinner and slanted slightly, and a pale complexion. She only rolled her eyes playfully at him and crossed her arms, proclaiming that she was broke. One of the other guys, who was the tallest and muscular, had chuckled at the two's antics. He had the darkest complexion out of the group, slightly darker than Kiana's. His dark hair was short into a buzz cut. His eyes were a darker brown than Kiana's as well. So did the last boy, who stuck out like a sore thumb. He was the only one out of the group that had hair Spinel had never seen on a human before. It was a reddish-orange shade, shaved around the sides with the rest of the long pieces tied up in a messy bun. His eyes were sky blue, and he had freckles adoring his cheeks and nose. His stature was also tall, but slightly shorter than the tallest guy there, but was as muscular as him. Kiana wouldn't waste time in introducing Spinel to them, and vice versa. Spinel would finally learn the names of these beings Kiana associated herself with. The blonde, Tamrick, the dark-haired girl, Hugin, Jin for short, the tallest, Adonis, and the redhead, David. They were very receptive of her, even going to ask her questions like, "How is your skin pink? Is that your gem on your chest? What's the name of your planet? How long have you been here? Does your skin change color like a mood ring?" Etc., etc. They were so fascinated with finally being able to see a gem in person, and Spinel was more than happy to answer their questions and bask in the attention. However, Kiana had to cut her friends short, as she was more interested in the Steven situation. After all, she was a hopeless romantic, and shipped those two hard. She needed to know what the hell Spinel meant by Steven being busy with someone else. "So what's up with Steven, yo? I gotta beat his ass?" Kiana cut them off, earning everyone's attention. "Yo, who's Steven? He your boyfriend?" Adonis smirked, his dimples popping from the corner of his lips as he did. "Ooh, is he a human? He sounds like he has a human name." Tamrick leaned in closer to the gem, eyes sparkling like an excited puppy. Spinel quirked an eyebrow. Out of all of them, Tamrick seemed to be the most interested in Spinel. I don't know what a boyfriend is. And Steven's human, for the most part." Spinel answered nervously, rubbing her arm a bit. Her dusty rose-pink hoodie was soft and big on her small frame, hiding her rather fragile-looking frame. "Take it easy, y'all." Kiana rolled her eyes. "Remember, she ain't been here long." "Ooh, I'll explain it to her." Huajin smiled happily, showing off her twinkling braces, which Spinel had inquired about earlier. The girl had explained she had worn braces for a while, a method used to straighten one's teeth. How interesting. A boyfriend is like someone who you get to do special things with, like holding hands, kissing, which is mouth-on-mouth contact, cuddling, which is like hugging, but for an extremely long time. Tamrick had cut her off, counting on his fingers as he listed the activities, much to Huajin's displeasure. "Tamrick," Huajin fussed, causing the others to giggle and chuckle a bit. Oh! Spinel sulked again. So she was right. Steven wasn't her boyfriend, as they had put it. But then again, neither was he to Connie. She had only seen them at most hold hands. So, maybe they were? Oh man, this stuff was so confusing. So from the looks of it, Steven already got a girl? Kiana raised an eyebrow. I guess. I don't know. The most I seen him do is hold hands. Spinel began, before she was cut off by Adonis. So, they got to hots F.A. each other. But they ain't datin'? Adonis rubbed his chin in thought, pursing his lips a bit. I guess. Spinel shrugged slightly. I mean, he's at the movies with her right now. So, so he is cheatin'! Tamrick sprung up, slamming his hands on the table and causing some of the others to jolt a bit at the sudden loudness. Bitch, she just said they ain't datin'! Kiana yelled back at him, balling up her fist and jumping a bit herself, gritting her teeth a bit. Look, it's a case of one-sided feelings. She calmed down, going to lean back in her chair. Oof, That's rough, buddy. Hyojin looked to Spinel with a frown. Spinel raised an eyebrow. One-sided feelings. Spinel tilted her head a bit. What's that? Spinel, you truly haven't been on Earth long enough to know what's going on. And I feel for you, said David finally. He seemed to be the most quiet of the group. From what I'm picking up, you have these special feelings for Steven, correct? He raised a reddish-orange eyebrow. Yeah, I guess. Spinel shrugged a bit. You guess? You guess? Bitch, you wanna fuck Dia's man or not? Tamrick shouted, grabbing Spinel by the shoulders and shaking her slightly. Spinel went wide-eyed, confused. What? Spinel tilted her head again, confused at why Tamrick was using the term fuck as a reference to Steven. Was he cursing him out? Kai just said to take it slow with Spinel, Tamrick, and you're already fucking it up. Hyojin huffed and pinched the bridge of her nose in irritancy. She then turned to Spinel, giving her a soft, gentle look. Spinel, do you ever get the feeling of wanting to hold hands with Steven? Yes. You want to kiss him on the mouth, Adonis added, crossing his arms and raising a brow. Yes. Spinel's face suddenly began to grow hot. Do you want him to only kiss you on the mouth? Kiana demanded, eyes narrowed at the pink gem. Yes, Spinel huffed, becoming irritated with all these questions. What was the point they were trying to get at? Then seeing he's with another instead of you right now, doing those things is what one-sided feelings are. Spinel, there is a chance that this Steven guy only sees you as a friend and doesn't want to do those things with you, but with someone else, explained David casually. Spinel frowned. There was that feeling again. Then, what are Dahi's feelings I'm getting? Like, I feel bad every time when even her name is brought up in a conversation. Spinel! Tamrick grabbed Spinel by her shoulders once again, a bit more calm now. That's jealousy. Meanwhile, Steven and Connie were enjoying their movie peacefully. It was already halfway through the movie when suddenly Steven's phone buzzed in his pocket. Shoot, he muttered, seeing the light flash within his jeans. He reached with his free hand into his pocket and pulled out the device to look at the dim but evident screen. Pearl was calling him. That was strange. Why would Pearl be calling him at this hour? I'll be right back. He leaned in and whispered in Connie's ear. It gave the young woman goosebumps as she nodded slightly. She leaned in and kissed Steven's cheek tenderly, causing the young man to blush slightly. I'll be right here. And with that, she looked back to the screen, going to place another ball of popcorn in her mouth. Steven had removed his other arm from around Connie's shoulders and ducked slightly, moving through the seats. Luckily, they had decided to sit closer to the end so he wouldn't have to disrupt anyone, and close enough to the theater's room exit. Once he had gotten outside the doors to the movie and into the main halls, his phone had stopped ringing. He decided to quickly call Pearl back. After scrolling through his contacts and pressing her name, he held the receiver up to his ear and tapped his foot. It took about 2 rings when she finally answered. Pearl? Steven! Pearl screeched through the phone, causing him to flinch and pull the phone away, before pulling it back to his ear, pouting a bit. Pearl, why are you yelling? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. It's Spinel, said Pearl, causing Steven's heart to drop. Spinel? Is she okay? He automatically began to assume the worst, thinking that the gems had been randomly attacked and something bad had happened to Spinel. But that couldn't be likely. There was always a chance Spinel was going on one of those rampages Garnet had warned him about. But why? What was a valid reason for that? She's gone. We were playing cards one minute, and when we saw she was taking too long for her turn, Amethyst went out to go check up on her and see if she was okay. But then she was gone. Okay, Pearl, I'm gonna need you to breathe. He took notice of how fast she was talking. He could hear her inhale sharply before exhaling. Once she had finished exhaling, Steven continued. So, what you're saying is, she went outside for a moment. Yes. After answering her phone had rung and she stepped outside to answer it. Pearl replied anxiously. Steven frowned. While he was aware that Spinel had only a handful of contacts, he would know. He had set it up. There was always a chance that... Shit. Stephen grumbled, running his hands through his hair and beginning to pace back and forth a bit. Stephen, language. Pearl scolded, her tone sounding not so happy. That was the least of his worries right now. He began to think, what if this girl, Kiana, had something to do with it? After all, that was the only human friend Spinel associated with. He had assumed since the girl had dropped Spinel off, and he had never heard from her again that the girl had moved on with her life. Then again, that might not be the case. On top of that, there was a chance that she was involved with Garnet's future vision she had shared with him since Spinel's first day here. After all, Spinel would never even sneak off like that in the first place without a push. Not to sound like an asshole, but he had just assumed Kiana was that type of girl to give her a push. I'm going find her. But what about Connie? Pearl inquired. Stephen frowned as he glanced over his shoulder at the movie theater's doors. He bit his lower lip. Well, he did want to go help the gems find Spinel. Really find Spinel himself. He didn't want to just up and leave Connie by herself abruptly. Plus, his mind was beginning to play all sorts of negative scenarios of if he were to leave Connie by herself, even if she was well skilled with swordsmanship. There was still a chance someone could try and take advantage of her, and he never wanted that. He'd snap the neck of whomever who would even think about doing that. But, you sit tight, Stephen. Stay with Connie. We'll handle this. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure why I called you. Pearl chuckled nervously. Well, that touched a nerve. Why wouldn't she call him? I guess. I just felt I needed to let you know what was going on, in case you came home earlier and saw us gone. Thanks, Pearl. He sighed heavily. Without hearing her response, Stephen hung up. He was trying so desperately to calm himself down. However, he couldn't. He hadn't even noticed that he was gripping his phone so tightly. He had crushed it in. He squeaked slightly once he had noticed what he had done, and brought his hand up to examine the now damaged phone. When he saw his fingers glowing pink, he let out another distressed sound, and began taking deep breaths, until he saw his fingers turn their normal color. He was becoming so frustrated with this. Why was this happening to him? Where was it coming from? Ever since his spar with Jasper, he had been having this problem, and it was becoming harder to control. And now, because of it, he would need a new phone. Chapter 14. Experiment. Are you sure you're okay, Stephen? Connie urged, as she glanced over at the tense young man, who was eerily silent for the rest of the night. It was obvious something was bothering the gem hybrid, as he focused most of his attention on the road. Yeah, I'm fine. Stephen replied simply, as he pulled up to parallel park halfway on the sidewalk right in front of Connie's home. Stephen, Connie said, a bit more sternly. She wasn't born yesterday. Connie had grown up with Stephen practically. She could tell when her best friend was upset. If something's bothering you, you know you can always talk to me. She reached over and gently placed her hand on top of Stephen's hand. His skin grew goosebumps from such a contact, staring into Connie's eyes, written in concern. Right. Oh, of course, Connie. Stephen muttered, finding himself lost in those hot pink eyes of hers. Wait a minute. Hot pink eyes? Connie's eyes were brown. Why did he say hot pink? It's just Spinel. What about her? Connie frowned, becoming even more worried. Is she okay? Did something happen? I don't know. I thought that her making friends, human friends, would be okay. But then Garnet told me to be cautious of the people she hangs around. And then there's this girl named Kiana that I think is behind her disappearance. Wait, Spinel disappeared? Connie exclaimed, now just as concerned as Stephen. Pearl was the one who was calling me. That's what she said. 1 minute she's at the beach house playing cards with them and the next, gone. And I think that Kiana girl has something to do with it. So what you're saying is, you think Spinel's friend is why she disappeared without a trace? Kind of like she's pressuring Spinel to do these type of things. Connie raised an eyebrow. She didn't mention it earlier, but she was given the rundown on the agreement that Spinel was not to leave the house, without supervision from at least one of them. As odd as it sounded without much context, it made much better sense now. It's why her parents were so harsh on her at first, afraid that if they let her do as she pleased, she'd end up running with the wrong crowd. Some, as naive and impressionable as Spinel, would be a perfect target for those types of people. But then again, she couldn't cast judgment on people who she never met in person, nor even heard about up until now. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Stephen laughed nervously. He felt as if he were losing his mind. Stephen, I don't think Kiana has anything to do with this. Connie began frowning. Who knows? She could have gone back to Homeworld. She could have gone for a walk to get some fresh air. If Spinel had gone back to Homeworld, the gems would have saw her go through the warp pad. That's how she got here. And going on a walk in the middle of the night without supervision. Supervision? Connie raised a brow. Why would she need supervision if to say she's with people she knows personally? Because of the people that are going to corrupt her, whoever they are. And I think Kiana's one of them. Stephen slammed his head on the steering wheel between his hands, groaning. I know I sound stupid and controlling, but Stephen brought his head back up and looked at Connie sadly. His eyes were glossed over and looked like they were about to spill in tears at any moment. Connie frowned. It hurt her to see him like this. Hurt, confused, worried even. So upset. So she reacted without much thought. Connie leaned in, and this time, instead of kissing him on the cheek, she pressed her lips against his. Stephen's face turned red as he sat there, stunned. Oh, now she wants a kiss. He ignored his inner voice's thoughts, too happy and over the moon at the moment. At first, he was very hesitant. Why? He wasn't sure. After all, he had waited for what felt like forever for this. He dreamed about it, which made this moment all the more mesmerizing. Eventually, he would melt into the kiss, his eyes slowly closing shut as he slowly began moving his lips against hers with slight inexperience. Sure, he had seen it in movies, but that never meant he had actually kissed someone on the mouth himself. Until now. His heart raced in excitement as his soft skin grew goosebumps, his palms breaking out into a light sweat, itching to touch her, if at least for a moment in a loving, gentle nature. His mind went blank, and all Stephen could think about right now was Connie, her and her soft, plump lips. Before he could really get into it, though, Connie broke the kiss and smiled slightly, her cheeks red. Stephen, you're not stupid and you're not controlling. You just care about the ones you love, and there's nothing wrong with that, she said softly. Before going to turn her head, she grabbed the car's door handle and pulled with her fingers. She pushed the passenger door open and got out, before shooting Stephen another soft-hearted glance. I gotta go, before my parents get worried. I know you'll find her, and figure things out. I believe in you. Night. Night, he stuttered awfully, as she closed the car door behind her. He watched dreamily as she walked up to her home's front door, pulling out her keys to unlock it. Damn it, I have to admit she's still hot, commented his inner voice. Stephen grinned smugly at it as he twisted the keys to his ignition and started the car up again. See? Told you. He mocked his alter ego's current statement from about a week ago. After he was sure she was safe inside, he pulled out from the sidewalk and began for home. Hopefully, on his way there, he could spot Spinel. Then again, hopefully at this point, they had found Spinel. Fortunately for him, by the time he had gotten home, Spinel was home. However, the gems were gone, most likely still searching for her. As soon as he entered the house, he found her squatted down, picking up the cards from the table that were scattered about. She had turned her head when she had heard him come in, and she frowned, before turning it away and continuing her task. Stephen raised a brow. He had been ready to give her an earful once he had gazed upon her. However, there was a saddened gleam in her eyes. Stephen frowned. Spinel, he said softly, going to walk up to her and stand behind her. Stephen, Spinel muttered back. As soon as she felt him within her personal bubble, she stood onto her feet and walked around the table, going to pick up the other batch of cards. Stephen sighed, closing his eyes for a moment before opening them, glaring at the back of her head. It was like she was purposely trying to avoid him, which hurt him a bit, and it was odd. Spinel, the gems told me you had disappeared and… Oh, did I ruin your little date? Spinel finally looked at him with those fiery pink eyes of hers, using her fingers as quotation marks. Stephen bit his lower lip, suddenly feeling attacked. Plus, how the heck did she know what a date was? There was only one answer. Did you sneak out to go see Kiana? He demanded carefully, his fists clenching slightly. Oh, so. You can go out and have your fun times with your girlfriend, and I can't go hang out with my friend. Connie's not my girlfriend, Spinel. Even though his words spoke one meaning, his body spoke another. And he knew that. She damn well knew it. Sure, Spinel said sarcastically as she nodded, going to focus her attention on shoving the cards back in the box, which didn't really work. Some of them missed the pack and spilled back onto the floor. Spinel huffed with frustration. She went to lean down and pick some of them up, as did Stephen. Spinel, let me help you, gosh! Because he had moved over to help her, practically standing over her. When he leaned down, she was standing back up, and the top of her head collided with his jaw. This caused him to stand back up straight and rub his jaw, as Spinel rubbed her head. It's really not like that. And why not? Spinel huffed, going to place the box down and walk around the coffee table and towards the kitchen portion of the house. You're already all over each other as it is. Why do you care? Stephen abruptly cut her off, raising his voice a bit. Spinel had glanced over her shoulder, looking him dead in the eyes. Stephen's eyebrows quirked when he noticed her eyes seemed glossed over, as if she was ready to shed tears. He swallowed the uncomfortable lump that had formed in his throat, his heartstrings tugging with guilt at raising his voice at her. Before she could even respond, however, the door flung open. In walked the gems. We've searched everywhere. Do you really think she went back to Homeworld? Pearl glanced up at Garnet, not even noticing the other two in the room. Though Amethyst and Garnet did. No, because she's standing right there, said Garnet, gesturing by turning her head to look at a shocked Spinel. Dude, there you are. Ugh, how could you run off like that? It was a good game. Amethyst scolded as she walked further in, stopping just inches before both Spinel and Stephen and crossing her arms. Also, hey Stephen, you had fun? Amethyst turned her attention to Stephen, grinning. Yeah. His cheeks turned pink, more in the sense of him feeling a bit embarrassed of the tense moment between him and Spinel. I'm sorry. Spinel sighed, her eyes averting over to Stephen, meeting his as all attention was back to her now. I guess I just wasn't thinking. Spinel, if I'm to be honest, we would have been more accepting if you had let us know what was going on, said Garnet, walking towards her. While otherworldly threats has been diminished, there are still things here on Earth that can hurt you. She stood before Spinel and placed a hand on the smaller gem's shoulder. We just don't want you to get hurt. For your sake and the diamonds, added Amethyst, shrugging a bit. I mean, could you imagine if we had to explain to them why your gem wasn't in one piece or something? I understand. Spinel rubbed her arm, nodding. I was with a friend is all, and I even met new ones. She smiled slightly. In that instant of mentioning new friends, Garnet glanced over her shoulder at Stephen, whose eyes had widened. Oh no! Was this what Garnet meant? Was her vision already happening? Well, I'm sure these new friends of yours is nice and all, but how can you know for sure if you've never spent much time with them? Questioned Pearl, already picking up the leftover cards that had spilled onto the floor, putting them back within their pack. Trust me, Spinel. While a lot of humans out there are fragile and weak compared to us, we still must be careful. Geez, you sound like my ma. Whatever dat is. Spinel crossed her arms and huffed. Well, either way, just next time, make sure at least one of us comes along with you, said Garnet simply. She was secretly hoping that if either one of them could go along with Spinel, or even Stephen, she was sure she would be able to tell or not if these people were the same beings she had saw in her vision. But first, she would have to tell the others in privacy, just in case either Pearl or Amethyst had to accompany her, so they knew who to look out for. Fine. Spinelli exhaled in defeat. She folded her hands behind her back, slowly tracing circles into the wooden floor with the tip of her pink and white Converse shoes. She was beginning to become suspicious as to why the gems were so hell-bent on tracking her every move. At first, she was a bit naive and gave in to the explanation that they didn't want her to get lost. But now that she was more familiar with the area, they didn't want her to get hurt? Her? A galactic space rock that was well capable of defending herself. Had she accidentally mentally hit them with her rejuvenator to where they had forgotten who she was? Don't worry, Spinel. Steven had finally spoke up, rubbing the back of his neck. Next time you want to go hang with them, I'll be there. Great! Spinel's sudden hard glare had softened into her excited one. Sadly, Steven didn't leave such a good impression on her new friends. Hopefully, if they were to meet, maybe he could clear his name for himself. Deep down, she believed that Steven was a good guy, regardless of those nagging feelings of jealousy here and there. He was just doing what made him happy. And if he was happy, then she was happy, right? Deciding she would call it a night and clear her head, she immediately skipped in the direction of the stairs, going up to Steven's room. Once she was out of earshot, at least to them, Garnet had turned to the others. Guys. She mainly looked towards Amethyst and Pearl through her shades. The two gems looked towards their leader and their dearest friend, a bit confused on why her tone seemed so serious. Garnet sighed and adjusted her shades a bit. She needed to warn them. They had every right to know as well. We need to talk. It was the next day. Another bright and early morning, though not as early as it usually was, and definitely not bright for Steven. He had jumped awake at yet another nightmare, the third one he had since last night, after Spinel confirming that she had indeed gone out to meet up with Kiana and another group of people. This only escalated his anxiety. Even if Garnet said she wasn't sure if they were the same ones she had saw from her vision, it was best to make sure if they were who they think they were, before they would take the necessary precautions with having Spinel hanging around these new people, and he was going to be the one to do it. Steven's motions seemed to have disturbed Spinel, who stirred slightly and slowly blinked her eyes open. Says, Steven, she mumbled groggily, before yawning and sitting up beside him. She sleepily observed his distressed expression, a cold sweat running over his skin. Are you okay? What happened? Nothing, he muttered, wiping his face with the palm of his hand, exhaling heavily. Just a bad dream. Really? What was it about? Spinel questioned. Already Haven been explained what a bad dream was, due to Steven having them more frequently since his emotions has been under haywire. Steven glanced at Spinel and exhaled sharply, shaking his head. It's nothing. Come on, tell me. Spinel wrapped her arms around his and shook him slightly. He couldn't help but laugh at her childish antics, glad to see she was in a better mood, though he was still questioning why she cared so much that he was spending time with Connie. If anything, Connie should be worried about him spending more time with Spinel, because not only did you run off to be with her, but you also kissed her. Steven blushed slightly at his other half's mentioning of the kiss. Oh my gosh, I forgot I kissed Connie last night. He squealed within his mind, going to fall over backwards, laughing gleefully, overjoyed that he had finally gotten to do what he always wanted. Unfortunate for him, his victory celebration was cut short, as Spinel had followed after him. Half her upper body was thrown onto him, which meant her chest was now pressed against his. There wasn't much cushioning there, due to Spinel not having said lady parts as stated for the third time. However, just the fact that he could feel her gem be pressed against his chest was enough to make him shudder. Oh, oops, sorry. He stuttered terrible. He attempted to try and sit up again, thinking she would follow. However, she didn't move, weighing him down. Spinel stared into his dark brown eyes silently, as if searching for something. anything. Stephen quirked a brow and was about to question why she was staring at him like that before she tried the unthinkable, the last thing the gem hybrid would expect, especially coming from someone like Spinel. She dipped her head down and pressed her lips against his abruptly, causing his eyebrows to shoot up and his eyes to widen. Stephen laid there, stunned. Yup, he certainly wasn't expecting that, nor was he complaining either. After a few moments of hesitance, Stephen slowly wrapped his arms around her waist, holding her there. He could tell Spinel had never done this before. She wasn't really sure how this worked. He wasn't too much experienced in it either. In fact, he wasn't sure what was going on. Yes, she was practically kissing him. And in a sense, he was actually receiving it. He should have pushed her off. He should be scolding her for it. But he wasn't. Before he could even properly respond, much like last time, she removed her lips from his, staring at him in awe. He pretty much had the same reaction. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes were twinkling like stars. What was that for? Stephen questioned breathlessly, blinking a couple of times, utterly bewildered at what had just happened. An experiment? Spinel stuttered nervously, her cheeks turning red once more from embarrassment. I'm sorry, I just saw Dida opportunity and... Again, Stephen demanded, this time catching Spinel off guard, even catching his own self off guard for wanting more. Spinel's eyebrows flew upward. Huh? Do it again. His usually innocent brown eyes darkened with mischief and curiosity. Spinel licked her lips, nodding slightly as she wasted no time. This time, guided by Stephen's hands pressed up against her cheek, she leaned down and their lips pressed again. Once again, Spinel froze up, not knowing how it worked. Stephen oddly was more than happy enough to guide her, encouraging her to move her lips as he moved his against hers. Shyly but eagerly, Spinel began to mimic his motions, placing her tinier hands on his shoulders. She was just as sloppy and inexperienced at it, but they'll learn. On Stephen's side of the experience, he felt lightheaded. The butterflies that had gathered up within his stomach had returned, as if threatening to burst out of him at any moment. Yet it was still mixed in with a little bit of guilt. Here he was, kissing another girl, not even a full day after kissing Connie. But how could he help himself? While he was hesitant with Connie, something about this just felt right, even if technically it was wrong. Like his heart was bursting into pleasant flames, his skin crawled in the most delicious ways possible, and his growing boy hormones was making him want more. Yet he had to contain himself, for her sake, and for the sake of keeping up his gentlemanlike morals. On Spinel's end, she had certainly confirmed her suspicions. She did like this kissing, that they had called it, and she only wanted him to do this with just her. No one else. Not even Connie. Just being so close to him like this was enough to warm up her core, as she began to grow goosebumps in response. Both were on cloud 9, with no ration and no reasoning. Nothing and no one could stop them. Before they could get any further in their little experiment, however, Stephen's phone, which he had almost forgotten he could fix by using his healing spit, so no spending extra money for him, rang on the nightstand, as did Spinel's, which was extremely odd. They broke the kiss, much to each other's displeasure, and both their heads snapped over to their phones. "Xikani?" gasped Stephen. "Kikiana," gasped Spinel, as they both then looked at one another. Spinel's eyes narrowed at him instantly, as Stephen put on a nervous smile. "You still worried about her?" Spinel fussed, fuming at the fact her name had the gall to be the first thing to spill from his lips. "And you still care why?" Stephen frowned, his eyebrows furrowing in displeasure at Spinel's sudden outburst. Yeesh, and to think just a few moments ago they were seconds away from tonguing each other. But it was no rocket science required as to why Spinel suddenly got bent out of shape towards him wanting to talk to Connie, despite the experience they had just shared moments ago. Ugh, whatever, universe. Spinel pushed herself up from him, and rolled over to grab her phone from the nightstand, which was next to his. She slid her thumb over the green phone button and brought the receiver up to her non-existent ear. "Hey, Kiana." "Hey, Shawty. What's up?" Steven could hear the girl respond from her end faintly, as he had picked up his own phone. Only his was a video call. "Hey, Connie." Steven decided to leave his room from his balcony's glass doors. That way, he could have his own conversation without Spinels in the background, distracting him. "Slept well?" "I did." "Did you?" Connie stared at the camera dreamily. Her cheeks tinted red as the scene from last night played again in her head. It was obvious. Steven's own cheeks turned pink, replaying the same scenario in his head. Only sadly, the memory was slightly tinted with his and Spinel's little encounter from about a minute ago. "I did," Steven replied, rubbing the back of his neck. Excuse me?" "Out it away." Steven squeaked as the glass doors to his room slid open, and Spinel rushed past. She hopped onto the railing, crouching down on all fours before jumping down. Steven nearly dropped his phone as he stared wide-eyed at Spinel. "Spinel!" he yelled, peering over the railing as she hit the ground onto her feet. She paused and looked back. "Where are you going?" "Meet me at 1011 Wallaket Way." Spinel smirked and threw Steven a wink before running off, her loose hair flowing behind her. "Steven, is everything okay?" "Gotta go, Connie. I'll call you back later." He didn't even pick up the camera to show his face. He ended the FaceTime and immediately ran inside to get dressed. He had a bad feeling of where she was going, and he intended to find her, just to keep an eye on her. Chapter 15. Meeting the gang. She said she on her way. Kiana placed her phone on the coffee table, turning her attention to her friends. "I'm so glad we decided to come down here while we could," stated Tamrick, casually flipping through channels with a bored expression. "That girl needs a day o' fun. And more friends." "Agreed." Hyojin took a puff of her disposable vape pen before letting a puff of smoke past her lips. "I just feel sorry for her with that Steven guy. He sounds like an ass." "Man, you can't gang up on a man just 'cause he want another girl. Spinel'll find somebody else. Just gotta introduce her to another person," said Adonis, leaning against the wall casually, his arms crossed. He shrugged slightly. "Yeah, somebody like..." Tamrick went to toss the remote at David, who was on his phone, scrolling through social media. The young man was caught off guard and nearly dropped his phone as the remote collided with it. David stared in annoyance at Tamrick. "David," he cooed, earning a laugh from the other people in the room. "Come on, Tamrick. That ain't funny." David sighed, going to grab the remote and place it in its rightful spot on the coffee table. "If I recall from last night, someone said that he thought Spinel was the most magnificent creature he had ever seen in his life," Hyojin mimicked, waving her hands for emphasis. The crew bursted into another playful round of laughter as David's cheeks flushed pink. "Well, I for one ain't given up on my man, Steven. No offense, David," Kiana said, waving David's eye roll off. "Gee, thanks for the support, Kai," David said sarcastically. "Now you know Kai's just saying that 'cause Adonis is saying that," Tamrick stated, causing both Kiana and Adonis to blush a bit. "I know I'm still on the fence." Tamrick shrugged. "I still gotta see what the man looked like before I cast my vote." "Oh yeah." "Feeling the love in the room," David grumbled, crossing his arms. Just as the crew was becoming comfortable in their playful banter once again, the doorbell rang. "Niece." Well, dang, that was fast. Hyojin blinked a couple of times, sitting up. "I'ma get it," said Adonis, pushing himself off of the wall and heading towards the front door. He grabbed the golden metal knob and twisted it, the hot air battling the cold air for entrance as soon as the door swung open. Adonis raised an eyebrow as instead of being met with a little pink gem with pink hair, he was greeted by another male, shorter than him by half a head just like David, only his hair was dark and curly. His dark brown eyes were wide and crazed with worry, and his skin was tan from spending a lot of time in the summer sun, but not too tan enough to separate from his natural complexion. He was wearing a dark pink shirt with black cut short sleeves, a black hood with light pink diamond designs on each side. His jeans were torn at the knees, and he wore pink flip-flops upon his feet. Upon his wrists were black athletic wristbands, a style even Adonis himself had taken a liking to. Is Spinel here?" he questioned, his voice cracking a bit as he stared nervously at Adonis. Adonis raised an eyebrow. "You must be Steven, huh?" Adonis smirked. "Steven? Did I hear a Steven?" Before Steven could even respond, fast footsteps approached the side of the door, and Tamrick peeked his head from underneath Adonis's arm, much to the young man's discontent. "Oh my God! I see what all the fuss is about. You're gorgeous!" Tamrick's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischievousness, wiggling his eyebrows. Thanks." Steven grinned sheepishly, as his cheeks turned red from bashfulness a bit. "Man, back away." Adonis shooed Tamrick from the door. "Let the man breathe." Adonis then stepped aside, gesturing with the shake of the head for Steven to go ahead and go inside. "Come on in, man. Spinel ain't made it here yet, but she comin' soon." Thanks. Steven went ahead and walked inside, content with the cool air that had washed over his body. Adonis Washington," Adonis answered happily, as he closed the door behind Steven and walked alongside him, as did Tamrick on the other side. "Ooh, you look like a human. But Spinel told us you were half gem." Tamrick clung to Steven's arm, which he was closest to, giggling. Pretty much? I'm gem on my mom's side and human on my dad's," he answered a bit hesitantly, now curious to what Spinel had been sharing with them. Once they entered the living room, Kiana was the first to jump up, grinning. "Eee, it's Steven. Nice to finally meet ya." Kiana walked over, as Adonis and Tamrick separated from Steven's side, giving the girl room to offer a handshake. Steven glanced down at her hand for a moment, before back to her smiling features. He smiled, finding it contagious, and accept her handshake, giving her a firm one. "I'm Kiana Evans, but you probably already know that." "Nice to finally meet you, Kiana," said Steven, before Huijin clung to Kiana's side, grinning at Steven. So you're Steven, eh? Well, I'm Huijin Cho, but my friends call me Jin for short," Huijin added, also receiving a handshake from the mystery fella her new friend Spinel had shared a bit about. Huijin. Nice name. Are you?" Steven questioned, tilting his head a bit. "Korean?" "Kind of. My family comes from Korean ancestors coming to American soil, but I was born on it," explained Huijin, smiling. "I see you've already met Adonis and—" "Tamrick reads. Nice to finally meet you, handsome." Tamrick winked, earning a slight blush from Steven. Well, he certainly seemed to be the flirty type. "Tamrick?" Huijin snapped, causing Kiana, Adonis, and David to laugh. "And that's David Caesar over there. Being all quiet." Kiana thumbed to David, who, unlike the others, seemed the most chill. He just nodded to Steven quietly, who nodded back in acknowledgement. "Why didn't Spinel ride with you? Seemed a lot faster," said Huijin, as she walked back to the couch to make herself comfortable. It seemed like the others followed suit to their original spots, leaving Steven to stand there awkwardly. She kinda ran off." Steven rubbed the back of his neck, chuckling nervously as he shoved his other hand into his pocket. Kinda a long story." "Ding dong! I got it this time," Tamrick shouted, practically leaping off of the couch and running full speed to the front door. "Ayooey, you almost knocked down my coffee table," Kiana shouted, causing everyone within close hearing range to wince. The sound of the door opening, followed by that sweet, familiar voice everyone was itching to hear sounded. "Hey, Tamrick," Spinel greeted. "Spinny, baby, come in, come in. Your boyfriend beat ya to the house," Tamrick exclaimed, causing Steven to fidget, his cheeks turning red. "Boyfriend," Steven muttered under his breath. Even though the title didn't bother him at all, he couldn't help but wonder just what Spinel had told them. And what's wrong with that? Look how long it took for Connie to take the initiative and show her feelings towards me. Well, Spinelli only took 2 damn weeks, his voice reminded him, as both Tamrick and Spinel entered the living room together. He shoddy. Kiana threw her hands in the air to show off her excitement, grinning widely. Hey guys. Stevie! Spinel giggled, waving slightly. The others greeted her casually as Stephen stood there, finally having a chance to take in her attire. Her hair was down, with some of those strands pulled back just like the other day. Only today, she wore a black turtleneck sweater dress. It was short and showed off her long, thin, lovely legs. There was a hole around the chest area to show off her gem without having to phase it through the material. She wore black combat boots on her feet, just like the ones she had wore when she had first arrived with Kiana that day. Stars, she's so hot. If only she had a pussy. Stephen's face turned red from his other half's comment. He had to calm himself down before his pants got any tighter. He calmly walked over to Spinel, leaning down to the level where her ear should be. Can I talk to you for a sec? Like, alone? Stephen whispered. Though Spinel was a bit hesitant, she nodded, going to glance back at her new group of friends and smile. We'll be right back, you guys. Spinel thumbed behind her before turning around and grabbing Stephen by the hand, leading him back outside. Ooh! Both Tamrick and Adonis hooted as Kiana and Huejin smirked, and David crossed his arms, glaring at the spot Stephen had once been standing in. I don't trust that one, commented David, after he was sure the group was once again by themselves. Safri, why? 'Cause she has the hots for Stevie Boy more than you? Kiana smirked. Adonis busted into laughter, slapping the girl some 5 after she had held her hand out for one by him. I ain't gonna lie, fam. He's way hotter than I expected. Tamrick cooed, biting his finger a bit. He's off limits, Tammy. Huejin growled, glaring daggers at him. Tamrick gasped dramatically, placing the tips of his fingers on his chest in an offended manner. Jin, how dare you would accuse me of such thing? Spinny is my friend, and you know I respect my friends, said Tamrick, before dramatically throwing his head back and placing the back of his hand on his forehead, while the other laid on his chest. Still, David sighed. There's something off about him, and the proof is in the pudding. I think he's leading both of those girls on. Well, man, you never know which flava you like better till you try 'em both, Adonis stated simply, shrugging. I say, we be supportive of Spinel and Stephen either way. And hey, look on the bright side, Tamrick added, leaning back on the couch and placing his arms on the back of it. If Stephen chooses the mystery woman, you get to have Spinny all to yourself. David blushed as he tucked a free strand behind his pierced ear. Yes, he did find Spinel aesthetically stunning to say she wasn't human. Definitely pleasing to the eye, and as sweet and innocent as anyone could get. But it was too early to tell if he had feelings towards her. After all, he had only hardly known her for a day, and never texted her since he gave her his number. With how much she talked about Stephen and all those things she mentioned, he wanted to see where this went. If they would actually become a couple or not. Either way, he was going to be supportive of his new friend no matter what, even if it did hurt him in the end. As long as she was happy, he was happy. Meanwhile, outside, Stephen had closed the door behind them carefully, before looking to Spinel with a rather displeased expression. Spinel already knew what to expect. He was probably going to scold her for just running off like that again, and having to chase her. Look, before you open your mouth, you were on the phone with Connie. I couldn't just pipe up and say, hey, Kiana invited me to go hang out today. Come be my guard dog and meet my new friends. Spinel, well, I really am happy that you're making new friends and these people seem okay. He sighed. He really didn't want to share with her what Garnet had told him about getting mixed up with the wrong crowd. Nor did he exactly want to dictate how she spends her time on Earth. He wanted her to enjoy the best of what being here could bring her, even if it wasn't with him. But there was still that vision that had him worried. I just want you to be careful. Okay? Ugh, why? Deheza people are the nicest people I've ever met since I got here. Plus, Kiana let me spend a night at her house when I had nowhere to go. Spinel, You could have just stayed at the beach house. And do what? Sit around in the dark and then be attacked 'cause I gave someone the bajeebies? Spinel snapped, stomping her foot and pouting her lips. I don't know what's your problem. First it's the glowing incidents, then you was all soggy till I showed up, and now that you have me, I ain't good enough for ya. Again. Spinel, it's not like that. Stephen raised his voice, causing her to jolt from the sudden loudness and volume. Seeing as though he scared her, however, he immediately calmed down. He exhaled slowly and pinched the bridge of his nose. It's not like that. Ever since you've come back, it's been easier. You may not believe it. Stephen dropped his hand and smiled at her slightly. But I actually like having you around, Spinel. Spinel blushed at the comment, her eyes twinkling for a moment, before she shook her head. Dehen, why you didn't take me with you to the movies? Spinel threw her hands out, frowning. Oh, come on. You're still stuck on that? Stephen huffed, placing his hands on his hips as he narrowed his eyes at her. You still never answered my question, said Spinel simply, crossing her arms and sticking her nose up on the air stubbornly. And you still never answered mine. Stephen then crossed his arms, giving her an unamused look in return. Both grew silent as they averted their gazes elsewhere, cheeks flustered in embarrassment. Before either of them could break the awkward silence, the door opened. There, Adonis was sticking his head from the small hole, smiling lazily at them. Y'all a-ite out here? Adonis questioned, genuinely concerned for his two new friends' well-being. Both Spinel and Stephen simultaneously looked to Adonis, before at each other. Stephen then looked to Adonis, nodding slightly. Yeah, everything's fine, he replied, glancing at Spinel, who still refused to look at him at the moment out of bashfulness. Peachy. Spinel agreed. Cool, 'cause we decided it would be cool if we went to Dia Arcade. Adonis smirked. Y'all up F.A. to offer? Within the next couple of minutes, all of them would find themselves at Smiley's Arcade, another establishment Mr. Smiley seemed to run within town. While Kiana and the others decided to give the other two some space by riding in her car, Stephen led the way in his with Spinel in the passenger seat. The whole entire way there, both of them were silent, refusing to say a word to one another. It was awkward, and the air was so thick, you could cut it with a butter knife. Stephen had pulled up into a nice parking spot to park his car once they had gotten to the arcade area. Couldn't exactly park it on the boardwalk. Kiana's car pulled up next to them, and none of the young adults and Jem wasted time in exiting their cars, regrouping. Y'all ready to get y'all asses whooped? Adonis taunted, cracking his knuckles. I don't know. Stephen smirked. I've played in this arcade since I was 10. I know every game and every strategy. Well, we just might have to take you up on Dahat Brag, big guy. Adonis chuckled, patting Stephen on the shoulder. Only a few hours in, and already, Stephen was starting to feel more at ease around these new people. A while back, he had trouble connecting with humans, so preoccupied with his gem responsibilities that he had lost touch of what it was like to just be normal. He only had a small circle of friends, mainly being people he would often see when going to shops around town, before more people began to move to Beach City. Now, with a little bit of practice from the last time he had hung out with Connie and her new friends, he had come to be more at ease with talking to regular humans. The group wasted no time in entering the arcade, immediately greeted with the cool air from the air conditioning, and many bodies roaming around. Whether they were gems, children, teens, you name it. During these times, arcades were more valuable, a delicate history of a common hangout place to play games before the in-game consoles. It was nice to see that, though this place wasn't as packed as it used to be, there were still those who took the time out of their busy schedules to visit the place of the past. Also, an opportunity for those foreign to such activities to learn something new. Luckily for them, Stephen still had quite the amount of tokens on him from his childhood, having spent his time collecting them by using his metal detector to pick up some on the beach, so there was no need to go purchase them. Plus, after the embarrassment from last time with Mr. Smiley, that was the last person he had wanted to run into today. Stephen pulled out the sack of coins and distributed them amongst the group, who was impressed with his skills of collecting so many. Shortly after each one of them collected their fair share of tokens, they broke off into groups or pairs. Kiana went to go shoot some hoops with Adonis. Tamrik, Huejin, and David went to play some racing games together. And finally, it was Spinel and Stephen. Alone. Together. It was awkward. Neither of them were exactly in the mood to talk. Considering the last time they had been together, they were in an argument. Eventually, Spinel would try to break the ice, commenting that she had never played any of the games in an arcade before. She wondered if it were the same concept as console games. Stephen would comment that they were slightly different, but were for the same purpose, to entertain. Stephen would go on to introduce Spinel to some of the games, him being expertise at them after playing them for so long. However, Spinel would learn fast. Once again, it would be harder and harder for Stephen to beat Spinel. At this point, the tension between them had evaporated, going back to giggling and teasing each other, Stephen messing with her and saying she was cheating, receiving a playful hit in the arm by Spinel every once in a while. From a distance, Kiana and Adonis observed them, smiling. "Looks like splitting up was a good idea, Kai." Adonis turned to Kiana after grabbing his drink from being propped up on one of the games. Kiana grinned. "It ain't no mystery that the two was fighting outside. Just needed to break the ice is all," said Kiana as she stood relatively close to Adonis, crossing her arms. "Oh yeah. It's obvious he into her though. I can tell," said Adonis, going to take a sip of his frosted treat he had brought to him by one of the gem creatures from the concession stand a while ago. "I know. I just wish he'd choose who he want though," said Kiana with a frown, as she observed Stephen going to reach for his phone that was buzzing in his pocket. From Spinel's smile dropping, she could tell it had to be the other girl she had mentioned. Now, let the man take his time. It's important to know FA show who we want to be with. Can't just go rushing in and then the next thing you know, you stuck like Chuck and fuck," said Adonis, earning a glare from Kiana. Adonis could feel his cheeks heated from her intense gaze, and looked ahead at the strangely interesting lighting coming from one of the arcade machines. Kiana sighed, going to glance over at Spinel, whom was left to watch as the person she cared about the most conversed with the other girl on the phone, a bright smile on his face, while the pink gem was left standing there awkwardly. Miserable. Notes. "Hey guys, sorry for taking so long to update. I had gotten a major writer's block from this chapter, but don't worry. I managed to work through it, which is probably why this chapter sucks ass XD+. I've also been working on a couple of chapters ahead, so I have some lined up for whenever I can proofread them and post them. So no worries. Anyways, until next time. P.S. I want to thank everyone for their support and comments. They've been giving me motivation to keep going, because I love hearing people's reactions to things. I know the chapters may seem kinda dull now, but once we get to the real juice and meat of the plot, I promise you'll be left on the edge of your seat. Thank you." Chapter 16. Rejection. The hours rolled by, and soon the sun would set to mark another long night. The group, after a while of spending time gaming in the arcade, had decided to regroup and go get pizza to snack on. Being huddled up and having more time to focus on one another gave them a chance at getting to know Stephen better. The same vice versa. Though it was far too early to tell, Stephen felt rather comfortable around this group. He felt more easy, despite their beckoning differences. Even if he was half human, Stephen still found it hard to communicate with people who didn't have to struggle through what he had gone through in his childhood, a strange feature he had developed during spending most of his time trying to win over the good intentions of people trying to kill him or his family, instead of making more friends. He was bombarded with questions from Spinel's mentioning of him to them, inquiring about his heritage, all of his life growing up as not quite human, but not quite gem either. It was a tough subject to sit through, yet he figured he would give them answers that weren't too vague, but weren't too devastating to his mental and emotional state either. It didn't quite help that Spinel would often stay quiet, or the fact the redhead— what was his name? Oh yeah, David. David had been staring at him strangely, like he was silently judging him. For what? He wasn't sure of. Hopefully not because of his position with his life. Even though it was super rare around here, he was aware some people just couldn't help but be judgmental. Stephen figured maybe it would be best to put his distance between him and David, in hopes of maybe giving the redhead some more time to warm up to him. After the long and draining conversation, they would all head their separate ways to turn in for the night. Thus far, nothing seemed out of the ordinary with Spinel's new friends. But still, "Hey, Stevie!" Spinel had broken him out of his thoughts as he glanced at her, before glaring back at the road. The silent humming of his vehicle's engine was the only sound in the background as they drove most of the way, placed in a comfortable silence for a while, until Spinel decided to speak up. "Yeah?" Stephen questioned, genuinely curious to what Spinel had to ask him. "To say so." Spinel was very nervous. Now that they were going home to most likely get ready to call it a night for what was to come tomorrow, she couldn't help but think about the morning experience they had shared together. She was debating on whether or not she wanted to bring it up or let it fade within memory. But she had to know. She had to tell him how she felt to help her further understand just what the heck was going on. "About 'tis mornin'." Spinel brought her knees up to her chest and wrapped her stretchable arms around her legs, turning her head to glance out the window at the moving scenery. She refused to look him in the eyes at the moment. Stephen had raised a brow, almost confused with just what she was talking about. It wasn't until she elaborated on what she was referring to for his eyebrows to raise up, and his cheeks turned pink as a result. With the kiss? I think it's called. From this morning?" Stephen confirmed. In all honesty, he had forgotten all about the kiss, having been caught up in all the activities they had done with her group of friends today. Just the thought alone of the scene replaying in his memory sent blood to his cheeks as he gulped down the lump that had formed in his throat. Yeah." Spinel bit her lower lip as well. Her eyes had finally landed upon him for the first time since they had gotten in the car, him glancing at her every now and then, keeping his focus on the road. Did I? She was currently trying to find the words to say, but nothing came out. Geez, why was this so hard? Why was she so afraid of his answer? It shouldn't matter to her. Either way, she wanted Stephen to be happy. Stephen needs to be happy, whether it was with her or someone else. Someone he could further relate with than some space rock alien, as the others had put it during their questioning. But still, she couldn't help but feel the way she did. That kiss, it may have been an experiment on her part, but at the same time, it was electrifying. The way he looked at her after she had pulled away, the fact even he himself wanted more, holding her body close to his warm one. The whole moment was intoxicating. She only wished it was longer. Stephen was practically beating himself up on the inside. He couldn't lie to himself. He did in fact enjoy the kiss. After all, if he didn't, why would he ask for more? Which made him feel all the more guiltier. He had the gall to kiss the one girl he had been in love with for so long now, after chickening out a couple of times. And he now had the nerve to turn around and enjoy kissing someone he had barely had a chance of getting to know. It just wasn't right. He felt like a cheater, a menace, a betrayer. The last thing he ever wanted to do was hurt anybody. That wasn't what Stevn0usE would do. He doesn't hurt people. He helps them. And he had a feeling if the truth were to slip to either one of them, no doubt they would hate him, loathe him even. And he couldn't bring himself to lie to either of them either. It was a long, unbearable silence from both ends. Spinel waiting patiently for his response, and Stephen trying to truth-bomb her the easiest way possible. It didn't take the pink gem long to figure out that she had made him uncomfortable. Look! She had to say something. She couldn't stand to see him squirm like this. I can tell you really love Connie, if that's the right word to use. Spinel smiled slightly as his Dondi slowly pulled up into the usual parking spot on the sands, though Stephen didn't turn off the engine, instead looking at her a bit surprised, his cheeks turning pink at the term Spinel had decided to use. She refused to look at him. Instead, she looked up to the stars, her hot pink eyes glistening with a saddened, distant gleam. Be with her. If to his is what makes you happy, then forget about the kiss. Spinel finally glanced over to Stephen, giving him a fond smile. Spinel? What she said tugged on his heartstrings a bit. He felt even worse than he did already. He could tell she was only trying to mask her disappointment and rejection. It wasn't right. She deserved to be happy too. What if you make me happy as well? He thought to himself. Well, you could have them both, but something tells me I'm too chicken shit to try for a Polly. His inner voice interjected, causing Stephen to grip the steering wheel a bit tighter in annoyance. What did I say about objectifying them? Plus, I don't think either would be happy with the fact of having to share me. In said sense, true, but it was worth a shot, his alter ego mused. Come on, we should get some sleep. Spinel finally spoke up, breaking him out of his confrontation with his darker self and unlocking her door with just a click of a button. She pulled the charcoal gray handle and pushed the passenger door open. Climbing out, Stephen's eyes widened in panic as he turned off his dondi, which caused the vehicle to immediately unlock the driver's door. He pushed his own door open, pulling his set of keys along with him as he quickly made his exit. Edith, Spinel, wait! Stephen called out, closing his door and jogging towards the pink gem that was already making her way towards the house. Spinel paused and glanced over her shoulder as he had managed to catch up to her. Once he was before her, he grabbed her arms, causing her to have to fully turn around to face him. Spinel raised an eyebrow in bewilderment, curious to what Stephen had to say. But before we go inside, I just need you to know. He sighed heavily, releasing her from his hold. He placed one hand on his hip as the other ran its thick fingers through his thick curly hair, furrowing his eyebrows in the process as he closed his eyes tightly. Once his eyes opened up to glance back at her, he dropped his hand that was grazing over his scalp, frowning. I kissed Connie the other night. Okay. Spinel's eyebrows flew upwards. Wow! She wasn't expecting that. How blunt! She wouldn't lie. It stung her within her core to hear Stephen had locked lips with another person. But could you blame him? It was crystal clear that he had feelings for Connie and wanted to spend the rest of his normal life with her. So why did he insist on rubbing it in her face so much? And I did, the kiss we shared this morning. I'm sorry, I'm going through a lot of feelings right now. I'm confused because, up until now, I was sure Connie was all I ever wanted, but now, Stephen bit his lower lip, his eyes averting up from the ground to stare Spinel in her glossed-over eyes, as he practically poured out his heart to her. I'm not sure. No, Stephen. It's fine, Spinel assured. But was it really fine? She placed a hand on one of his broad shoulders, giving him an encouraging smile, as she struggled to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. I ain't really good with the whole human emotions thing, really, so I can't really tell you how to feel. But I know how I feel, and I wanted Chia to be happy. That's all that matters to me. But Spinel, Stephen frowned. What about your happiness? Spinel's smile faded for a moment, the false gleam in her eyes fading slightly by such an inquiry. However, his facade quickly returned as soon as it had vanished. What do you mean? I am happy, Spinel lied, masking the want to burst out into tears with giggles. She slowly released Stephen's shoulder and turns her back to him, walking in the direction of the house. As soon as her face was shielded by the back of her head, her smile dropped, and her eyes glossed over with the tears that threatened to spill. Was this what rejection feels like? She had remembered Tamrick mentioning something about if Stephen were ever to reject her, they would always be there for her to cheer her up. Well, unfortunately for the pink gem, she would need cheering up as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the only way to do that was to have one of the gems escort her. Don't get her wrong, she had spent some time with the gems trying to fix broken bonds. However, She still didn't feel 100% comfortable around them. The only one out of them she felt more comfortable with was Amethyst, who seemed to have gripped the human culture quite well, as compared to the other two. Maybe tomorrow she could take Amethyst with her to go see her friends, give her a chance to meet them. The rest of the night felt like it had gone in a flash. The two had returned within the house, which was oddly empty around this time. Both was expecting a stern talking to, since neither had managed to mention to the gems that they had abruptly left to go hang out. However, they figured with the emptiness, Pearl and Amethyst must have been given a hint by Garnet with her future vision, saying that they were okay, and there was nothing to worry about. In addition, with her gone, those people must have not been the ones Stephen was looking for, which put him at ease. Spinel commented that it would be better if she slept on the couch this time around instead of Stephen's bed, even though it hurt. She couldn't bear to be around him at the moment. To let him see her cry, she needed at least a little bit of privacy to quietly let out her emotions. Meanwhile, Stephen was respectful enough to give her space, though he couldn't shake the thought out of his head that it was all his fault for leading the poor gem on. Plus the fact that it wasn't until a few seconds ago he began to question his want to be with Connie. It kept him up for the rest of the night and into the earliest part of the morning. It wasn't until around 4 o'clock he had finally managed to fall asleep, only to be abruptly awakened by his alarm about 3 hours later. He was exhausted, yet he still felt like he was wide awake at this point. With much strain, he had finally willed himself to pull himself out of bed, going to gather his clothes for today. I feel like shit, Stephen thought to himself, opening the first drawer which held his boxers, his eyes averted to the painting upon his wall done by Onion's mother a long time ago, a picture him and Garnet had done together, that he would cherish forever, taking a glance at that pedestaled version of himself, back when he was so patient, considerate, and innocent. It hurt him to an extended degree. Why couldn't I stay like that forever? I don't even know who I am anymore. Exactly is why you should drop the act already. You know damn well who you are. And trust me when I say it ain't him. The voice answered him cheekily, causing Stephen to sigh. I know that, Stephen muttered vocally beneath his breath. He hated to admit it, but his alter ego had a point. He wasn't the same Stephen he used to be. Not only did his body mature in ways he once didn't understand, so did his mentality. He had to face the fact that he was no longer the sweet, innocent, oblivious child he used to be. And never was he going back. Ever. One way or another, you're going to get tired of putting up this act. And once you do, well, the voice chuckled darkly, ending off his sentence there. Stephen raised an eyebrow in concern to just what his other half was hinting at. Sadly, though, he wouldn't have much time to question it, as he had finished gathering up his clothes and needed to get a move on, or he'd be late for today's classes. Stephen hurried down the stairs, his clothes draped over one arm as he entered the living room kitchen. He glanced around the living room to see that the mysteriously, usually disappearing gems were home this time, including Spinel, who seemed to be becoming chummy with Amethyst in the kitchen. Heck, that's gross Spinel! Amethyst laughed, pointing at Spinel, who had finally turned around to where Stephen could see what she was doing that was making the purple gem laugh so much. Come to find out that Spinel had uncooked eggs on her eyes, laughing along with her as she poked at the yellow yolk, making the watery substance run down her cheeks as she laughed gleefully. It reminded Stephen of the time when Amethyst had tried the joke with him, to which he didn't receive it too well due to being so busy with getting ready. You too? Quit playing with those. You're going to waste them. Pearl had walked over with a bowl filled with what he assumed was pancake batter, waggling her finger at the gems who was now staring at her. Lamb! Come on, Pearl. Lighten up! Amethyst fussed, throwing her hands in the air to further express her point. Actually, it is pretty funny, Garnet commented from the couch, legs crossed at the knee and elbow propped up on the back of the couch. See? If Garnet finds it awesome, dehen it's fine. Spinel whipped the barely cooked substance from over her eyes and managed to flick it into the sink. It didn't go there, but Spinel didn't know that necessarily. Stephen smiled slightly at the sight, seeing the gems actually warming up to having Spinel around actually made him feel a bit at ease this morning. Though, as soon as Amethyst glanced his way, addressing his presence, which would follow up with Spinel glancing towards him, was enough for his mood to unfortunately turn sour again. "Morning, dude. Care for breakfast today?" Amethyst had turned and grabbed his usual protein shake he usually prepared in the morning that she actually took the time to prepare for him. Stephen nodded slightly, shifting his weight from one foot to the other as his eyes never left Spinel's, whose was honestly of mixed emotions. How are you feeling?" Stephen mumbled, more specifically to Spinel than anyone else. Spinel forced a slight smile, nodding as she rubbed her arm. Pretty good. You?" Spinel questioned. "Swell," replied Stephen, before quietly making his way over to the bathroom. The gems watched in mild confusion as the awkward exchange was cut short as Stephen made his way to the bathroom, the door clicking slightly behind him. Once he was gone from the room, Pearl glanced over at Spinel, raising an eyebrow. "Spinel," she dragged out, almost in a scolding tone, but more in a worried one. "Are you and Stephen doing okay?" "Yeah, he's usually tired in the morning, but—" Amethyst trailed off, also glaring towards Spinel. Spinel began twiddling with her fingers, struggling to swallow the lump that had formed within her throat. You see? Come on, guys. Don't be so harsh." Garnet had came to the rescue for the poor, fidgety pink gem, causing all of their heads to pop up towards the fuchsia-colored gem. Whatever Stephen is going through, I'm sure he'll be fine. He knows he can come to us if he ever needs. Garnet glanced over at Spinel, giving her a slight smile. "Including you, Spinel." Right. Spinel chuckled nervously, nodding slightly. She highly doubted Garnet's words. In fact, due to last night, the pink gem was now afraid that the events from last night had drove a rift between the two. Once comfortable company now gone sour and awkward. But what else was Spinel to do? Stephen had made it clear that he needed time to sort out his feelings. And who was Spinel to be in the way of that? Part of her felt it was time to go home, especially with the fact she had been gone for almost a month, and she was surprised the Diamonds didn't send out a search party for her yet. But the other part wanted to stay at least a little bit longer, until he had made up his mind of what he wanted. And Spinel had a lingering feeling it wasn't her. She could tell by looking within his eyes. Even though his head was making it seem hard to pick, his eyes and his heart read Connie all over it. And Spinel wasn't okay with it. But Stephen's happiness came first. Yeah, Stephen's happiness always comes first, no matter how she feels about it. Stephen will be happy, and she was going to make sure of that. Chapter 17. Words of Wisdom. The day would go on with Stephen and Spinel awkwardly avoiding each other. That morning she decided to leave early, so Stephen would have time to himself, leaving him to traveling to little homeschool with just the crystal gems this morning. The usual eagerness to hurry and get to Stephen's class was void today, and she was actually dreading going to his class secretly, knowing that he would be there, preoccupied with his students, preoccupied with answering his phone to Connie the first chance he gets, just like he had been doing lately. Always worried about Connie. It sounded bitter and distasteful when she said it in her head, but who could blame her? Whatever these feelings were that she had for Stephen, she knew it was beyond friendship. The group did a well job of explaining that to her that night. When she had found out that the nasty feelings she had been getting towards Connie were jealousy, and the feelings she had for Stephen was affection. Was that what she did when she had kissed him? Showing her affection? Spinel squeaked slightly when she had felt a vibration upon her leg. She had been doing some research of her own from this source called the Internet that Kiana had introduced to her before she had drifted off into her thoughts. Her hot pink eyes peered down at the screen to see that she had received what Pearl had mentioned in one of her classes she had taken was a text. Kind of like how people call you on the phone, though, instead of vocally communicating. It was a written one. It wasn't from Stephen, and it wasn't from Kiana. Instead, it was from the person she had least expected to shoot her a message. She exited out of the browser app and went to open her messages, getting full context to the brief summary that had once popped up on the screen. David. Hey, I thought I would shoot you a text today to see how you're doing. How are you? 8:32 a.m. Spinel raised an eyebrow. She hadn't received a message from him since the night the rest of the group had decided to exchange numbers with her. Strange he was choosing now to text her. Let's see if she remembered how to do this correctly. She tapped upon the blank space with her thumb that allowed her to start typing back up a reply strategically. Once she finished, she pressed the small icon that had an arrow pointing right, prompting her to send him a message back. In all honesty, no. Also, sorry if my texting is weird. Still getting used to this. 8:35 a.m. Now, to wait as Pearl instructed before. It wouldn't take long, however, as a little bubble appeared on the screen, animating glowing dots that she assumed meant that he was typing back immediately. Spinel huffed as she waited, becoming slightly impatient from the tension of wanting to know his reply. How could humans find texting so satisfying when to her, it was suspenseful? Oh, David. Haha. It's okay. That's why I'm choosing to type out all my words instead of using abbreviations. I'm sorry to hear that, though. Is there anything I can do to help? 8:37 a.m. Spinel bit her lower lip. Should she tell him about the conversation she had shared with Stephen the night before? She felt it was wrong to tell someone else what had went on between them that she wasn't quite familiar with. However, she was given the okay that if she ever needed to confide in someone, she could talk to them. With a slight sigh, Spinel began typing up her reply before sending it. I don't know if I should share my concerns, but I figured since you're my friend, I can. Well, on our way home, Stephen and I talked, and it didn't go the way I planned. He rejected me, if that makes any sense. 8:40 a.m. Spinel then glanced up from her phone, observing all the gems with a very few exception of humans conversating and relaxing together during Amethyst's portion of the day. After a few minutes, she had finally gotten a reply from David. She looked back down at her messages. David. Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that. What are you doing right now? 8:43 a.m. I'm at little homeschool right now. I'm supposed to go to Stephen's class in a bit, but honestly, I don't want to go. Also, how did you add that little yellow guy to your text? And 8:46 a.m. David. Easy. You go to the little icon that shows the smiley face, and you can choose from a variety to show your emotions. It makes texting a little bit more clearer since you can't hear or see someone else's emotions. 8:48 a.m. Like this? 8:48 a.m. David. Yep. If you want, I can come pick you up and we can go somewhere else, so you can properly get out some negative emotions. It's what us humans call venting. 8:50 a.m. Spinel raised an eyebrow once again. Was he just asking her to abandon going to lessons here to come hang out with him? While the idea seemed tempting, Spinel was also aware of the negative effects this could have towards her and Stephen if she were to disappear again. Not to mention if she didn't show up to class, he would surely notice. Then again, what could it possibly hurt? Maybe it could actually help her. Talking to someone who didn't have a biased opinion of Stephen without knowing much about him and his past and having personal ties with him. Spinel's fingers eagerly typed away on the keyboard, a slight smile coming onto her face. Sure. What time are you coming pick me up? 8:55 a.m. See you guys later. Don't forget to do your assignment to turn in tomorrow, Stephen said, his last student passing through the door as he dismissed his class for the hour. Once they were gone, he sighed in content, going to walk back into the greenhouse. He decided he would walk around for a bit before his next class would show up, shoving his hands in his pockets and sighing. His mind had been on Spinel since this morning. This morning she seemed perfectly fine. Then she just disappears. Again, Amethyst had texted him and said it was okay. She had found the pink gem there, waiting for Amethyst's class to start, so she didn't run off like she did the last time. However, still, he couldn't shake the worry from his nerves. Just admit it. You have feelings for Spinel now. Don't drag this on longer than it needs to be. His alter ego spoke up bitterly. From his tone, it sounded like he was becoming impatient with his conflicting feelings. I know that. I'm not denying that anymore. Stephen sighed audibly, throwing his hands behind his head and looking up the sun rays that reached beyond the towering vines and leaves that spread across the glass ceiling. But still, there's so many questions I have. Like, how do I know which one I want for sure? And how do I let the other down gently? Not to mention one of them is already acting as if I had completely disregarded her feelings and what she wants. I want Spinel to be happy. Really, I do. But I don't want her to be with me when I'm like this. Oh, so what about Connie? What if she ain't so happy with being with you like this? Stop coming up with excuses, universe. It's annoying. Face the fact that since you only want one, you have to pick one. And whoever you choose, they have to be accepting to who you really are. The voice argued, his tone sounding irritated. Well, what I really am. And what is that? Stephen had stopped his pacing around the green vegetation-covered room and crossed his arms, frowning. If his alter ego had a face, he could imagine him smiling wickedly, almost sinisterly. A small silence passed by, only building up the suspense longer. It made Stephen's heartbeat increase in volume, along with quickening in pace. The young hybrid almost regretting asking that question, afraid of that inner demon within him's answer. Already somewhat knowing what it was going to be, it wasn't until finally, when his first student secretly came in, was when the voice finally decided to speak up, leaving Stephen shocked with his choice of words. That you're a fraud! Thanks F.A. do and die his David. Spinel looked over to David, whom was focusing his blue eyes on the road. They averted to her for a moment, shooting her a slight smile before his eyes went back to the road. It's no problem. It's not healthy to keep things bottled up like that. And seeing as I'm still down here for the week, I'd help out if necessary, replied David easily, feeling his heart skip a beat slightly at the fact Spinel was thanking him for being there, as he should, as a friend. Down here for the week? Spinel's head popped up to glare at him curiously. So, you don't live here? No, I live in Oakswood, a place that's not crazily far but not next door to Beach City. That's where we're all from, including Kiana. We decided to come visit to see how she was faring in a brand new environment. Though, seeing how Kiana is, I predicted she'd be fine. David grinned again, glancing at Spinelli before glancing back to the road. You're evidence of that. What do you mean? Spinel tilted her head curiously, taking her attention to the road beforehand towards him. David chuckled a bit, shaking his head. Well, Kai used to be very shy and to herself before she met us. Us meaning Adonis, Jin, and Tamrick. I go way back with those guys, since we were children. But Kiana was someone we had met during our high school years. Let's just say hanging around us. Mainly Tamrick. Can change someone. Spinel nodded slowly at David's words. Wow. To say Kiana was considered a good and genuine human friend of hers, Spinel hadn't noticed that. She still knew only very little of Kiana. In fact, Kiana was the most to ask a lot of questions and focus on Spinel. Spinel never thought to ask Kiana about her past life. Then again, how would she go about doing so? Humans have such a different life compared to gems. From what she's learned from the diamonds, humans change over time. They never stay the same, always getting to choose their own destiny. Stephen was the prime example of this, as from the stories the diamonds had told her, Stephen didn't always look the same as he did now. Plus, his emotions and behavior seemed to have evolved as well, from the last time Spinel interacted with him. That bubbly, exciting, peaceful attitude of his becoming more forced, the innocent light in his eyes dulling with each day. Getting off topic, though, how could Spinel possibly go about getting to know Kiana properly? Anywho, enough about that, said David abruptly, breaking Spinel out of her complex web of thoughts. So, what exactly happened between you and Stephen last night, if you don't mind me asking? No, it's fine. Spinel huffed as she began playing with one of her pigtails nervously, the scene replaying in her mind as she went on to further explain. Well, I didn't want to mention it to any of ya yesterday, but I kissed Stephen that morning, before I came hang out with you guys, and, in all honesty, at first, It was just to experiment to see if the feelings Tamrick was describing I had FA. Stephen was true. I was half expecting him to push me away, but he didn't. He actually liked it. Spinel glanced to David, her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and conflict. Oh. David could feel his heart sink a bit at the mentioning. He had to mentally slap himself to get over it. After all, like he tried to remind himself, it was too early to tell if he had those type of feelings for Spinel. So, what gives? Does he like you or summon? Luckily for him, he didn't have to explain what liking someone meant, since Tamrick had broken it down to her the night the young man revealed to Spinel that she was indeed jealous. I don't think so. Spinel deflated a bit, her pigtails drooping as well to further express her disappointment. I asked him what to kiss meant to him on the way back home. I thought when he had kissed me back, maybe he was reconsidering his feelings F.A. Connie, but it seems that Connie's the only one that makes him happy. Spinel, I'm going to ask you a serious question, and it's okay if you don't want to answer. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable, said David, as he had finally pulled up to their destination, the large cliff that stood over Beach City, the highest point in town. He put the car in park and then leaned back in his seat fully, running his fingers through his loose, straight locks that fell well past his shoulders. He sighed heavily as his light blue-colored orbs stared intensely into Spinel's hot pink ones. Does Stephen honestly make you happy? Spinel swallowed the large lump that had formed within her throat. That was probably the hardest question that Spinel had never considered before. Did Stephen make her happy? Did Stephen ever make her happy? Well, the obvious answer to the second question was yes. After all, Stephen saved her in a sense. If it wasn't for him, well, she wouldn't be sitting here talking and hanging out with a human today. However, since she had returned to Earth to properly make amends, everything had been a bit uncomfortable, but they had smoothed over the bumpy beginnings somewhat. Then, Connie had to throw a wrench in the works. In addition, there were other problems that were possibly weighing him down that he wouldn't share with her, and apparently not even the gems, for they seemed oblivious. On top of all that, all these new emotions she was learning from the others towards Stephen, affection by the internet's dictionary, was also becoming unbearably heavy. She didn't like being worried. She didn't like being jealous. And she didn't like the fact that she was falling for someone who was a shell of their former selves, it seems. Someone who would never see her the way she saw him. It was draining, and the pressure was too much upon her core. After a few moments, her nostrils began burning. "Niliantisi, I understand," David finally said after a few moments, unbuckling his seatbelt and shifting his body more towards the side-facing Spinel, placing his elbow on the elbow rest of his red Jeep. Spinel had looked up after looking down for so long. Her eyes glossed over, fighting back the pressure weighing upon her core. David blinked before licking his lips and biting his lower lip. "Spinel, can I share with you something that's personal? Something that might help?" Sure." Spinel rubbed the tiny droplets that threatened to spill from her eyes as she began sniffling a bit. Geez, she felt like a faucet at this point. She just hoped it wasn't making David feel uncomfortable. David nodded slightly, seeing she was giving him permission to share. "It all started my freshman year of high school, just when we were all transferred and upgraded towards the beginning of the end of our school days, if that makes any sense." David sighed, shaking his head slightly. "I had never dated before due to a lot of girls back in the day finding me repulsive, or unattractive to say the least. But there was one. Her name was Mona. She was the first to become part of our friend group before Kiana." David smiled sadly at the memory. Spinel raised a brow. She wasn't really familiar with how schooling worked for humans other than Little Homeschool. Come to mention it, neither did Stephen ever mention anything about attending said place before he established Little Homeschool. Did his school run similarly to the school system David was referring to? But that wasn't important right now. I don't really know what it was, but Mona, she was amazing. She was like super sweet and super kind. And even though we were all friends, Mona and I just gravitated to each other more. She was like my closest friend, explained David, sighing softly. Oh, Spinel raised an eyebrow. So, if you were friends, what happened to Ha? Spinel gulped, honestly afraid to find out. David rubbed his temples between his pointer finger, accompanied by his middle finger and his thumb. He shut his eyes for a moment, sucking in a sharp breath. He then plopped his hand down into his lap and looked out at the beautiful scenery of the city down below. Well, Mona and I got close. A little too close, to be honest. We spent a lot of our time together, more alone than with the group. It was obvious to everybody around us that we liked one another. To break it down, as Kiana probably explained to you, we wanted to show affections to one another. And we did. After school one day, she invited me over to her house to help me study on a subject I was having trouble with. David swallowed, as the memories that flooded his brain were intense, as if it were happening right then and there for him once again. We shared our very first kiss, my very first kiss ever. It was like everything around us disappeared. It was like I was floating, like I was on a cloud. Nothing else mattered, not the test, not the fact that her door was wide open to where her parents could have walked in on us any minute. David chuckled fondly at the memory. Spinel only tilted her head. She didn't get the concept and wanted to ask him why it was so funny, let alone why did it matter if her parents walked in. However, she wanted to listen to the rest. I gave myself to her that day. All of me. I poured out my heart and soul to her. But it still wasn't enough. David bit his lower lip, pausing for a moment, and then shaking his head. No, so, even with all the days of us sitting extra close to one another, holding hands down the hallway, sneaking kisses when no one was looking, I failed to notice the signs. They were all there, but I was too love-struck to see that while she did have special feelings towards me, she was also in love with another. In love? Spinel questioned, earning his gaze. Yes, the very same feelings you get towards Stephen when you're with him, wanting him to kiss you, and only you, be by your side all the time, hugging, cuddling, being close to him. That's love, Spinel. A very powerful thing that not only gives you strength in your weakest moments, but also destroy your fucking life. It's a thing to appreciate and embrace for some. But if anyone was in our situation, forget it, said David bitterly, shifting his position to bring his right leg up to fold into the seat and prop his elbow up on the shoulder of the seat, resting his cheek in the palm of his hand lazily. Our situation? Spinel went to shift to face more towards him as he did with her, placing her hands on the leather armrest. Yoop! Well, I was 100% into her. She was 50 with me, and 50 with a guy she has grown up with. For the longest, Mona and the guy were friends since elementary school from what I've heard. While she couldn't deny she wanted to be with me, she wanted to be with him. And the norm of this world is, you can't have the best of both worlds. Not everyone is willing to share. We can be so selfish and possessive of what we claim as ours. But could you blame us? It's in our nature to share some things, but not everything. We all have boundaries, and that's okay, said David, looking deeply into Spinel's pink eyes. Spinel found herself becoming mesmerized. His eyes, they were so intense, yet passionate, soft-hearted and caring. Spinel swallowed slowly, nodding slightly. She didn't really want the next words that would slip out of her mouth to sting him. After all, it seemed like a very painful topic to talk about. But she had to confirm her suspicions. Oh, so, what you're saying is, she chose da Othagai over you, right? Spinel rubbed her arms a bit, frowning. David blinked twice before finally responding. Yeah, she did. David's eyes averted down sadly. Spinel frowned. I'm sorry. Spinel's own eyes averted downward. She didn't like this feeling either. It was the same feeling she felt so long ago. She hated feeling this way. No one should have to go through even you. And that's why I'm telling you this. Spinel, I know we haven't known each other for very long, but I can tell you this. Don't make the same mistake I did. Be cautious, because the last thing I want happening to my new friend is her being misled and then dumped. Because I promise you," David reached out and took both of her hands in his. Spinel jolted a bit, however. She relaxed as soon as her eyes met his, and a small, sympathetic smile came upon his lips. "I'll help you pick up the pieces, but I can't guarantee I won't want to knock his lights out." "Tch, David!" Spinel playfully shoved his arm, causing him to laugh. "Knock his lights out? Really?" Though she didn't fully understand the slang, she could put two and two together. Sorry. Couldn't help myself." David winked. Spinel smiled fondly, as she could feel her cheeks growing a bit hot. Thanks, David. I think I needed to hear die. And thanks, F.A., sharing your story. I know it must have been..." Before Spinel could even finish her sentence, her phone began to go off, playing her ringtone. It even caused David to jump a bit from the sudden noise. He relaxed as Spinel had pulled out her phone to read the caller ID that read along the top. As soon as it had appeared, her smile vanished. "It's Steven. Finally noticing you were missing." David shifted back to fully face the steering wheel, going to turn back on the engine. While he was busying himself with that, Spinel stared at her phone, contemplating on whether or not she should answer. After 4 rings, David glanced over at her, raising an eyebrow. "You gonna answer that?" Don't get Spinel wrong. She could answer the phone if she wanted to, and deep down, she really wanted to. However, after hearing David's tragic yet relatable story, she had lost the will to want to even entertain the gem hybrid at the moment, only wanting to enjoy the rest of her day. Spinel casually threw her phone into the back seat and sighed. She placed her hands behind her head and placed her feet up on the dashboard. "Nah, actually, I'm hungry." Spinel looked over at David, grinning. "Well, maybe not actually hungry, because us gems don't need to eat. But Amethyst showed me this really cool trick you humans use to survive, and I feel like stuffing my face whole." He returned her grin with his own charming one, finding her little observation of human habits amusing and cute. "Cool. Want to go grab some ice cream?" he questioned, already putting his vehicle in reverse to drive back down the mountain. Spinel nodded. "Definitely." Chapter 18. The truth slips finally. "You lost her again?" Amethyst exclaimed, clutching her head in frustration. Seriously, how many times was this slippery gem going to vanish under their noses? How was this even happening? Don't get Amethyst wrong. She was beginning to become accustomed to Spinel's company. Despite the thought in the back of her mind, questioning just how the heck the diamonds didn't notice her absence yet, and come popping in on their ship demanding where she was. Were they really that busy? I don't know. She's not answering her phone. Steven's hands were shaking at this point. The fact that Spinel wasn't picking up neither his or Pearl's calls only had his mind spiraling down into the worst possible scenarios again. What if Spinelli had gotten kidnapped? Or if she lost it and was now lost in Beach City? Or worst, what if something or someone damaged or shattered her gem? Well, very unlikely for Spinel to be threatened by someone nowadays, but there were still other possibilities, like tripping and falling, or running into a very convenient object just sitting there waiting to stab her in the gem. A silly idea, but an idea nonetheless. "Relax, Steven. We'll find her. Everything will be fine." Garnet placed a hand on Steven's shoulder, trying to comfort him the best she could. What surprised the Fuchsia Fusion was when he roughly shrugged it off, turning to face them. Eyes widened with panic and rage. Thick eyebrows slanted downwards to form creases. Teeth bared and tears forming at the corners of his eyes. "No, it's not!" His loud, booming voice caused all 3 gems to flinch as they gawked at his slowly changing colors, his eyes flashing from his normal-colored dark brown to those same terrifying pink eyes with diamond-shaped white pupils. "Everything won't be okay if something bad happens to Spinel. It'll all fall on me," states Steven. Pearl covered her mouth, her eyes widened in shock. Though it had been a while since she had seen him like this, it still scared her. It riddled her with concern as to where the immense power was coming from. No, scratch that. Why was this immense power coming up now? Why was he never doing this before about 2 months ago? Just calm down, dude. Amethyst also tried to reason, but jolted when his covered face popped out in a certain area once he removed his hand, building up like air being blown into a balloon before shrinking down back to his normal appearance. Stephen grunted and slid his fingers into his pink, curly locks, gripping it as he hunched over a bit. Stephen, please, you need to tell us what's going on. Garnet began approaching him slowly, hoping as to not startle him in his hysterical state. However, he backed up, holding out his hands as a gesture for her to stop. I'm fine. Really. Stephen took slow, deep breaths to try and calm himself down, but it wasn't working as well as he had hoped. His heart was still racing, and his mind was still wandering. It wasn't until flashes of the kiss between Spinel and him were enough to encourage him to breathe slowly. Breathe, Stephen. Look, Spinel is fine. You're fine. Everything is fine. Everything will be okay, he thought to himself. With one final deep breath, he stood back tall, closing his eyes. Within moments, his glowing died down and he was back to normal. Steady heartbeat and all, though the gems were still uneasy, still skeptical on Stephen's unpredictable behavior. But Stephen, Pearl began, but was cut off by Stephen shooting her a glance, soon followed by an assuring smile. So, we'll find Spinel, and we'll find her together. I'll go search around the boardwalk. Garnet, you check the woods and cliff area. Amethyst, you check the beach and back at home. Pearl, you can search around the city. If anyone finds her, we'll contact each other immediately, said Stephen, nodding slightly towards them. The 3 gem heroines glanced amongst one another, baffled by the sudden mood change and confidence Stephen was radiating. But, once again, they would have to let it slip for now. They then looked back to Stephen with smiles of their own. At least he had calmed down and was determined now. All right, dude. See you later. Amethyst gave Stephen a thumbs up. Stephen smiled before turning and running off towards his parked car, pulling out his keys in the process and eager to start a search. He just hoped she was okay, and she had to be. He would make sure of it, not only for her sake, but also for his. So when are you leavin'? Spoke up Spinel, after a comfortable short silence, twirling her spoon within her half-melted vanilla ice cream. Her and David had been sitting outside the big donut for a while, after having grabbed their cool, frozen drink from an ice cream stand. They talked about all sorts of things, both learning a good bit about one another. David had shared a little more of his backstory with Spinel. Spinel had learned that growing up, David was a huge nerd, a person who was interested in things like video game characters and their lores and fictional characters that the majority of the population wouldn't fixated their attention on when indulging in the same activities. Because of this, he kept his friend circle small of unjudgmental humans who accepted him and all his flaws. It wasn't until recently when his interest for such outlandish things died down, and he began associating himself with more common norms, like partying, smoking, drinking, a genre of music called rap music, and other trivial things he had went into detail about when asked by Spinel. Spinel also learned that David's parents went through something called a divorce. When 2 people are legally associated in a marriage contract decide to split due to rising negative tendencies and feelings towards one another. Another detail David explained further in depth. He had shared his childhood stories and adventures, all the scars from scrapes and mishaps he had mischievously gotten into when he was even younger than in his other stories. He even shared the story of how he met Tamric, Adonis, and Jinhue. In exchange, Spinelli had shared more of her own backgrounds, how she was created, who she was created for, and what was her purpose. This prompted her to have to share some of the gem's old customs and traditions, and how they had changed once Stephen came along. David was already familiar with Stephen's backstory. He would find out that Spinel was created to be Pink Diamonds, Stephen's very own mother's playmate, until she was given her own colony to construct on the Earth's surface. Spinelli told the story of how she had waited for practically 6,000 years for her owner's return, which David made a playful comment of how she was much older than him and how she was a cougar. He had to explain to her what it was, which Spinel responded with a pinch to his hand, causing him to flinch yet laugh at the stinging sensation, only to find out that she had taken on the identity of a rebellious rose quartz and later gave birth to Stephen. From there, the rest was history. She made sure to leave out details of her attempts at revenge, replacing it with a little twist of how she eventually wandered from the garden to try and find Stephen, and instead found the diamonds instead, which she also had to explain. After the information overhaul, eventually they would die down in a short silence before Spinelli had spoken up. "Next Sunday. That'll complete an entire week," replied David, a bit of ice cream dribbling down his chin in the process, from savoring it upon his taste buds as he spoke. His shoulders scrunched up, and he covered his mouth as Spinel laughed and pointed at him. "Ew! You got some on your shirt," Spinel snickered, as David then looked down in the process of grabbing a napkin and huffed. He furiously began wiping at it. "That ain't funny, missy," David pouted, going to wipe his chin now after he had wiped the very evident strawberry spot away into nothing but a dark stain. "Aw, man, this is my favorite shirt," he groaned, slouching in his seat as he tossed the napkin back onto the table, grabbing his small cup. "Don't worry, I'm sure you got plenty of favorite shirts at your place," said Spinel, grinning. "Do you even know what favorite means?" David smirked, rolling his eyes playfully. "Nope." Spinel took another bite of her ice cream, as David laughed. "You're something else, Spinel. You know that?" David smiled in adoration, his cheeks turning a light shade of pink. Spinel raised an eyebrow. Even David seemed to be having the same effect Stephen had whenever he thought about, mentioned, or was around Connie, only it was involving the pink gem. It seemed to be happening more frequently the longer she was within his presence, which flattered her, but at the same time scared her. Did he? "So, what do you want to do after this? I could drop you home if you'd like," he offered politely. Even if he didn't really want her to leave, he didn't want her getting into trouble either. Spinel's eyes rolled up to the bright blue sky, which was riddled in a few clouds, and thought it was probably best that he did so. After all, Stephen was most likely worried about her at this point, and not answering her phone from the 1,000th time he and Pearl had blasted it, as evident of it constantly vibrating within her pocket, most likely only deepened their concern like the last time. Then again, there was this delicious, twisted feeling she got from doing something completely opposite of what she was told to do. After being so obedient to others for so long, it felt good to do something she wanted to do, even if they didn't agree to it. Was it wrong? Most likely, but for some odd reason, Spinel didn't really care. Wasn't the customs of Earth supposed to support free will and not take it away? What was even the point of listening to what the fuchsia-colored gem had to say? She hardly knew the pink gem, and only assumed the worst. They all did. Even Stephen. "Or we could go grab the Othas and go watch a movie, eh?" Spinelli chirped excitedly, waving her spaghetti noodle arms in the hair for emphasis. David stared at her wide-eyed, shocked yet amused with her response. He then smirked, nodding. "Bet. Hold on. Let me text the others." David slipped his hand into his skinny jeans pocket and fished for his phone. Once he found the portable said device, he pulled it out and his fingers immediately typed away at the virtual buttons. Spinel waited patiently, eager for today's events to further ensue, when suddenly a sharp turn of the head in the left direction, and immediately her smile disappeared. "Oh, sugar snaps," Spinel muttered. The red-headed human glanced up from his phone at the pink gem, before turning his head in the same direction her worried glance was facing towards. As soon as he had caught sight of what she was witnessing, his own expression turned nervous, as if he had been caught red-handed. Headed in their direction was a very pissed-off-looking dark, curly-haired gem hybrid, eyes glued in a heated and ferocious stare, off with David mostly. His hands were curled up into fists, and every inch of his body screamed, I'm about to seriously hurt someone, and it's not the pink gem sitting across from you. His movement was fast against the casually moving crowds of gems and humans. It didn't take him long to reach their table, hovering over the two squirming beings that found themselves uncomfortable under his menacing gaze. Once the dark-haired gem hybrid had made his presence fully known, he growled lowly, almost animalistically, a trait Steven Universe never showed before. "Spinel," he said through his gritted teeth, his eyes never leaving David's narrowed ones. Spinel squeaked a bit at the mentioning of her name in such a harsh tone, slowly sinking in her seat. Even with his attention mostly focused on David, the brunette's menacing aura seemed to have shaken her up a bit. "You want to explain to me what the heck is going on?" Before Spinel could properly respond, she was cut off from the other male that previously sat across from her. Her head snapped in the redhead's direction now, as he slowly found himself standing up, his light blue eyes never leaving Steven's dark brown ones, as they narrowed into thin slits at the slightly shorter male. "She doesn't have to answer to you," David snapped bitterly, his own fists clenching and unclenching. "She's not some pet." "Yes, she is. She's our pet," Steven's inner voice growled out, seemingly just as tense as the actual physical form. "So, don't even..." Steven gritted his teeth, going to move closer to David, sizing up the young man. Regardless of where his stature seemed to have overpowered Steven's, he still didn't seem to back down, knowing the tremendous power he held over the other. "You don't even know Spinel. What makes you think you have the right?" "Me? You're the one leading her on." "Leading her on?" Steven's head then snapped in Spinel's direction, the slowly sinking gem now almost under the table, peeking up from her position. "Oh, what did you tell him?" I didn't mean..." Once again, the pink gem was cut off by David, grabbing both's attention. She can tell me whatever she wants. She's my friend." David slightly pushed Steven back, causing him to stumble slightly, before slowly moving to block Spinel from view. "I don't know where the fuck you get off thinking that you can control her, and what she does when you don't even want her." "Don't want? Are you even listening to what you're saying?" Steven hissed, going to shove the other male back, causing him to bump into the table and push it back. This seemed to stir up some attention from some of the other residents nearby, just having exited from the shop and slowly stopping to a halt to witness the scene. Spinel had glanced at them and gasped before glaring back at the scene. David seemed to have quickly recovered from the shove, his eyes now wild with fury and hatred. The redhead quickly bounced back and went to grab Steven by his shirt, going to cock back one of his fists to strike the male. Spinel's eyes widened as she quickly jumped into action before Steven could even respond. "It's okay. That's enough." Spinel quickly jumped between the two, just when David launched his fist forward. Unfortunately for him, his fist ended up knocking the back of Spinel's head, and his heart sunk at the realization as he had let go of Steven's shirt, covering his mouth with both hands. Even Steven's own eyes went wide, livid almost at the realization that David had technically hit his Spinel. All three of them came to a halt as Spinel glanced over her shoulder at David, a mix of emotions on her features, as one of her hands went to clutch the back of her head. She was well aware that the motion was an accident and was truly meant for Steven. Too bad Steven didn't see it that way. "You bastard!" Steven roared as he attempted to launch himself at David, if it weren't for Spinel blocking him, steadily pushing him back and blocking the redhead from his reach. Steven, stop it!" Spinel fussed, causing Steven's sporadic movements to cease, as his now glowing pink eyes glared at her. Spinel winced a bit at those same familiar eyes she had witnessed almost a month ago, feeling that same powerful, threatening, authoritative aura again. "Ibdas, you." Steven's hand found its way to one of her wrists, squeezing tightly, but not too tightly to cause bruising or pain. Spinel gulped down the lump that had formed in her throat as his eyes narrowed at her. "You're coming with me. Now." It was then that Steven turned around and began to drag her away, until Spinel felt her other wrist be grabbed. Her head snapped in David's direction, as did Steven's. both shocked that the red-headed young man had grabbed onto her other wrist, looking just as determined. "No, she's not," said David, his tone deep and unusually authoritative as well. "She does what she wants. And if she wants to stay with me, then let her." "David," Spinel spoke up, grabbing David's attention as his eyes averted to her hot pink ones. His eyebrows raised as there was a sudden assuring gentle gleam in her eyes, a soft smile spreading across her lips. It's okay. I probably should go anyways." But, David tried to protest as his own gaze suddenly softened. Spinel shook her head slightly, her smile never fading. I'll text you later, okay? Promise." Spinel winked his way. David stood there a bit dumbfounded, his fist slowly unclenching as his tense shoulders slowly relaxed. He watched the pink gem and the human hybrid walk away. Well, more so the pink gem being dragged away by this controlling beast. No, he didn't like it one bit. His heart burned with a sickening pang of jealousy and worry. Worried that the pink gem would be harshly punished for something he did, something he thought would help Spinel. He only wanted to help. Unlike this half-gem, half-human that seemed to be the talk of the town. Or at least, that's what he's been hearing since he's been here. Steven this and Steven that. Steven's a savior, Steven's a hero, Steven's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. Pshh. Surely he had to have never been like this in his younger years. David had assumed. Otherwise, not many people would be talking of him so highly. Even the other worldly beings, which the society here called gems, seemed to worship the ground he walked on, as they went about their daily lives. Personally, thus far, David didn't see the appeal. But that didn't matter at the moment. The young adult redhead pulled out his phone, quickly shooting the group chat a text first, letting them know what happened. Then, he quickly typed up a text Spinel's way. Oh, how he could only hope the pink gem was okay. As soon as the two had climbed into Steven's dondi, there was a pregnant, long silence at first. Neither one of them looking towards one another, both lost within their thoughts. Well, for Spinel, still stunned at what had just occurred. Seriously, Spinel had never seen Steven so upset, to react so negatively and so quickly as he did. From her past experiences with him, he only acted violently when it came to defending himself, and the ones he cared about, more so not violently. He was usually a positive person, and only used physical means of fighting when absolutely necessary. Not when in small situations like the pink gem had just found herself in. Hell, the more she thought about it, the more it felt as he was mimicking, well, her. Even though Spinel had never personally witnessed for herself Pink Diamond's aggressive nature, there were times where whenever she would return to the garden, her diamond would have this same familiar menacing aura about her. Irritated, frustrated, impatient, and even cold. Luckily for the pink gem, she was never threatened or treated harshly when it came to her moods. But still, why is this happening? Without much consciousness, Spinel brought her knees up to her chest, going to grip her head as she rested her chin atop her knees. She closed her eyes shut as she was desperately trying to avoid the current feelings of dread she was obtaining from just thinking about all the horrible memories of the past, all of them involving Pink Diamond. It was like she was caught in the loop of reoccurring events, just like before. Why did this have to be happening now? She was just getting better. She was just moving on. And she thought Steven did too. But apparently, Spinel. Spinel opened her eyes. She glanced over towards the voice that had finally broken the silence. She was so lost in her own thoughts, she hadn't even noticed that Steven had already started the car and was driving away from the area. Spinel bit her lower lip. Here it comes. As per usual, he was going to get mad at what she had done, which to her was harmless. Then Spinel was quite naturally going to defend herself, which would only piss Steven off and make him start glowing again. Her patience with his odd behavior was beginning to run thin. She just wanted him to talk to her, tell her what was going on, why he was acting weird whenever she would simply go hang out with others besides him. After all, it's not like he wanted her within her presence anyways. don't." Spinel glanced over at Stephen after he had called her name a second time out of wonder of why she didn't respond. In response, his eyebrows flew upwards. "You know what, Steven Universe? I'm getting sick and tired of this game." "What game?" Stephen demanded, his shoulders tensing a bit, glancing at Spinel before back at the sandy landscape that came into view. "This game!" Spinel huffed, her piercing hot pink eyes now burning into the side of his skull. "I don't know if anyone's even told ya, but you've been acting weird lately. Every time I do something FA myself 'cause I think it'll actually help me, you yell at me, which always leads into a fight." Spinel, what? I don't." "Yes, you do." As soon as Spinel screamed out, Stephen's teeth grit as his hands on the steering wheel tightened. He shifted his foot from the gas to the brake. His dondi jerked forward as they stopped in an area not too far from his house, but also not quite there. Their upper bodies both jerked forward a bit from the abrupt stop, Stephen shifting his gear into park. As soon as his eyes met hers, the pink gem once again shrunk, his eyes those same menacing colors that were flashed before. However, she couldn't back down. "Not now. You just ignoring it like everything else you've been ignoring?" "Oh, and just what have I been ignoring?" Stephen snapped back, after going to press the button to unclick his seatbelt and let it zip back into its previous position. He then shifted in his driver's seat, bringing his right leg up slightly as he glared daggers at the pink gem. "Me?" After her clarification, the whole atmosphere of the car dropped. Stephen's eyebrows flew up, his currently pink orbs written with shock. Spinel bit her lower lip as her own pink, darker eyes began to gloss over. There was that burning sensation in her core again. How desperately wished to shut her mouth and stop. But at this point, all the held-back emotions began pouring out. "When I left, I get it. You were already hurtin'. You found out to have Pink Diamond. My former playmate who I was made for, also your mother, left another mess. FAU to clean." Spinel. Stephen mumbled, as his eyes slowly bled back into their regular color, his rapidly beating heart slowing down from the fiery rage he had felt earlier. However, she kept going, as the tears that had welled up in the corner of her eyes slowly began running down her cheeks. "I figured we both needed a little time to heal, and when I came back, I had hoped you had healed too." Sniff. Spinel sniffled and began desperately wiping at her tears, shaking her head. "You were the most open, said the most kind, the most caring. You saw the best in me, and it made me believe I could change for the better. You believed in me." Sniff. The Stephen I knew was never so cold and distant and selfish. "Selfish? Yes, selfish." Spinel snapped, after turning her head back to him, after wiping her puffy eyes again. "You refuse to tell me what's wrong with you. Why are you glowing all the time? Why are you forcing smiles that seem so genuine? Why won't you open up to me and let me help you?" "Because I can't." At this point, Stephen was gripping his head, hunching over a bit as Spinel's words sank in and pierced through his chest like a sharp knife. She was right. What was wrong with him? Hell, the Stephen he knew would have never reacted the way he did with David, the way he did with everyone that only wanted to help him. Then again, nobody's asked him how he was, how he felt, if he were okay. Everyone was just slowly drifting away from him, building a strong foundation of their lives, no longer needing his shoulder to cry on or his listening ear. To the point he and all of his friends never hung out anymore. The gems were well advancing with their own lives on Earth. The diamonds were stable and currently rebuilding their empire for the better. Instead of trying to corrupt the Earth, all the corrupted gems had been restored and were faring well in their lives. Connie was preparing to go to college. Lars and his crew left for space. His dad was managing Sadie and Shep's tour. So much had changed here to the point home didn't feel like home anymore, and it was his fault. It was all his fault. And now, here was Spinel, slowly drifting away from him as well. "You're right. It is your fault." That inner voice taunted smoothly, causing Stephen to begin digging his fingernails into his scalp. "I told you, you should have picked Spinel. And now that David guy's got her all to himself, Stephen gritted his teeth as his skin began to glow in that bright, striking pink tone again. She's going to leave you, too. Just you watch. No, shut up. Shut up. Stephen. Stephen's head jolted up again, finally revealing to Spinel his own glossed-over crazy eyes. As soon as she saw them, she hesitated for a moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and touched his cheek delicately, softly. However, as soon as she did, Stephen's cheek swelled up like a balloon at the touch, causing Spinel to squeak and retract her hand. Gah, Stephen whimpered, going to clutch his own cheek and push it back down. What was da? Spinel panicked, eyes widened in bewilderment as she quaked at his now back-to-normal cheek. It's nothing. Stephen! Spinel yelped, causing Stephen to flinch, clutching his chest. Stephen continued to stare at her for a few more moments with those wild, crazed eyes before he just bolted. Spinel called after him, as in the next moment he unlocked his driver's door, pushed it open with his shoulder, and hopped out, running off and clutching his arm, which was swelling in the process. He wasn't sure where he was going, but he just had to get away. He had to get away from her. He just had to get away from everything. Chapter 19. Missed Calls. Summary. The gems grow weary as the time passes. A bunch of missed calls and messages and still no single sign of Stephen. To make matters worse, the diamonds are now breathing down their necks on Spinel's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Spinel turns to her closest human friend for comfort, feeling guilt from Stephen's sudden disappearance and turmoil from the impending gem's reaction. Amethyst. Hey bro, did you find Spinel yet? 2:12 p.m. Amethyst. Hello? 2:33 p.m. Amethyst. Are you at least coming back to school or not? 3:05 p.m. Missed call from Pearl at 3:06 p.m. Pearl. Stephen, this is Pearl. Please answer your phone. 3:10 p.m. Amethyst. Come on, lil bro. Please answer. Come home and talk to us. 3:15 p.m. Missed call from Garnet at 3:30 p.m. Garnet. Stephen, we love you. Please come home. 3:32 p.m. And so, he just ran away? Kiana's eyebrows flew up, her mouth still slightly ajar at the explanation Spinel had just shared with the human girl. Spinel hugged one of the pillows Kiana had gave her up to her chest, steadily looking at it with glossed-over eyes. Sniffling, Kiana slapped the palm of her hand on her forehead, tilting her head back as she inhaled deeply. She then came back up for air, exhaling heavily as she threw her upper body back into its original position, staring at Spinel seriously again. Okay, did you at least wait until the gems came home to talk to them about it? No, I panicked. Spinel deflated slightly, looking off to the side. They were already looking F.A. me. Sniff, I was too afraid to FaceTime alone. It's all my fault. St. Stephen's asterisk sniff asterisk gone missing. Spinel broke down into tears at this point. Oh, shoddy. Kiana pulled Spinel into a tight, comforting embrace. Spinel hiccuped as she wrapped her arms multiple times around Kiana, which surprised the young female at first. Kiana had almost forgotten Spinel could do that, let alone was this the first time Spinel did this with her before. Nonetheless, whatever helped the pink gem feel better. I'm so sorry, F.A., for what happened, but Stephen disappearing ain't Chia fault. But it is, Spinel whimpered, looking up at the young adult with heartbroken, guilty eyes. Asterisk sniff asterisk, I had kept my mouth shut. If I had just not say any nothing. Okay, Spinel. No. Kiana suddenly grasped the gem by her shoulders and gently pushed her away slightly to be able to face her. She even shook the surprised gem a bit. We ain't doing this. What you did was honestly the right thing to do. Communication is the most important key in any relationship. Something not a lot of people, especially couples, have nowadays. You told him how you felt with his attitude lately, and if he just up and ran like a lil bitch, then fuck him. You deserve better. I do. Spinel unwrapped one of her arms from around the brown-skinned female and wiped her eyes, almost pouting. Well, yeah. Look, it's not going to be easy getting over Steven. I understand that. From what I heard, dude's got some major issues to sort out himself. Kiana then grinned. Actually, I know a way of how to cheer you up. It may not be the best method, but Jindadid his F.A. based me when me and Adonis broke up. You and Adonis were together? Spinel had finally unraveled her other arm from Kiana, slapping her cheeks as her eyes bulged, squishing her pink-colored cheeks together. Oh yeah! Kiana's cheeks turned pink a bit from the mentioning. She had forgotten that she had never really formally brought up that her now best friend used to be her boyfriend. A story she would have to tell later. We did. But first, Kiana scooted towards the end of the bed, her feet touching the flooring. She stood up and pulled down her gray shirt that was steady rising up her stomach before turning to Spinel with a smile. She held out her hand. Follow me. Oh, what are we gonna do? The shortest of the group, Amethyst, was in a panic. For the past hours, they had been trying to get a hold of both Steven and Spinel. Thus far, neither of them were answering their cell phones. The first person Amethyst had contacted was Steven. She had shot him a couple of texts, but found it odd when the now young adult that she had been somewhat helping raise, more in a sisterly sense, wasn't answering at all. It wasn't like Steven to ignore a text or a call from either one of them, even if he didn't want to talk. On top of that, he would never ignore a call from Pearl. He knew better than that. Then, seeing as he wasn't picking up, she tried calling Spinel's phone. She and the other two had practically been blowing it up all day, right alongside with Steven's. However, when even they realized that the once again missing gem wasn't picking up the phone, the purple gem began assuming the worst. I don't know. Pearl was just as if not more anxious than Amethyst. As soon as Amethyst had ran to Pearl and told the tall, lanky gem what was going on, she immediately fell into panicked mother mode, even going as far as to try calling him. However, that didn't work, and she had immediately went to the fuchsia-colored gem, whom had came back just in the nick of time, and informed both of them that she had found Steven's Dondi not too far from the house, empty. Now, here they were, in the living room of their home, all of them extremely worried, and strung thin over the whereabouts of Steven. I mean, he couldn't have just left. It's so unlike Steven. I don't know. Amethyst sulked a bit. He's been acting real strange lately. Garnet. Pearl had turned to the crystal gem's leader, whom was sitting on the couch, seemingly calm and collected on the outside, but on the inside, both Ruby and Sapphire were deep in debate. We have to tell them what's going on. Ruby tried to reason inside Garnet's mind. I know. However, if we tell them, they won't let Spinel anywhere near Steven, said Sapphire, her voice as calm and monotone as it usually was. It was slightly one of Ruby's pet peeves about the blue gem. Usually, since their disagreement long ago, Ruby seemed to have made a step towards understanding this side of the gem. Yet, it was still hard for the red gem. Ever thought that maybe it would be for the better? Ruby sassed slightly, her tone seemingly a bit more urgent. If it wasn't clear when it comes to the fusion, physical expressions were difficult when they were practically coming from two different people, unless they were on one accord. So Sapphire was mentally shaking her head. Ruby, we've been over this. We have both seen Steven's outcome with Spinel. While there is a chance that Steven stays with Connie and has a healthier, brighter future, it seems he is slowly taking Spinel's path. Separating them abruptly would only anger him further. Ugh, I knew it. I knew we should have just talked to him, told him the truth. Even if we would have told him the truth, there is no guarantee that he would not end up with Spinel either way. And it's too late to talk to him now. Garnet, the tallest gem, had jolted slightly, turning her head to peer over at Amethyst. The poor lavender-purple gem had been calling her name for the longest, trying to snap the fuchsia gem out of her daydream. What do we do? Garnet hesitated. For the first time in a while, Garnet was at a loss for words. Honestly, she didn't know what to do. Sure, Stephen had his little moments every once in a while. It wasn't like him to just up and vanish, let alone with no regards of where he was. On top of that, there was a chance Spinel knew where he was, however. She had also gone missing. There was no telling if she had a direct physical part of doing that or not. Telling from the condition of Stephen's Dondi, there was no struggle, and there was no aggression either in the surrounding area. Okay, so Pearl had finally stopped pacing and inhaled deeply. She clasped her hands together, tilting her head back slightly, before looking down at her feet and exhaling. Let's think logically here. Spinel went missing first. And from the evidence, Stephen had found her and had yet to contact us about it. Well, duh! Amethyst piped up, a big frown on her thick, plump lips. Both the passenger door and driver's door was open, but there was no signs of any struggles or aggression. Garnet added in, leaning forward and placing her elbows on her knees. She rested her chin against her fingers that were laced together, her 2 wedding bands shining brightly. So both of them had to have left the scene in agreement to something. But the question is, where could the 2 of them have gone? Did they just leave together? Pearl threw her hands out for extra emphasis. Pearl, don't be stupid. Amethyst rolled her eyes, earning a glare from the gem. Hey, I am not stupid. Guys. Garnet raised her voice a smidge, moving her hands to the edge of the couch and leaning forward slightly. Now is not the time to argue. She then leaned back on the couch, crossing both her arms and her legs. Now, from the observation from this morning, no, Stephen and Spinel couldn't have left together. Something was wrong with them. Oh yeah. Amethyst trailed off, scratching her chin a bit with her finger. Now that you mentioned it, Stephen and Spinel were acting kind of odd. She didn't even travel with us to school this morning. Pearl added, placing a hand on her hip and the other cupping her chin as she glanced off to the side, more in the direction of where the kitchen was, mentally replaying the events in her mind. So, chances are they could be in 2 separate places, but where could Spinel be? All 3 of them then exchanged unsure glances with one another for a few moments before there was a slight buzzing sound. All of them tensed as they turned their heads towards the warp pad. That also acted as a communicator, due to the modifications done to it by Bismuth, of course. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Came a voice as the hologram buzzed and glitched in, taking the shape of 4 diamonds merged into one and displaced just before the warp pad. The gems panicked glances towards one another, all bewildered as they had immediately recognized the voice. Oh no, that's Blue Diamond. What should we do? Amethyst slapped her hands onto her head, digging her fingernails into her scalp. I don't know. Pearl seemed just as unnerved as the shorter gem, beginning to bite at her own fingernails as she glanced towards Amethyst, and then the communicator. She's probably trying to contact us about Spinel, commented Garnet, slowly rising onto her feet. Either way, stay calm. She gave a small nod towards the 2, before turning back to the communicator and walking up to it. Both Pearl and Amethyst swallowed the lumps in their throat, exchanging glances with one another. They then tightened their lips and nodded towards each other, silently deciding to let Garnet do all the talking, before following Garnet up to the communicator. Once all 3 stood before it, the communicator finally had stopped buzzing and glitching, a clear view of Blue Diamond on the other end. Oh, hello, Crystal Gems. Blue Diamond forced a smile. Though the feud between herself and them were over, she still was a bit hesitant towards them, trying to be more comfortable with them on her end. However, it was hard with Stephen obviously not present. Is Stephen home? No? Garnet answered simply, shrugging her shoulders a bit, keeping that nonchalant look. Not at the moment. Oh, I thought perhaps he knew where Spinel was. Excuse me, Blue. Suddenly, there was another voice, more urgent and demanding, as Blue Diamond was lightly shoved out of the way and replaced with none other than the yellow former tyrant. Yellow Diamond. She seemed to be in a haste, more so desperate. which made the gems cringe a bit. Where is Spinel? We haven't heard or seen her in almost what do those earthlings refer to it as again? Ah, yes, in almost a month. Yellow, please calm down, you're scaring them. Blue's soft and gentle voice interrupted, glaring at the other with an unamused look. Well, I'm sorry that I am just simply worried about Spinel's well-being. Yellow pinched the bridge of her nose before returning a slightly irritant glare back towards Blue Diamond. You guys are looking for Spinel? Amethyst spoke up hesitantly, still slightly intimidated by their presence. She raised an eyebrow. The both of them looked towards Amethyst, also raised an eyebrow. Well, of course we are. She just up and disappears without letting us know where she's gone, which is unusual. So we figured she would be on Earth with you and Steven. Yellow Diamond says boldly, going to wave her hand in the air dismissively for emphasis. We are aware that she has missed Steven and has been talking about visiting him recently. Has she made it there safely? Blue Diamond asked, smiling slightly at the thought of her little favorite Spinel, spending time with whom she now saw as her favorite nephew. Or at least, that's what she learned was a term for such relationship last time Steven visited. Ah, Pearl was going to answer. However, she looked at Garnet for some sort of guidance. Yes, she has. Garnet crossed her arms, her expression still not changing from that usual poker-faced position. However, if anyone was to stand close to her, they could see the light sweat running down her temple. Oh, good. Where is she then? Yellow clasped her hands together and smiled, eager to talk to and see the pink gem. Will. Amethyst rubbed the back of her head, her eyes averting over to the ceiling as her eyebrows furrowed. Once again, Garnet beat her to the punch. And Steven and Spinel are not home at the moment. They're both hanging out in town. Luckily for Garnet, her lying-on-the-spot skills had gone up for it to seem a little more convincing, unlike the last time she had tried back when Steven and Connie were children. Both Diamond's eyes widened at Garnet's sudden reply. They both exchanged glances, as if questioning whether or not to poke and prod further. After a few moments, both then looked back towards the screen. Ah, well, as soon as Spinel returns, would you mind if you informed her to give us a call? Blue Diamond inquired politely. So, yes, tell her that we miss her and would like for her to come home, at least for a little while if she doesn't mind, added Yellow Diamond, crossing her arms and smirking, imagining all the shenanigans Steven and Spinel were getting into. How cute! So much like her. Oh, we will. Ha ha ha, Pearl piped up, laughing nervously. Okay, bye. Pearl slapped her hand over the communicator and quickly ended the call, sweating beads at this point. She then turned to the other two, all three's expressions morbid at this point. Shit. Amethyst sputtered out. Amethyst? Language? Pearl scolded, as per usual. I've been sleeping with the light off. I wanted to remember. Will you come a little closer now and see that I'm a scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle? Scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle? Scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle? I'm a scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle. I'll be one of those people you remember. They'll be looking at us when we're together. I'll be a mannequin you can dismember. You don't like my clothes, but you still like my smile. Scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle. Take me home to Mom, but it'll take a while. Scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle. They might think they're cooler than me by a mile. Scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle. I can still have wisdom and look like a child. Scrawny motherfucker with a cool hairstyle. A couple of hours had rolled as the sun had set and was replaced with a nightly setting, while others would be preparing for bed right about now. These two weren't. The house was booming with music loud as can be, with both of the girls jiggling, wiggling, singing, and dancing around the house. How it had gotten to this was, Kiana had led the pink gem down towards her kitchen, where she pulled out weirdly shaped-looking bottles from the fridge and placed them on the table. Spinel would tilt her head and ask just what were these mysterious objects, obviously made out of glass, and what was the purpose of them? How were they able to make her feel better anyways? To which Kiana gladly simply explained everything. First, Kiana started off with the concept of what drugs were, explaining how they were man-made substances to help alter the mood, behavior, and logical thinking of humans. Though harmful in some aspects, if handled properly, could be a pleasant experience every once in a while. Then, Kiana went on to explain what alcohol was, which was a drink to help loosen people up and lighten up their mood, at least for a little while. Spinel was hesitant to try, thinking that maybe this wasn't a good idea and they should just go back upstairs and chill, as Kiana had mentioned a couple of times before. However, Kiana assured her that unlike Spinel, she would only be drinking minimally and monitoring the inexperienced pink gem to make sure that she was okay. This was the responsible way in partaking in such activity. Hesitantly, Spinel grabbed a bottle that Kiana handed to her, popped the cap, and took a swig. She had almost spat it back out, saying though it had a sweet flavor to it, it was mostly bitter. Kiana assured her that alcohol was supposed to be somewhat bitter and funny tasting, before going into the details of all the affects Spinel might feel before she drank. Well, 3 bottles later, and now, the girls were whooping and singing, Spinel feeling awfully dizzy and out of her mind, much more relaxed and carefree, as opposed to the heavy, dull mood she was in earlier. Once the song finished, both girls collapsed onto the couch, giggling and laughing, Spinel almost spilling her drink as she plopped down. I feel funny. My cheeks are warm. Spinel slurred, going to lean over and rest her head on Kiana's chest. Are your asterisk cheeks warm? No, I only had one. Kiana smirked, going to pet Spinel's hair playfully. Like I said, side effect to drinking so much, let alone so fast. I know, but I feel great. But weird. Spinelli stretched her arms up, them stretching all the way up to the ceiling, before plopping back down to her sides. It's like, the room is, hick moving slow. Careful now, Shoddy. Take it slow and easy, said Kiana, as Spinelli then flopped over into her lap. Smiling, Kiana gently petted Spinel's hair, which the gem had loosened down after a while. I still don't, see the appeal alcohol, Spinel mumbled, as Kiana had then pulled her phone out once the gem got comfy with her head in her lap, and turned the music down from the speakers. Another thing she had to explain earlier to the gem, who was wondering just where it was coming from, considering they were not in the car. Oh, well, have you ever thought a you-know-who yet? No, who's the hat? Spinel asks, questioned, glancing up at the human. The human smirked. Exactly my point, Kiana said, leaning back on the back cushioning of the couch. She draped her arm over the back of it and continued playing in Spinel's long, abnormally colored locks. Well, for her, but not for Spinel. But I have been thinking about asterisk, David. Spinel's cheeks turned pink slightly, as she brought her legs up to her chest slightly. Oh, says, oh? Kiana's eyebrows raised. Don't get her wrong. She only wanted what was best for the gem, though she still kind of thought Steven and Spinel were awesome together. After today of what happened to her newfound pink companion, Kiana was starting to pull back on the idea. It already peeved her that the guy had the nerve to buck up to one of her good friends. What Steven did to Spinel was the final straw. What did David do? Nothing. He shared something personal with me. Spinel trailed off, going to sit up again. Which was? Kiana sat up herself, seeming eager to hear just what the ginger had told the pink gem. Spinel sighed, going to fold her hands into her lap. Looking down at her hands, he told me about his gal he used to be real close wit, named Mona. Ugh, Mona. Kiana's tone dripped venom as she rolled her eyes at the memory. Yeah, I remember her. She was shallow anyways. What's that asterisk mean? Spinel slowly looked over to Kiana and tilted her head excessively, her cheek practically resting against her shoulder now. Well, when someone describes someone as being shallow, they trying to say that person is selfish, only looking out after themselves. Enough the words. If it ain't benefiting them, then they not interested in you or anything you give 'em. Kiana tried to explain at her best, though. It would be easier if she could give the rock alien more, experience explanation. Is you know who shallow? Spinel then went to excessively tilt her head the other way. Kiana frowned. That was a good question. Was Stephen shallow? The obvious answer, despite the young adult not knowing Stephen fully, would be no. Stephen is by no means shallow. Misguided? Yes. Pig-headed? Absolutely. At least, in Kiana's eyes. Regardless, Kiana could kind of understand what this guy called Steven Universe was going through. From a distance, that is. I mean, the dude was friggin' half alien rock, half human. Kiana could only assume at one point in his life that he had an identity crisis. Poor kid. After interpreting her thought process carefully, Kiana sighed, going to turn her head away slightly as she slumped. In all honesty, Shawty, no. You see, us humans have lifespans. We born, we live, we reproduce, and then we die. When we're born, we don't know much of anything. Our parents, who take care of us, and other older people in our lives, teach us and help guide us throughout our lives. But it still don't mean we don't make mistakes from time to time. You know who. Steven. He's still young. He's got a lot of choices to make. He's got a lot of things to experience and learn from. Just like me. Kiana then had finally looked over to the pink gem. She immediately raised an eyebrow. "So, are you crying?" Asterisk sniffle asterisk dehat was beautiful. Wah! Spinelli began bawling a literal waterfall of tears. Kiana had to jump back from the couch in order to not get splashed. Eyes widened and hands out in a calming gesture. Hey, easy with the waterworks. This couch wasn't cheap, you know. I'm sorry. Spinel immediately ceased and wiped her eyes and the snot dribbling down from her nose. I just, if I had knew Stephen was going through Dahad, I would have been softer. Dude, the guy could have ran over David with his car if he had the chance. Kiana sighed, going to let her hands fall back to her side, picking one of them back up to scratch her cheek as a slight sweat drop ran down the side of her temple. Stephen didn't mean it. He was just worried, cried Spinel, falling onto the couch flat on her stomach, arms outstretched and face flopped down into the seat cushions. And now he hates me. That part came out a bit muffled, but Kiana could still hear it slightly. And here comes the sad emotional stage of alcohol. Kiana went to sit on the armrest of the couch, peering at the pink gem in amusement. That's when Spinel's head popped up, her cheeks already pink from the effects of the drug, but also from slight irritants now. You said his was supposed to make me feel better. Sorry. Look, it'll pass, love. Just... Kiana pinched the bridge of her nose. This is just the introduction to the experience I'm about to give you to getting over Stephen. Kiana then smirked. You ain't seen nothing yet. I promise you. Spinel quirked a brow as they slowly eased from their slanted state. Spinel still didn't get it. Sure, she felt woozy, and at first, she was having a blast and was having fun just drinking and goofing off. Really, the whole serious conversation was the buzzkill. What could be more fun than bouncing around the house to some music with your other best friend and singing? Actually, Spinel would like to get back to that, please. All right, but... Spinel grinned, hiccuping. Can we cut back to the singing and dancing? Kiana grinned in response, not saying a word. She simply pulled out her phone and clicked the play button, the speakers blaring again and moving on to the next song. Immediately, both girls jumped up and began bouncing around, jumping and laughing again, the sudden sunken mood switching once more, completely unaware that there were two pairs of eyes watching them right outside the window. Chapter 20. Pity Party. The smell of fresh air was strong. It felt warm out suddenly, with a slight breeze that was gentle, yet alarming enough to have the pink gem slowly open her eyes. She let out a low yawn, going to pop the muscles in her back as she slowly went to shift from her side and onto her back. Her long lashes fluttered a bit, her face scrunching up in discomfort as it slowly hit her. Why did it feel like she was laying on some hard surface, instead of the soft, welcoming cushions she had remembered falling asleep on? Why did she not feel like she was closed in, within the safe walls of— Wait, is that— Spinel quickly shot up from her laying, gasping. Her eyes were wide and crazed. There she was, in that same treacherous place she had grew to despise so much. Only ... it seemed different now. The aged columns with pieces broken off here and there due to neglect were now restored to their former full glory. Looking polished and fine, the cracked and chipped tiling lined from royal perfection were polished so bright. Spinel could see her reflection in them. The once dead and dried-out vegetation was now luscious and flourishing with life once again. Pink rose petals that had loosened themselves from the base of their origins carelessly dancing in the gentle breeze. It seemed so peaceful. So why did she still have that dreaded feeling? Spinel. Spinel's back tingled as her shoulders tensed and she bit her lower lip. That voice. It sounded so familiar, yet off. It was even more unsettling when it sounded as if it were coming from right behind her. Okay. Spinel ran her fingers through her long, hot pink locks. A twisted smile came onto her features as she tried her best to keep cool. Diz, whatever tis is, it ain't real, Spinello. Really? Oh, but it is, my dear, the voice cooed. Suddenly, large, soft palms found their way onto her shoulders, kneading them ever so slightly in a slow yet eerie gesture. Despite the supposedly welcoming touch, something about those hands just didn't feel right. No, it can't be. Spinel sucked in a sharp bit of breath as she desperately tried to steady her breathing, but to no avail. She knew the entity standing behind her could just smell the fear wafting off of her like waves. You left me. You both did. I didn't leave you. Suddenly, one of the hands that were previously massaging her shoulders found their way under her jaw, going to tilt her head back so that her eyes met matching ones, with black diamond-shaped pupils. Spinel's core suddenly grew cold, as the being only smirked sickeningly sweet at her. His eyes gentle and relaxed, though. There was a hint of malicious intent. On top of that, the usual dark, curly brown locks were now a light shade of pink, along with his thick eyebrows. Almost like hers. I would never leave you. The more he talked, the more their voices mixed together, only the more the female's tone would take over. I love you, Spinel. We love you. Spinel gulped. We? She questioned, though. She was fearing the answer. He only chuckled, as he had squatted down from behind. His hands had now found themselves down to her stomach. As soon as Spinel's eyes had followed the direction of his hands, she gasped. Her stomach was huge, abnormally so. Whatever was going on, she could feel it moving inside her, growing, thriving, living, feeding off of her, slowly sucking the life out of her core. Spinelli let out a distressed noise, shaking her head. What is this? Spinel struggled to speak out, as she slowly covered her mouth with her hands, refusing to even look at him now. Too afraid if she turned to look at him again, he'll make an excellent heir to my throne. His hot breath suddenly tickled the spot where her ear would have been if she had one, making the gem shiver and tremble even worse than she already was. And you'll make an excellent queen. Gah! Spinel suddenly jumped up from her deep slumber. She couldn't stop trembling. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, as her skin felt cold and clammy to the touch. Her hot pink eyes stared timidly at the opposite wall from across the room, before slowly going to look on side of her as she huffed and she puffed. Unfortunately for her, the place where she thought Kiana would be was now empty. Spinella sighed heavily as she slapped the palms of her hands over her face and ran them down to her neck, which was extremely warm. Her stomach gurgled, and she felt unusually warm. She also felt that lingering dizziness that refused to leave, and her head pounded. She just felt so horrible. "Oi, jeez!" Spinel gagged. It felt as if something was coming up her stomach. "Oh, stars!" She clutched her stomach with one hand as she covered her mouth with the other. The pink gem immediately hopped out of bed and rushed towards the room across the bathroom. She flung the half-closed door open and immediately went for the biggest bowl she could find. She threw herself over the edge of the tub and retched there, all of the poisoning and nasty substances finally freeing itself from her frail, small body. Once she finished, she slid down the side and fell onto the floor on her backside, going to lean against walling of the device people used to clean themselves, and coughed, wiping her mouth. Spinel wasn't sure what Amethyst saw in letting it pass through her body. Last time the shorter, plump purple gem had mentioned the concept to her, she made it sound pleasant. That wasn't pleasant at all. Spinel bowed her head, the ache in her head still present and the warmness remaining. Her thoughts were swimming, trying to piece together whatever it was she had just experienced. What was that? And why did Stephen look the way he did? Was he trying to communicate with her in some sick, twisted way? Was he trying to get back at her for what happened the other day? If so, why make her see something like that? Oh, don't be ridiculous, Spinel. Stephen doesn't have those types of powers. Does he? St. Stephen? The sudden dread washed back over her as her head lolled to rest upon the rim of the tub. Her eyes glistened as the stinging sensation along with the burning within her core returned. She felt awful. Not just physically, but emotionally. It was all her fault. No doubt the gems had noticed the condition of his Dondi by now. How it was empty. They probably assumed she had fled along with him. Or worst, she being the cause of something bad happening to him. It was always her fault, wasn't it? No matter how hard she tried to be better, she was always going to be 5 steps behind of what was expected of her. Even the diamonds had grown bored and tired of her, and had mostly forgotten about her by now, not even bothering to look for her, or even question where she had gone. Just when she needed them the most. "Stop it! Stop it!" Spinel sobbed out as she repeatedly struck herself in the forehead with the base of the palm of her hand, trying to get the dark and depressing thoughts out of her head, but they wouldn't stop, and neither would her tears. Everyone hated her now, and it was all her fault. Before Spinel could further get into her self-hating, ugly sobbing session, however, she could hear a ringing noise coming from Kiana's room. Her head suddenly perked up as her eyes darted to the room across from the bathroom. At first, she had assumed that maybe it was Kiana's phone. Then again, the young woman seemed quite attached to her phone, just like a lot of people here. So it had to be Spinel's phone. The pink gem then began to assume the worst. Was it Pearl trying to contact her again so she could find her and come beat her until her physical form could take no more? Or was it another one of Stephen's long list of friends finding out and coming to chew her out as well? Or worst, Stephen himself. It felt like a long and hard battle. The urge to at least go see whom was calling was strong, but the urge to also ignore it altogether was just as persistent. For a few minutes, Spinel sat there and let it ring. She would let it ring continuously for a couple of more times before the ringing finally stopped. Spinel would only look in that direction for a few more moments, seeing if the calling would pick up again. However, a few moments of silence would pass by, and Spinel would sigh in relief. That is, until the ringing started up once again. It caused Spinel to jump a bit in startlement, but it wouldn't cause her to budge. Not even an inch. Instead, Spinel would just sit there, looking in that same direction of which the loud tone was coming from. About a few more seconds in and it would stop again. Then silence. Then ringing again. It was as if she were on this weird loop, unable to stop it or control it. That's pretty much how she had felt at the moment. Unable to stop anything, let alone control it. She was a lost cause. Why even try? So Spinel would simply bring her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around her legs and just sit there, staring blankly at the basket full of Kiana's old clothes that it seemed like she would just randomly toss into there, focusing on the slightest details of this object that she used, the ringing from her cell phone slowly fading off in the distance as she sat there. Alone. Meanwhile, as the poor pink gem sat alone in her human friend's bathroom in despair, the three anxious gems at Stephen's home wandered aimlessly to find the boy they had practically raised since he was born. Luckily for them, the gems didn't need sleep. However, that didn't mean that the longer they tried to get into contact with him, the least their troubles would grow. In addition to that, they had the diamonds practically now breathing down their necks on the whereabouts of their companion they had spent a whole entire year with, keeping them company as Stephen's replacement, since the young adult didn't feel comfortable staying with them. And there was also Greg, his father, whom also needed to know the situation of what was going on. And Connie? Oh, poor Connie. She needed to know as well. Hello? The tone that came from the other end sounded more questioning, even if they were aware of the caller ID. Hello, Greg. Pearl rubbed her arm that was holding the phone nervously, frowning. Oh boy. Was she dreading this? Not because she didn't like him. Oh no. In fact, after spending that night at the hotel with Stephen and Greg all those years ago and patching things up, she had grown quite close with Greg, to the point she felt much more comfortable around him. Her concerns was how he was going to react, with him being on tour with Sadie and Shep, of course. Oh, hey, Pearl. Greg's voice suddenly chippered up, surprised and happy that Pearl had called him. Of course, the father of the hybrid would always be in a better mood, now that his dream was sort of coming true, more so through Sadie than himself. But he was happy the young girl was actually succeeding in her new career. Anywho, what's up? Hi, I'm sorry. Pearl sighed heavily, going to cover her eyes with her hands, her cheeks turning a bluish tint from her blushing. Whoa, hey, calm down. Greg's voice suddenly faltered in his cheery mood a bit, now becoming concerned. Is everything all right? How's Stephen? Stephen, okay. I think it would be best if I filled you in a bit, said Pearl, plopping her hand back to her side as she continued. She tilted her head up to the clear blue skies. The sun was shining brightly, and there was a cool, comfortable breeze today, completely opposite of how today was going for her. Okay, so, since your last visit, Stephen has been off. How off? Do I need to? Let me finish, Pearl said, cutting him off a bit. He's been a bit gloomy lately. On top of that, you remember Spinel, right? It was silent on the other end of the line for a few moments. Pearl bit her lower lip. It was obvious Greg was now nervous at the mentioning of the pink gem now. She couldn't blame him. Like mentioned before, Spinel didn't leave the best of impressions on people, especially those whom had to deal with her and her evil schemes directly. Seeing how she had just up and left with the diamonds didn't really leave much room for proper reunitements with the gems either. However, after spending a while with Spinel, she seemed fairly stable, for the most part. Up until this point, at least. Well, Pearl had decided to continue, seeing Greg was still unnerved by the name. She's back now, claiming that she's here to spend time trying to rekindle her friendship with Stephen properly. Phew, well that's a relief. Pearl could practically hear Greg smile in relief. Oh boy, was he in for a rude awakening? How is she? Well, she's been stable for the most part. Garnet had established a system where Spinel was not to leave the house unattended. However, Pearl sighed again. The problem is, now, she's disappeared again. And so has Stephen. Well, don't you think maybe they're with the diamonds? Visiting on Homeworld? That's the thing. The diamonds had contacted us yesterday about Spinel's whereabouts, which means, oh no. Greg's voice suddenly became dreadful. Please don't tell me. Look, if I need to come home right away, I can do that. Please, I know you're very busy with Sadie and Shep's tour, but Amethyst, Garnet and I have looked everywhere. We can't seem to pinpoint where either have gone, said Pearl, looking off to the side with a deep frown. Pearl, I'm never too busy for my son. Just give me a bit and I'll be there, said Greg, his tone serious and strained, as if he was trying to keep his cool. Thank you. Goodbye. Pearl then pulled the phone away from her ear and clicked the red button on the touchscreen, sighing. She then looked out at Stephen's Dondai that Garnet had made sure to bring with her. Even if the gem wasn't familiar with the technology of how to operate the car, she was able to carry it home due to her monstrous strength. The graceful gem's eyes glossed over as she covered her mouth. Her core was burning with grief, the same kind of grief that she had left the gem with after she had disappeared to give Stephen life. Stephen, she thought, as a single tear had slipped from her eye. She knew it was foolish to feel this way. It's not like he was gone. But how could she know for sure? Please come home. Garnet had stepped up to the familiar door calmly. She inhaled deeply before exhaling. Well, here goes nothing. Hopefully she wouldn't panic like she had done the last time. After all, last time she had a sort of one-on-one conversation with BlueM0usE. She raised her hand, curled her fingers, and knocked her fists against the wooden door. She then let her arm fall back down to her side and waited patiently, unmoving, almost like a statue. About a minute in of waiting, and the door opened. Thankfully to Garnet, it wasn't either parents, but instead, Connie BlueM0usE herself. Garnet! Connie had smiled for a moment, seeing that it was Garnet at the door and not some weird stranger. She knew that her parents were still hell-bent on her not opening the door at all, though she knew that she was well capable of handling herself either way. Connie, Garnet nodded. After a few moments, Connie's smile slowly faded as she looked both ways of her, before back to the much taller gem. It appeared her brain had finally registered that it was Garnet standing at her door, alone, which was extremely rare, if ever. What's wrong? Connie moved more from behind the door, going to open the slightly ajar door to stand more in front of it. Is everything okay? Where's Stephen? Is he? She continued to bombard the fuchsia-colored fusion with questions before Garnet had cut her off. Connie, I need you to calm down. The gem kneeled down before Connie to be more eye-level with her, glaring at the almost young adult through her shades. What Connie couldn't see was that Garnet's eyebrows were furrowed. Stephen, I'm not sure if you're aware, but Stephen hasn't been acting like himself lately. What'd you mean? Is he's still glowing? Connie questioned, her own eyebrows furrowing with worry. Well, yes, though that's not the biggest problem at the moment. Then what is? Stephen is missing. What? Connie's heart practically dropped. Are you sure? Where is he? Did you check everywhere around Beach City? Yes, we've looked everywhere for Stephen, though he didn't long disappear after Spinel had, explained Garnet calmly, placing a hand on the human young woman's shoulder in a comforting manner. The gem could tell she was highly stressed. Unfortunately for the gem, she wasn't the best for comforting others. But she did improve after a while, thanks to a certain someone over the years. How the gem was deeply worried for him, though Garnet was aware that at some point he would come home. The problem was how he would come home, if he would even come home at all, with all the different possibilities and outcomes. You don't think? Connie covered her mouth, her eyes slowly glossing over with tears that were threatening to spill at any moment. From her end, she was terrified, confused, saddened even. Connie hadn't really heard from Stephen since there was some kind of commotion going on in the background last time he had called. She figured it had something to do with Spinel, though she was open to the idea of Spinel being more tame this time around. There was a voice in the far back of her mind saying otherwise, though, since no one had contacted her about anything, she figured it was just Spinel being, well, Spinel, as goofy and playful as she could be. But now, Connie wasn't so sure of it. I can't really say for sure. Garnet frowned as she retracted her hand from the young woman's shoulder. However, either way, Stephen needs our help. We've come to the conclusion that we need to find Spinel. And fast. Is she still even on Earth? Did she not return to the diamonds? Connie continued to inquire, her palms becoming sweaty and shaky as her throat slowly grew tighter. The Diamonds had just called us a while ago inquiring about Spinel, so she can't be at Homeworld. Nor is it certain if she's still even in Beach City. But seeing as though Spinel isn't too familiar with her way around here, she couldn't have gotten far. It's why we need your help. Despite the young girl growing in stature a bit, the fuchsia gem still needed to kneel down to be eye level with her. Is there any place where you'd think you'd find Spinel? Oh, well, Connie swallowed, beginning to twiddle with her thumbs and glance off to the side. In all honesty, she couldn't think of any other place the pink gem could be that the gems hadn't searched already. After all, she had only hung out with Spinel once, and even that was a while ago. Though, after a few moments of scavenging around in her mind, a certain memory had hit her. That night, when her and Stephen, she bit her lower lip slightly. There was this girl that Stephen mentioned once. He said he was worried about her being a bad influence on Spinel. I think her name was Keisha? Catlin? No, wait. It's Kiana. Connie blurted out, finally finding the name after a couple of times. Garnet nodded slowly as she stood back up onto her feet, once again looking down at the shorter earthling female that Stephen had spent most of his childhood with. I think I can scope her out on Facebook. Just give me a sec. Connie went to fish within her jean pocket, pulling out the device and clicking it on. Connie immediately searched through her phone for the app as Garnet waited patiently, watching her with that same calm demeanor, despite her growing anxiety on the inside. As Connie had finally pulled up the app, she quickly went into the search bar and typed the mystery girl's name. Connie had figured that trying to search with just the girl's first name would be like trying to fish for a raindrop that had fallen into the ocean. Luckily for the clever young girl, however, the first person to pop up had a picture of her and the said culprit. Haven taken a selfie of what looked like an upward angle, Spinel sticking her tongue out and pulling the fold of her lower eye down in a teasing manner, as the human female was making duck lips. Connie inwardly grimaced. She hated seeing girls post duck lip photos. Did you find anything? Garnet had finally spoken up, just as Connie had clicked on the profile. Connie nodded, looking back up to Garnet and turning the phone to face the gem, a look of determination on her features. Got her. Spinel wasn't sure how long she had sat there. Seconds, minutes, hours? Geez, it already felt like millennia just sitting there in the same position, frozen as if she were frozen in time. Since earlier, her thoughts had just grew worse and worse, mentally torturing herself, blaming herself for what had happened, assuming the gems were already hunting her down, looking for a reason to unleash their anger and betrayal, assuming she was a bad friend, assuming something bad had happened to Stephen, assuming he hated her, blaming herself for even feeling this way in the first place. The only thing that had broken her out of her downward spiraling state was a few knocks. The house was dead silent, so the sound had practically echoed throughout the house. Spinel's slightly lowered head popped up like a dog's. After the next two knocks, Spinel would then spring onto her feet. She stumbled a bit, however, as her head pounded and the world around her vibrated a bit. Phew. At least one of the feelings down in her gut was gone now. "I'm coming!" the gem shouted out, as now the knocking was persistent and urgent. Spinel walked down the small hallway and straight up to the front door. She grabbed the knob and twisted it, going to swing the door open. What she saw next left her a bit stunned. David? Hey, Spinel. David smiled nervously. What are you doing here? Spinel questioned, feeling her cheeks heat up a bit, more so from embarrassment than anything else. She was sure she looked like a train wreck, whatever that was. Wheel, I had called you earlier a couple of times to try and check up on you. David's eyes rolled up to the sky before glancing back at her. But you didn't answer your phone. So I called Kiana while she was at work, and she said you should be home, probably still asleep. So I decided I'd pop by and, David then held up a foam cup and a little brown back. I brought you some breakfast. Oh! Spinel blinked. Well, that was awfully nice of David. To think that he had came all this way just to give her a gift. You really didn't have to do that, you know. Oh, Spinel, come on. It's my pleasure. Besides, as Spinel stepped to the side to allow him in, he walked on into the house, going straight towards the living room, most likely to the kitchen. Kiana told me that you and her had the gin therapy last night, and I know that's never easy. Yeah, Spinel mumbled as she closed the door and then began following David through the living room and to the kitchen. There, he had set the brown baggie and cup down before pulling up a chair. Spinel went to sit in the chair across from him and grabbed the objects, sliding them over to her. There was a slight awkward silence between them, Spinel going to pull out some weird but nice-smelling pastry from the bag as David twiddled his thumbs, looking off to the side and blushing slightly. To him, even when it looked as if she had just gotten up, Spinel always looked good to him. Her hair, though a mess, was fully down this time around. Her eyes, though tired, were still glistening and full of life. She was wearing one of Kiana's old t-shirts that was slightly bigger on Spinel's abnormally small, spaghetti-like frame. Whether she was wearing shorts underneath, he wasn't sure of, but just the thought of her not wearing any... So, how you feelin'? David finally spoke up, catching the pink gem off guard, as she had glanced to him after taking the bite of those yellow, sugar-coated balls that were impaled with what looked like a wooden stick. I'm okay, I guess. Spinel then swallowed. I mean, my head hurts a lot and I feel kinda dry, if that makes any sense. Oh, how much did you have to drink last night? David's eyebrows flew up. Spinel's eyes rolled to the ceiling as she hummed and thought, I think I had 6 bottles of beer. I guess. The bottle said Smirnoff on it. Oh, okay, so beers. David sighed in relief. If she was going to say any other bottle, he was secretly wondering how the gem was still alive. Then again, would alcohol be that poisonous to someone like her? Do gems even die? So, I don't mean to intrude so early on your healing process. David used his fingers as quotations before going to fold his arms and tuck his hands between his arms again as he spoke. But is everything all right between you and Steven? Spinel swallowed another piece she had taken a bite of. Hard. Suddenly she moped once again, feeling as though just the mentioning of his name pierced her like a knife. In all honesty, Spinel wanted to forget that yesterday even happened, and she was hoping those beers, as David had called them, were going to help. But .it didn't seem like they helped her much at all. All they made her do was feel even worse than she already was feeling. Seeing her expression suddenly change, David frowned. I see. He ran away. Ran away? What do you mean? We got into a huge argument after we had left yesterday. Spinel looked down to the strangely interesting floors of Kiana's kitchen. David's heart only dropped more for the poor gem being. Was it because of me? David inquired, his own voice suddenly filled with pity. Spinel's head snapped up to look at him, her expression shocked. What? No! In fact, he didn't even mention ya. I was kinda the one to initiate the argument. Spinelle had finished her sweet, but slightly tangy treat, and went to set the stick down, going to grab for the cup. Though, instead of picking it up and bringing it to her lips, she traced the cardboard-like rim that was wrapped around it with the shop's logo. Why? David pressed on. He was well aware he was probably overstepping his boundaries, but he just had to know. After all, seeing the poor outer worldie being so low.it made his heart ache with sympathy towards her. Spinel sighed. I know Steven hasn't made the best impression on ya, but really, he wasn't always like that. When I first met him, he was kind. He was sweet. He was passionate. A true friend, said Spinel. David frowned. Just hearing Spinel talk with such a tone, and uphold Steven on a pedestal ... T made him sick, but he had to be understanding of where she was coming from. After all, she knew him better than he did. But something's been up with him. It shows, horribly. I tried to get him to open up to me, tell me what was on his mind, 'cause it was obvious no one else has been listening. Not even to Gems. Wait, who are the Gems? David questioned, tilting his head. He hadn't really heard of the Gems, so it would be reasonably as to why he was confused. Ooze. Geez. What do you people call it again? Caregivers. I think Kiana described it as. Spinel shrugged slightly. Oh, David nodded slightly. So I guess things are really bad. The redhead sighed. Oh boy. Usually I have some advice for this one, but yeef. David crossed his arms and leaned back in the chair, grinning slightly. He tried to make a joke to cheer Spinel up a little. Homeboy's giving me a run for my money. Dunno what that really means, but yeah. Spinel had finally stopped playing with her beverage David brought her. As he continued to speak, the said redhead rubbed the back of his neck, coughing nervously into his fist. Seeing the joke didn't really land like he was hoping it would. Look, Kiana tried to cheer you up using Jin's tactics, and it didn't work out so well. David blushed slightly. So, as my treat, let me, take you out tonight. My treat. Spinel nearly choked on the beverage, which was really nice and fresh, she might add, with a hint of sweetness she liked, as those words came flying out of David's mouth. She blushed slightly. Yeah, mean. No, it ain't gotta be like that. David's face was red at this point, as he waved his hands frantically. More like I'm sorry I caused all this to happen, so let me make up for it. I know you said it wasn't my fault, but I still can't help but feel like it. David smiled sheepishly, beginning to twiddle with his fingers. What do you say? Spinel was silent for a couple more moments. The last time she had decided to jump the gun and spend time with David, Stephen crashed it completely, totally ruining her day of getting to spend time with someone else that truly seemed to care about her. Someone who cared about her. Spinel blushed slightly at the thought. Wow, it felt nice to mention someone else who cared about her. Besides Kiana and the others, it was different, yet similar. It gave Spinel a warm, fuzzy feeling. The more she looked into David's glistening sky-blue eyes that had almost looked pleasing, the more she began to notice. David wasn't bad-looking for a human man. Sure, his hair wasn't short, dark, and curly, but it definitely stood out amongst all the other colors Spinel noticed since her time here. Even his eyes. Despite not being that deep, dark, warm brown, his eyes were still stunning. And his smile. His smile may not have been as bright as the smile that used to make her mood do a 180, but it was enough to still light up a whole room. He had the, what did Kiana call it again? A bad boy aesthetic with an unknown heart of gold? Either way, Spinel couldn't resist. Maybe it was best she moved on anyways. Did her core still yearn for he who shall not be named? Yes, but did that mean she was over what he had done to her? All the pain and suffering he's caused her since she got here, all the confusion, all the heartaches, all the fights? No. Human emotions were so confusing and troublesome, but it was for the better. Besides, David seemed like a cool guy. Maybe they could try friendship first, and then slowly bloom into what humans on Earth would call a relationship. After taking another sip of coffee, gulping down the slightly hot, sweet, and sticky substance, Spinel grinned. Her response would get the redhead himself to grin. You're on.